things opening up a little bit now.
Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy back.
Turnover, Nielsen holds and looks and shoots, saved by Knight. Shot by McCarr, he scores! Cale McCarr! What an incredible shot off the post and in. Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. The Avs have a 1-0 lead as McCarr cleans up after the save to rip home his 9th of the season.
Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. By the way, I am not snoozing on the fact you're playing Christmas music, Steve Nelson, 3 days before Thanksgiving.
Hey, if we're talking about reindeers,
okay,
little Christmas music seems fitting. Trust me.
All right, I get it.
I'm with you.
I get it.
I'm hip to Thanksgiving. I'm hip to Thanksgiving, brother.
No, you win. That is the right choice right there. Is that a little TSO right there? Is that a?
That is August Burns Red.
Oh my God, we are killing it. Well, listen. Good morning. At 6 in the morning. That's the name of the show.
6 in the morning with Brett Kane.
I thought it was called The Appetizer.
That's his nickname.
So wait a second. The show before the show has a nickname? Why don't we just call it The Appetizer, period? I guess a no dumb question. I'm stealing from my own show, but why not just go with The Appetizer?
Well, because that started with Moser. It's the 6 in the morning with Brett Kane, and so there was one day many moons ago where Moser was talking on the show and was going, Kaner, I was listening to your little appetizer hour. And then we just started calling it that.
Well, just call it that. Why are we calling it? All right, you know what? You call it whatever you want. What do I care?
Yeah, what is this Seinfeld routine to start off a Rally House Football Monday here? What's the deal with the appetizer?
I want to let everybody know that the only reason myself, and it'll be Matt Smith later, are here is because of a joyous moment in the Kaner's life. As they now, do we have updates, Steve? Do we know what's going on with baby number 2?
I don't know if she has entered the world yet. All I know is that today was the go date no matter what. If baby Boval hadn't come out yet, then she's coming out today, come hell or high water. That's all I heard. I don't know if it happened though.
Well, whenever it's appropriate, we will give you the joyous news, and we're certainly thrilled for Brett and his family adding that second child, Steve. I'm telling you, man, I've been down that path. Adding the second one is kind of a no-brainer. You don't really think that much about adding the second one. You know, you kind of just do it. And hey, there's no problem with one, and there's no problem with none. I'm not here to judge anything. The people I question are those that have 3. Because if you have 3, you might as well have 4. Like, you know, if you're gonna go all in, you've already had to buy the extra seats in the car and the extra this and the extra that if you go for 3. So what's 4 matter at that point? And by the way, 1 can start helping out with 4. But having 3 is, to me, like insanity. But good for you if you've got 3. But good luck to Brett's. Thank you. What's the deal with people with 3? You can't be happy with 2. You got to have the third one.
If you have the third one, you may as well have the fourth one.
You might as well have the fourth one. And if you have the fourth one, really, round out the basketball team. Well, so listen, text line 303-504-0925. I'm only here for an hour, so I'm only going to bug you for a short period of time. And there may be a variety of people that kind of fill in the appetizer. But you know, your boy here is in an interesting situation because, well, frankly, I think the reason I was asked is because I live closest to the radio station. I think that was the major reason. And that is true. And then Matt Smith in with Mark and Vic, and away you go. So, hey, text line, Twitch, what you got, man? Like, you can let it rip. I'm not picky over the course of this next hour. Happy to talk about everything. Where do we frame sports? I'll get to it. The fact that the Avalanche did something that they've never done. And we'll get to plenty of football, including Stefanski's hatred of Shedeur Sanders. Oh, my God. We'll get to that in about 15 minutes, but this dude hates Shedeur Sanders. I mean, I'm blown away at this dummy, Stefanski. But again, we'll get to that in a little bit. And also the scaredy cats out there. What about the Chiefs? Mike Sanford being one of them, by the way. Big scaredy cat. And we'll get to that as well. But with the Avalanche, I just want to give them a huge pat on the back this morning. They had never done that before. They had never gone back-to-back shutouts on back-to-back days. Can you believe that? Like, that has never happened. Now, again, how many back-to-backs do you get a year? You probably get, 12, 13, something like that. Moser would probably know more specifically. I believe it's a dozen this year, something like that. So it's not like you have a ton of chances to do it. But you would figure in the history of the organization that they would have pulled that off, I don't know, at some point. And, man, we had a lot of wood this weekend because Burns throws the puck in 15 seconds into the Preds game. And I'm like, oh, man, that's awesome. The rest, complete garbage. But, you win. And then you throw a couple of who's he what's his empty netters, bop-a-dop-a-doos in there, and it's 3-0 your final. And you're like, hey, that's kind of cool, right? And yes, there has been kind of a Blackwood-Wedgwood thing going on. You know that's true. When Bedsy says, well, I don't mean to be cruel, but that's a Blackie problem, not my problem. And that is in context of Blackwood saying, I do feel a little rusty. I'm 100%, but I need more minutes. And, okay. All right, hey, Bedsy there, your guy here says he needs more minutes. Well, that's his problem. It's not my problem. That's his problem. And, hey, man, that's cool. That's the honesty. That's why we love Bednar, right? Wednesday at 8 a.m. But, it puts a certain amount of pressure on Blackwood to be that guy when he gets the opportunities. And, yeah, he got the front side, not the back side of a back-to-back. That's cool. Does make me wonder just a pinch. I mean, just a scooch. Theoretically, this is a little interesting, right? Like what they're going to do against San Jose on Wednesday night. I don't know. Do you go with the guy that's had the most rest, who just pitched a shutout? Who's your starter, theoretically? Or do you go with Wedgwood, who's been nails in, every goalie category in the NHL? Seriously, look at it. It's bizarre. The Wedgwood's there. The funny part with these two guys, how are these guys being left off the Olympic team? Well, I don't know. We'll see. But, yeah, Wednesday home game against San Jose there at Ball Arena. Who gets the start? And then they're off for Thanksgiving, which, they live in America, so, you do Thanksgiving. Bednar actually did say that. Did you catch that? Because Canadian Thanksgiving is October. He's like, yeah, I don't care. They were in Canada, too, during Canadian Thanksgiving. But, the Avs.
There's only one Thanksgiving in my book, Darren.
Hell yeah, Steve Nelson. Fly. Free. Bird. It's funny. When you do stuff like that, Steve, which I love, does a quizzical look of mystery just enter Vic Lombardi's face? Is this just like, why did you just do that? Why did that just happen?
Usually anytime I play rock and roll music from, years gone by, Moj starts doing air guitar and licking the walls, and Vic just goes, I don't watch cartoons.
Right.
I don't know what cartoons are.
Do you realize me, Vic, and Moj are all the exact same age?
Wow. I don't know if I...
No, exact same age.
I don't know if I would have admitted that one. You got to play that a little closer to the vest.
Oh, yeah, because the reason I resent that is that I listen to Vic, who I love, but he like wants to be the grandfather from the movie Up. He leans into that. And the last thing I need to be reminded of is, and he's looking more and more like that guy too, by the way.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
Right. Like I don't need to be reminded or told how old I am, constantly hearing Vic complain about how old he is. And I'm sure Moser actually feels the same way. And paint me a reindeer and call me a what? A reindeer? What the hell did he say? Paint me like a reindeer and make me a goblin?
Things opening up a little bit now.
Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy bounce.
Turnover, Nielsen holds and looks and shoots, saved by Knight. Shot by McCarr, he scores! Kale McCarr! What an incredible shot off the post and in. Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. The Avs have a 1-0 lead.
All right. I saw Spit and Chicklets retweet that. And what a goal call. I saw it. What a goal call. Yeah, it was shtick. It wasn't even Moser's idea. I mean, technically, the way I understand it, and I got the sound here. I got Kyle. Kyle did it as a bit, but from what I understand, Steve, and everybody, is that it was a John Michael Lyle special.
Dear Santa, all I want for Christmas is for Moj to say, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin after the next Avalanche goal. Thanks, dude. Kiefer.
Things opening up a little bit now.
Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy bounce.
Turnover, Nielsen holds and looks and shoots, saved by Knight. Shot by McCarr, he scores! Kale McCarr! What an incredible shot off the post and in. Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. The Avs have a 1-0 lead as McCarr cleans up after the save to rip home his ninth.
I just don't know where John Michael Lyles even came out with that one.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
Well, hold on. Was that somebody else's idea too?
That was actually from this show. So
Okay,
last year,
all right.
Moser said something along the lines of, well, smack my butt and call me Judy or something. And so we looked up synonyms for that phrase, and we found butter my butt and call me a biscuit. So
right.
Vic and Brett said, when Parker Kelly scores and gets his first goal with the Avs, you got to say butter my butt and call me a biscuit. And then it happened that night.
Dude, that is, hey, I'd actually love to hear the process for Moser, because if he didn't write that down and he just remembered it, I give him a hell of a lot of credit. It's not like Parker Kelly goals are falling off the Christmas tree like Christmas balls. That didn't sound right.
You what?
Anyway, great call. Moj to actually, put it in rhythm is cool. He's the best. Great broadcast. That's why we miss out on when it's the national guys. Got to have the local guys. All right, there's some other stats here. First of all, amazing by the Avs. It's nuts where they're at right now, guys. I mean, it's crazy. 22 games in, 16-1-5. Incredible. 37 points. That puts them, golly, man, this is crazy. The Hurricanes have 30 points. The Stars have 30 points. Mikko Rantanen boarding other dudes. What the hell, Mikko? What is going on with that guy? Ducks have 29 points. So they are 7 points clear of not only the second. Well, it's the Stars are in their division, but okay, they're 7 points clear. Equal games played, by the way. 7 points clear of the second place team in their division and the NHL. I'm not sure you can have a better start than that. 16-1-5. Both goalies with shutouts. Burns' second game-winning goal of the season, 44th of his career. Good for him. They're setting records all over the place. They don't have Kiviranta. They don't have Nichushkin. And they don't have Logan O'Connor. All three of our teams are doing incredible right? And then there's the Rockies, and then there's the Buffs. But all the big three are doing incredible, and the Avalanche are the best of the big three. We'll get to the Nuggets. Great win on Friday night, disappointing performance on Saturday. The Buffs and Arizona State, I was a witness to that particular game. We'll get there. AG out for, golly, man, AG and CB both out for at least a month, if not longer. Nuggets at Memphis tonight. It's in Memphis. It's an early one. What time we get there, Steve? Like 6 o'clock, I'm going to guess. Just off the top of my head. I can look it up.
Yep, you're right. 6 p.m.
6 o'clock, so pregame at 5:30 right here on 92.5.
With Birdo.
With Birdo.
Tonight,
the Memphis Grizzlies and Ja Morant have something to say to Klay Thompson and Nikola Jokic tonight. When we come back, Shedeur Sanders, praise to Shedeur, and Kevin Stefanski is a tool. And we'll play you why coming up. You'll hear it coming up next. give me my theme music.
That's a setup.
Are you a dog or a cat? So,
Baby, we're coming.
it's a house divided, sort of. With the older son, a proud ASU graduate, who rallied about 20 of his friends. No joke, 20. 20. So we're sitting there in a parking lot, 418, and they got the cooler of beers. I guess it's always something when your kid, like, just starts drinking, you know? I mean, he's 25, so, I mean, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, correct? But, like, still, it's like, yeah, okay. Dad and mom are here. I feel a little bad for him. Like, mom and dad show up with his 20, like, you know, tailgating pals, all getting semi-wasted before they go in to watch their Sun Devils. So they had some sort of, like, we're going to do Thunder, whatever that is. And they stand in a circle, and they chug beers, and they play Thunderstruck by AC/DC, and they do the Forks thing. And I'm like, okay, cool.
Wait, you of all people, being a classic rock DJ, you've never played Thunder, word I can't say?
I guess not. But you stand there, and they say Thunder, and you drink, and, like, you're supposed to keep drinking in a soul. I don't know. It's a drinking thing. Listen,
man, it's drinking and listening to AC/DC. Who are you, a cop?
No, I'm all for it. Trust me, I like drinking things. I'm just saying it's weird to watch your kid do a drinking thing. That's all.
That's fair.
At any
that's got to be
age.
weird.
Yeah, I felt bad for him. And then we roll in, and I'll tell you what, man. I tell you what. Pretty good crowd. Now, it was the lowest crowd population-wise since Prime's been there at Folsom Field. And my younger son, you got to understand, he's actually a student at CU. He lives like up on the hill there on the old Marine Street. He lives, like less than a mile from the stadium. Guess where he was? At his job. And I'm like, well, son, what are you doing? He goes, Dad, it's just,
Go outside, nerd.
it ain't it. You know what I'm saying? Like, after that Arizona game where he was at for a quarter and a half, and it is true, it's Thanksgiving break up there on the hill. By the way, Steve, you know what I'm realizing? These kids, they barely go to college, okay? And I hear my kid, I'm all stressed out because of classes. I'm like, I wish I had that much time in my life. You know what class is giving him the hardest time, by the way? The history of baseball. Okay.
Wow, so he's losing sleep at night because of Branch Rickey? Stay frosty, kid.
Hey, as if he knew who Branch Rickey was. If he knew who Branch Rickey was, bro, he'd probably be doing okay in history of baseball. But trust me, that's a stumper.
Get ready to learn Pee Wee Reese, buddy.
Yeah, you're dazzling the vast majority of people who are listening right now. I'm with you.
Len Dawson.
Okay.
Go to a history book.
So you get there, and it's a close game. It's a close game, Steve. It's a close game. And then Prime, it's 21-17. Juju Lewis, who more or less looked terrible, converts 3rd and 23. It's 21-17 Arizona State. It's the fourth quarter. You got to remember this name. This is going to be the trivia question of all trivia questions. Who's the undersized? 5'8", 160 pounds, by the way. Tiny little dude. Who's the undersized running back who had 0 offensive plays ever, and Deion Sanders decided to put him into a close game in the fourth quarter? Bueller? Anybody got a name out there? Ronald Coleman. You are going to win a lot of drinks at the bar with bar bets on who was the running back that Prime put in for his first carry ever, who's a walk-on. Not Micah, not one of your real Division I running backs. No. We're down by 4. It's the fourth quarter. We're actually keeping up with these guys. We're doing all right. And do you know what happened on the next play? I think his name is Ralik. So Ronald Coleman fumbles, untouched. Untouched. The next play for Arizona State is an 88-yard running play. Touchdown. Game over. Stands empty. Just see you later. And then at the end of the game, it didn't look any different than the Arizona game. It looked the same. I was at both. And you got to convince kids to be part of this? Are you nuts? Who the hell is going to want to be part of this? But afterwards, that's enough CU talk. Afterwards, really, the Shedeur story is more interesting. And good for Prime, by the way. Good for Prime. I mean, he is not a good coach, okay? He's not very good at evaluating talent. He's not very good at game management.
You don't believe?
Yeah, well, I don't believe. I mean, you put Ronald Coleman in the game, dude. No offense against Ronald Coleman and the rest of the Colemans. You know, Gary and the rest. But what are you doing? Anyways, he goes to Vegas, and good for Prime, right? Like that's a good dad move. Go to Vegas. Why not? You know, I mean, I think he still has some money, and he goes there and he sees Shedeur and the whole thing, and you know, it wasn't like the most incredible statistical game by Shedeur, but you know what he looked like? He looked composed. He looked fine. He looked settled. He won the game. How about this factoid? Do you realize this is the first time in 30 years? And how many quarterbacks have the Cleveland Browns had in 30 years? It's the first time in 30 years that a rookie quarterback won his debut as a starter. You got that? First time in 30 years. Shedeur, 11 of 20, 209, a tutty and a pick. Only sacked once, and he likes to drop back, that's for sure. Out of 100, his QBR was 8.7. His rating was 87.3. So, again, I get it. And running the ball, the Browns ran the ball 27 times for 64 yards. It wasn't a great performance by the offense. I gotcha. The defense had 10 sacks, and Vegas fires Chip Kelly later that night. I'll give you another little quiz here. The Raiders have now fired offensive coordinators in back-to-back seasons during the season. Who did they fire last year? Bueller? I'm just going to let that one linger out there. You can throw it in on the text. Well, I'll give you the answer to that one in a second. Just keep listening. But here's a little Shedeur post game. Here we go.
But it's no excuse. You got to go out there and perform. Like, there's no choice, there's no question. Nobody cares if this was 1 week of prep. Who cares? You know? So a lot of people want to see me fail, and it ain't going to happen. You know? It ain't going to happen.
Okay. The haters. Man, the Sanders family and the haters, man. But I'm happy for Shedeur.
It's crazy. It's amazing, you know, off of 1 week of practice, you know what I mean? This 1 week of practice. So imagine, you know, what a full offseason look like. It get dangerous. But it's just a 1 week of practice, so I'm just truly thankful, you know, that everything happened.
You realize who one of the biggest haters of Shedeur is, right? It's his coach. It's Stefanski. Haters? My coach is a hater. Do I approve of it? Yeah, we do. So we're in again, first time a rookie quarterback has won in his first start in 30 years. Okay, here's Stefanski, and I'll just give it away. He gave the game ball to Myles Garrett, who was great, who definitely was great, and Vegas is a disaster. And Myles Garrett is unbelievable. He had 3 sacks, 4 tackles for a loss. They had 10 sacks as a team. Listen, I'm not saying Myles Garrett isn't incredible. He's got 18 sacks on the year. Remember when that was Bradley Chubb? But again, we all know Myles Garrett is great. Listen to how Stefanski barely mentions Shedeur.
Stayed resilient together like I told you we needed to, right? Stay resilient together, and we fought together. How about Gage's big punt return on special teams? How about Corey, every single time you're out there pinning those guys doing your job? Great Corey. Offense wasn't perfect. How about that big play by Sam at the end? IB, huge play. Q, huge play. Harold making a big play. And then another rookie making his first start. Nice job, Shedeur. Well done.
Wait, what? Hey, and this guy and that guy, and way to go. Oh, the dude that won his first start the first time it happened in 30 years. Yeah, him too. But most importantly, the defense. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Your dude won that game for you as a quarterback, and that's what he gets? Are you kidding me? He doesn't get brought up. He doesn't say, way to go, first start, first time. What, you think Stefanski and the PR team and the Browns don't know that this was the first win in 30 years for a rookie quarterback? You think that fact just like eluded them? Of course they know. You don't come up there in front of everybody and say, for the first time in 30 years, a rookie quarterback wins his first NFL start for this organization. Hey, here's a ball, Shedeur. I don't care if he didn't complete any passes. He was your quarterback. He won you the game. That's it, brother. Oh, my God, Stefanski. Listen, you beat the Raiders, okay? The most downward spiraling of all downward spiraling teams. Luke Etsy, by the way. Did you get that? Luke Etsy? Do you even remember Luke Etsy? God, am I getting his name right? It might be Getsy. Is it Luke Getsy or Luke Etsy?
No, I believe his name was Lou Gehrig is who you were looking for. Could have helped your son out with his baseball class.
I'm wrong. It's Getsy. It's not Etsy. It's Getsy. Why did I say Etsy? I want to buy
I don't understand anything that you said.
I want to buy something online. Luke Getsy is they've gone back-to-back seasons, the Raiders. Chip Kelly. By the way, who could have seen anything going wrong with the 70-plus-year-old Pete Carroll and the 61-year-old Chip Kelly? Yeah, I'm sure those guys are relatable to the players. I saw Antonio Pierce saying, hey, if I was around, we would have drafted Shedeur. Geno Smith is flipping off the fans. Another one. See that? He's flipping off the fans walking off. I don't want to get ahead of myself because the Commanders are next for the Broncos, but I cannot wait for the Broncos home game in Vegas in 2 weeks, dude. I cannot wait for that slaughter. And I got you. It was 10-7 last time around. That's a short week, and it was freaking windy, okay? It was. The weather excuse, I got you. But we're going to play in controlled environments with a melting down Raiders team. Pete Carroll's not going to survive, right? He can't keep coaching this team. What are you doing there, right? Anyways, Prime was there. Prime has no clue, unfortunately, as a coach, but the buyout is such, $33 million, and he ain't gonna spend $12 million just to get out of it, and he'll be back. And I don't know. I think Juju Lewis will be okay. Hey, Shedeur, I feel almost a little bad for Shedeur. And by the way, I don't think Shedeur really helps himself by passively aggressively saying, hey, man, look what I did with 1 week. Can you imagine if they really gave me a chance? That's what he's saying. I mean, Shedeur is ripping his coaching staff, right? I mean, we all get that, right? Like he is tearing them apart by saying, yeah, can you imagine if I really got a chance? I didn't get any chances all summer. I didn't get any chances last week when I had to fill in at the last second for, mini-me, Dylan Gabriel. I haven't had any opportunities, period. So, look at this. Look what I did. How could I have a quarterback rating of 8.7? Can you imagine what 2 weeks would be? It might be 16. But they did win the game. They didn't give the game away. It was one interception, and sure, that was bad, but that was it. It was one sack. The offense wasn't great, okay? I mean, what are we talking about? 270 total yards, something like that. I mean, it wasn't great. They didn't do anything all that impressive. And the defense was good, really good. That's what the Browns defense did to the Raiders? What are the Broncos defense going to do to the Raiders next time around? I mean, this team is totally given up. But Stefanski, he needed to do better by Shedeur in that moment. And I think if Dylan Gabriel, guys, is healthy and cleared from the concussion protocol, I'll assume he's the starter again. Oh, my God, can you imagine? And now we're in Tebow land. Now we are in Tebow land in Cleveland. Because people will not care about the stats. They will not care about the numbers. You know what they'll care about? You won. That's it. And that's exactly what it was like at Tebow. We don't care he can't throw. We don't care he has a completion percentage like 43%. His balls wobble all over the place.
I want winners.
I don't care that he completed 2 passes against the Kansas City Chiefs. Who cares? I just care that we won. That's your situation in Cleveland, you dummies. You morons. Dopes. You Cleveland idiots. I'm glad. And it's the hater stuff. I'm over the hater stuff. Everybody's a hater. I'm going to prove the haters wrong. I look at the well-off media, Dion Jr., and his whole thing is like, Shedeur wins despite all the haters. Like, ease up on the haters. It's not about the haters.
What happened to get you like this?
Oh, boy. The haters. Enough about the stupid haters. Just go out and do it. And putting pressure on your coach by saying, imagine if I had more than a week to prepare. Oh, they're going to love that. So the best of all worlds is somehow, I think the Raiders should pick up Shedeur. What are they doing? You really think Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, and now the departed? Let's pour one out for the departed. Chip Kelly? That's the answer? You know what's funny, too? I get the vibe, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I get the vibe that we should consider Shedeur Sanders one of our own here, guys. You realize he's the first CU grad quarterback to start in like forever. It's been like, now you may have to check my math on that, but I think that's been like 20 years that somebody who's a quarterback from CU has started a game in the NFL.
Wow, this is Buccaneers legend Sefo Lufau erasure. Remember that one time he sang on Hard Knocks? That was nice.
Did he do erasure? It's a hell of a memory. Got to be. I know that song, sort of. All right, listen. When we come back, Matt Smith, and we're just filling in for Brett. Okay, don't be angry. We're all happy for Brett. So Brett will be back once he, the kid, and the kid goes to high school, and he'll be back. Help us, Vitalant and the Colorado Avalanche fight cancer during the month of November. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to Vitalant, vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. Okay, the scaredy cats out there. There's a bunch of you, and you need to get this out of your system. Details next.
27 yards to win it. And the kick is good. Kansas City survives. And they are still in the mix in the AFC.
Wow. Nice choke job by the Colts, huh? Holy cow. Patrick Mahomes got to win. Listen, man, I'm here to tell you, and I'm doing Altitude After Dark on the old digital with their the coacher, Mike Sanford. And if you do not see how the Valor Legend game ended, Steve, are you aware of how that game ended, brother, by the way?
No, I'm not up on the
Valor
fighting Mike
Legends.
Sanfords. How'd they do?
So they're up by a touchdown with like 30 seconds to go, and they can't just get a first down and close it out. They punt the ball, which they don't do often. And I apologize that I'm not great with the names of high school kids, but apparently the quarterback, according to Sanford for Legend, he just decommitted to Boston College because that program apparently is, garbage. And, commitments don't mean anything anymore. So, yeah, sorry. There we go. They don't have any timeouts. There's like 30 seconds to go. This kid, who's a quarter throwing it all over the place, runs first play to the 16-yard line. Tick, 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 tick. With 5 seconds to go, snaps the ball, runs from the 16-yard line, hurdles the safety for Valor into the end zone. This is something out of a movie. So now what do you do? If you're Jake Heaps, by the way, the coach for Legend. The coach for Legend is Jake Heaps, the quarterback whisperer to Russell Wilson. He goes for two. And I'm talking to Sanford last night. Mike Sanford didn't even know the rules of high school overtime football. Had no clue what the rules were. But Jake Heaps just says, you know what? Here we are. We got 2 yards for glory. 2 yards to face Dave Logan and Cherry Creek. They go for it, and Valor knocks the pass down. So Valor advances, knocking Legend out. So it sounds like, I think the final was 31-30. So just keep that in mind when you see Sanford. He's probably still exhausted from that on Saturday, but way to go. So I'm talking to him last night, and congrats to the all the high school kids, man. And that is one hell of a showdown. It's at Stutler Bowl on Saturday. It's gonna be Valor against Logan and the Creeksters, the Bruins. So we'll see how that goes. And then we on TV, on Altitude TV, are carrying the 3A, 4A, and 5A state championship. So we're locked into high school football. It's cool. It's really cool. Sanford has given me the I'm afraid of the Chiefs sort of. He's like, I wanted the Colts to win. And I'm like, we want the number 1 seed, right? You want to be the number 1 seed. You want to have a bye week and then host 2 games at Empower Field. The end. But his rationale was, I'd rather play Daniel Jones in Indy rather than host the Chiefs. Okay. No offense to my friend Sanford or any of you out there who agrees with this. But that is like the losers mentality. I am. You've got to look at yourself in the mirror a little bit and wonder what's wrong in your life that you would rather play a team on the road in the playoffs than host whoever. Listen, did it suck losing to the Colts with Peyton Manning at home in the playoffs? Yeah, okay. Did it suck losing to Jacksonville? Yeah, okay. But do you get to the Super Bowl without hosting the Patriots? Are you afraid of Tom Brady? You're always going to play somebody good in the playoffs. Are you really seriously afraid of Patrick Mahomes in this version of the Chiefs? More so To the degree that you'd rather go on the road? Stop it. Come on, man. Don't be a loser. Don't have a loser's mentality. This is great news, and it was a bummer that the Patriots, hung on to beat the Bengals. The Bengals gave that a run yesterday. You hope. Listen, and Kansas City's about to lose on Thursday in Dallas, by the way. Dallas stunning Philadelphia. How about that one? Down 21-0 and winning that game? Crazy. What do you think? They're not going to just keep rolling? You think they're afraid of the Chiefs? You're the Chiefs. You had to do everything you did for the past couple weeks, and now you got to play on a short week in Dallas. You're going to get plowed by the Cowboys, I think. I hope. And then the Chiefs play the Texans in 2 weeks. What's their defense going to do? Don't have a loser's mentality out there. Approach the day with vim and vigor. Pretend to work, for the next couple days, and Wednesday's a blow-off day, and nobody really works on Friday, and then it's Christmas, and then you can hear all the Christmas music and all. Blah, blah, blah. And the Broncos get ready for the Commanders. Sean Payton back in action. 10 a.m. press conference today, everybody. Shady Sean Payton. Slim Shady.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Slim Shawnee at 9 and 2.
Gosh.
And we wake up this morning, and do you realize your Denver Broncos hold their destiny in their own hands? That is true. That is true. The Broncos, and I don't like the Christmas Day game against the Chiefs on a Thursday. That sucks. You're probably going to lose that one. All right, whatever. But you have, of the 6 games, aside from that one, 5 very winnable games, and it starts this week against the Commanders. All right, listen, I'm filling in for Brett, as is our great friend Matt Smith, who can't wait to hear about his adventures. My goodness. My Lord. Busy, busy boy. With Moser, who's painted like a reindeer, and Vic Lombardi. Enjoy it. I'll be back at noon, and we'll see you then on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Good morning. Welcome to it. Moser, Lombardi, and not so much Kane. Kane's not in the building.
This is what we're going to do, Vic. Matt's here. This is what we're going to do. Can you tell what Matt's going to do?
What's
there
that?
he is. Okay, good. Hi, Vic. Good morning.
Morning, Vic.
Morning.
Morning. All right, so here's the situation. You guys talked about it last week. I heard you. Kane is out as he is welcoming baby number 2 into the fold.
Yeah, here comes baby Bo Val. First, baby Jamal Kale came a couple 3 years ago. Nelly, what is it? 3 years, 2.5, 3. Help me out.
I think she was born around the
there's the
Avs
Cup
run,
Cup
like
run.
during the
So,
Western Conference
yeah.
Finals.
So we're looking at 3. Yeah, we're looking at 3.5 for baby Jamal Kale. Now, baby Bo Val's going to be a little bit behind. Let's see if we can get her 1 too. That'd be a good thing.
That's a handful.
Slightly behind. Yeah, it is.
That's a handful.
He's doing God's work, so we're proud of him. Vic, you've been there. Don't act like you haven't been there.
Oh, I know, buddy. I know what it's like. Trust me. Again, this place owes me 36 weeks.
Well, good morning. It's a bit awkward to do the intro. I am the new guy. My name is Matt Smith. If you've been familiar with me, I've been around Denver, this market, for better part of the last 2 decades. Yeah, who am I? That's a great question. So you'll get to know that more and more over the course of the next couple of weeks. Gentlemen, we have so much to get into. It was a wild weekend of sports. I can't wait to dig into it. But before we do, are there any speed dating questions that you have for me that you're interested to know about me before we get rocking and rolling there?
Where'd you buy that goatee? Did you get that at the Spirit?
Ooh, that was good. Come up with it quicker.
Yeah, did you get that at the Spirit Halloween shop, or is that just something that grows naturally on your face?
There you go.
Do you shower before you come in?
I did today, which is remarkable because I walked in the door at about 2:30 in the morning last night. I was in Vegas covering Shedeur Sanders' first NFL start. We'll get into that certainly over the course of the morning. There was a ton to get to from that, and we got 2 sets of back-to-backs to break down this morning. Avs and Nuggets. Moj was in my hometown last night.
Are you a Chicago guy?
Chicago guy.
No kidding. I lived in Deerfield for a couple of years, just north of town.
Sure.
Oh, great. Let's go and hold hands.
Yeah, well, we may have to.
Have you been
Vic.
to Skokie, Vic?
Yeah, actually, my friend is a member of Skokie Country Club. It's awesome.
I bet it is.
Yeah, man, I'm not a big Skokie guy. You know.
Yeah. I mean, we were just being nice.
Yeah, I mean, north. Oh, look at me! I go to Northwestern. All right, so good. But so that's really all we have. We know about you, even if the audience doesn't know about you. But they're going to know about you here in the coming month and plus.
Yeah, and maybe throughout the course of the morning, if anything else should strike the mood, go ahead and fire it over my way.
And so for all the listeners out there, Vic, I can see this happening. And by the way, I rolled in about 12:30 last night, so it might be one of those days for me. You know that. You rolled in about 3 a.m.
Yeah.
You had the call of the year last night. We'll get into that later.
No, that was a must-do, though. But we roll in, and so you roll onto the show. We're going to find things about you that come up during the course of the program. So if we do get a little bit sideways and derailed, even for a small moment, please, by all means, understand that there are things we have to learn and know.
I mean, it's very important. We're going to be together at a crucial time in Denver sports history. Because I'm walking in the door, fellas, whistling and strolling because we are the talk of the professional sports world here, okay? We've got, what was the number 1 seed Broncos, but now the number 2 seed, thanks to the Patriots. By the way, how lucky do they get? Get Tom Brady, and then they miss one time, and then they get another guy? You kidding me?
I know. And I saw Patriots fans going, hey, listen, we've been through a lot. I'm like, you've been through nothing.
Nothing.
Absolute losers. And you know what? In God's honest truth, and I don't mean this really that badly, but they don't deserve anything. They don't deserve any more goodness for a long while, to be honest with you.
They got
deserve it. Yeah, well, I know, because Drake May's a total stud. That's why. I know we'll get into more of that as we go on today.
Absolutely. So we definitely have plenty to get into. First of all, I am curious to hear about your weekends because we're rolling into Thanksgiving week here. We, for all intents and purposes, we got a 3-day work week. We got 3 shows this week, and everybody's pretty much checked out around the country this week. You're thinking about family that's coming into town, or you've got to get onto a flight around the holidays. What am I cooking? What am I bringing over? All that stuff. So we're happy to be here and rock with a fantastic slate of sports this week. We really do.
Nobody's ever asked us about our weekends. That's like weird.
Well, that's the thoughtful,
that's like
caring
nice.
guy.
Well, I worked all weekend. What'd you do, Vic?
I worked this weekend.
Okay, Matt, you
Wonderful.
worked all. Listen, listen. Here's our
It's
life,
not
folks.
work. It's not work. What we
you know
do
what
is
I
not
mean.
work.
Okay, well, I wasn't lounging around the house, play with my dogs and tickle fight with my wife, all right? I'm on the road again. Music City, and then the Windy City, and then back home. It's all good, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm not breaking big rocks into little rocks. I'm just saying.
I watched the Nuggets go to Houston and win a big game -2 starters. Then I watched the Nuggets come home and lose a game to a bad team -2 starters. So that's up and down like nobody else. I saw it coming, by the way. I saw it coming because, Matt, you'll understand soon enough. Every time I say this is a tough game, Mark Moser is going to hit me with this is the NBA, but he doesn't understand yet what this Nuggets team does at times, and we saw it over the weekend.
Well, and I think you're right there, Vic, because now you're down Aaron Gordon, and when he pulled up with that hammy, boy, that didn't look good. And according to the report from Shams Charania yesterday, will be reevaluated. Sounds like 4 to 6 weeks, Vic, but that's, as you mentioned, the second starter out of the lineup. And as we know, the Nuggets added depth this year, but their kryptonite has been the non-Jokic minutes. And since Christian Brown has gone out of the lineup, it's been a struggle for them yet again. But to your point, you picked up a big win in the NBA Cup game. By the way, temperature check here. NBA Cup.
I say, okay, this is what you're going to learn. I couldn't give a rat's rip less. In fact, I'd rather sit and play with your goatee than care about NBA Cup stuff.
Well, forget the actual name or title of the game.
It's just
It was
about the
big
games.
win against a good team.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, I just didn't know if we were interested in hoisting the Emirates Cup around here.
Huge, yeah.
I swear to God, if I see any sort of ban, I don't know. Look, man, it's something, I guess. But the Lakers hanging that banner in their joint, Matt, you can't even understand how silly it looks. That's just beside the point. What I want to know is, and this is what I can't really get out of my head. Vic, Joker has these games, Matt. He's got these games where he goes for 44, 13 and 7, but he's efficient from the floor, and he's 16 to 28, and blah blah blah. And yet they lose the majority of the games when he gets off. At least it feels that way. Maybe that's a misconception on my part, but I'm tired of this guy going for 40 plus and having them lose the game.
Here's the real dilemma. This man on the second game of a back-to-back, I brought this up already, his numbers are better. He gets better when he's tired. Whenever someone says, oh, well, they're playing off the second game of a back-to-back, they got in at 3 a.m., and I know how hard that was because I traveled with them. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't fun. But why is it that he's able to play so damn well? Why can he respond while no one else really can to his level? Why is he immune to lack of sleep or whatever the hell it is?
It must be some sort of, look, this is one of his superpowers.
Right.
We've come to acknowledge over the years, Matt, you have as well, that this guy has superpowers that appear to be hidden, but they come out at the right times. You're going, I can't believe it. One of his superpowers as a human being is to just keep going. I memean, the intestinal fortitude of this guy, and believe me when I tell you, back-to-backs are not easy. They're really not. You're flying home from Houston. You roll in the door about, 3 a.m., Vic, right?
Yeah.
You get as much sleep as you can. You get over to the gym. You get some film work in. Put your shorts on. You go back to work. I mean, that's exactly how it goes. But this guy, despite not looking the part, Vic, this guy is superhuman in that regard. I mean, he just is. He just has a mental fortitude to push through even the most difficult, tiring times.
Yeah, seconded, because what we've seen from him now is a body of work that is unquestionable, right? Like, you cannot deny who Nikola Jokic is. And it seems like every season he evolves and takes a new form. Like, have we realized what he's doing in second nights of back-to-backs? Because to your point, Vic and Moj, it's not just like he's playing well. He's playing better sometimes the second night of back-to-backs than he is on the first night of back-to-backs. And now without Christian Brown and AG in the lineup, he's got more responsibility on him defensively, certainly, and offensively. There have been times, of course, over the course of an 82-game regular season where you're going to have lulls. You just will. To keep the focus that long, I mean, you see it with the Avs, that they're neighbors. It's the same thing. When you've got a team that's that experienced and focused on the playoffs, it's not an easy thing to do. So it's so much more remarkable that he's able to not only be good, but elevate his game on the second night of a back-to-back.
Here's what I've learned about the Nuggets through this short season. I mean, 12-4 is still 12-4. You're still tied for the second best record in the Western Conference. Oklahoma City is just running away with this. That horse is gone, right? That horse is already halfway around the track and no one's catching him. Oklahoma City's that good. I know that the Denver Nuggets can beat anybody in the league, including OKC. They can beat anybody. They can also lose to anybody, depending on the circumstances.
Well, yeah, I mean, they certainly can. And again, we're going to get into this situation, I'm sure, in the next 5 weeks, talking about the loss of AG and Christian Brown. Being on the road to get the word that he, talking about AG, had a hammy, I'm like, oh, no. Because he's arguably been, their second best player on any given night. Sometimes they're third when Jamal has his kind of game. But it's a huge factor for this team, huge factor. So it's concerning to me. And again, Vic, this is why I asked you last week when I said, hey, do we just let OKC check out and worry about the 2 seed? I think at this point that's probably what we do because I'm with you. I mean, you see the Nuggets team that took them all the way to the edge last year, so shorthanded. I'm not worried about that. A fully healthy, constituted Nuggets team, even on the road at OKC, all right, I'll take my chances with that. The question is, are they going to get the 2 seed? Can they hang on and battle in that regard? They're going to have to suck it up a little bit. Some other guys are going to have to step up.
Oh. Who is that right now, Vic? And certainly that's a conversation that we're going to get into over the course of the next couple of weeks as the Nuggets have to go without them for such a long period of time. But who are you looking at right now? I mean, P. Watt steps up and has a monster game last week. They just recalled Deron Holmes. Mm-hmm. They're getting Spencer Jones into the lineup. Hunter Tyson played a little bit, but who is it? I mean, is there anybody immediately who you go, okay, well, you need more from that guy, or is it kind of across the board?
Yeah, I think it's across the board on the bench, but if you're looking at one specific individual, you lose Aaron Gordon. They've got a guy who plays the same position, who did not play the other night, who I'm waiting to get some minutes because I think a lot of us have the same question. Can he play or not? And that's Deron Holmes. Can he play or not? Even if it's 5 to 10 minutes a game, can he play or not with the second unit? And you want to see him answer that question because the bench the other night just looked taxed. I mean, they looked terrible. They got outplayed thoroughly in that game because it's a thin bench. It's hard right now to point to one guy. Fellas, I really believe that the Nuggets, at the end of the day, they have one roster spot open, okay? They didn't fill all their roster spots. If there's one thing they need, and see if we're on the same page, they need another ball handler. Mm-hmm. They need another ball handler, someone to help run the offense, because Jamal is not going to play every game. He's just not. I mean, the fact that he played in a back-to-back and played all those minutes is impressive considering he hasn't had that history. And so when he goes down, they're going to have to answer, and teams are pressuring now. They're pressuring full court. I think they need another ball handler on this team.
Yeah, you just took the words out of my mouth. It's the full court pressure because, of course, Jokic and AG can bring the ball up the floor. That's besides the point. It's in those critical situations when you're seeing that type of pressure, who can get us into our stuff efficiently and effectively without having to waste too much time on the shot clock so we can capitalize on the offensive end of the floor. I think you're right, and we'll see. I mean, does Jalen Pickett get more of an opportunity to be that guy now? I mean, there's more minutes to go around, Vic. You got to think that's an avenue that David Adelman's going to try.
Isn't it amazing, though, how a couple of injuries, and they're big injuries, don't get me wrong, that's 2 of your starting 5, they're out. But all of this depth we thought we had, and the deepest team in forever, and so on and so forth, the same things start to creep in that we were concerned about that were a problem before. Again, that starting 5, the worst was Jamal was a plus-minus 0. Everybody else, was right in there. And Spencer, again, while I like his energy, he's still a very young player. So, look, I guess we'll figure it out as we go along here. I'm sure they'll do some experimentation. But it's not going to be easy. I mean, listen, Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown are 2 huge components to this basketball team. But guys better find their roles and suck it up pretty quickly. Because if the big guy is going the way he is, I mean, you can't get to the gym, Vic, on the back-to-back and say, I'm just not feeling it tonight if the big fella's doing what he does. And by the way, you can't just stand around and go, hey, big fella, do it all. You know what I mean?
You know what's funny? After the game, Cam Johnson said what we were all thinking. He said,
Cam had a pretty good game.
I thought that was Cam's best game of the year, to be honest with you. But Cam said it sort of makes you feel guilty when the big fella throws in 44. He's scoring at will in the fourth, and you're playing alongside him just trying to keep up. Again, I'll ask you guys, how is he mentally and physically able to not only play well on the second game of a back-to-back, but play better than he normally does? How is he able to do that and no one else can? Because all that does is rip up the excuse that, well, they're playing on the second game of a back-to-back and they came in at 3 a.m. Because if he can do it, I mean, I was on the second game of a back-to-back and I sucked. I wanted to fall asleep at Ball Arena.
Let me agree with you in that regard. You had it too good on Friday night, those cushy chairs, the best seat in the house in Houston and all that crap. You had it too good. That's what it was. You got too soft overnight. Yep.
Fat and happy.
Too soft.
It is a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. I am Matt Smith, in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi for the next couple of weeks.
All right, so your first segment in.
I think we're doing okay. I mean, the show hasn't fallen apart yet.
Well,
there's always a second segment.
I'll be the judge of that, I guess, right?
All right. Well, give me a shot next time.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
Can I show you guys my new 4K camera I got in my home studio?
Yeah, when we come back.
Yeah, let's do it when we come back. That'll be on the other side. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi.
Do you have low testosterone? Well, maybe you don't even know it. You could. Do you have the symptoms? Bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more, maybe even low sex drive. A lot of guys say, well, I'm getting up there a little bit. You know, I'm not the same guy I used to be. Okay, fine. But you can treat that low T. And you can do it at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they're experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They tune up your whole dude engine. Successfully treated men for low T for a long, long time. Tens of thousands here in the Front Range because they have 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Maybe you just think, just have to deal with it. You don't have to deal with it. You can go in there, schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood, have results within 30 minutes, and they're going to work out a plan to get you back to feeling like you should feel. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. They're going to really help you out. They've been in business for nearly a decade here in the great state of Colorado, and they're a Colorado licensed medical providers, know exactly what they're doing. Again, that number, 720-440-7900, to go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Good morning. Welcome to it. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. Yeah, that's right. I am the new guy. Thanks for being here. That's what they keep telling me. I walked into the building for the very first time. That was the very first thing Mark Moser said to me was, get the hell off our show. And so I feel right at home.
He got 3 segments, homie. Yeah. Make it count. Good to have you, Matt. Great to have you aboard. And again, there's just so much to talk about, not only this week, but as we get into the month of November and then start to put the hammer down. And I know we want to talk football today, and you talked earlier about that Patriots team. I'm starting to believe, this is where I'm trying to give myself permission to believe about the Broncos and believe about other teams in the league. Obviously, the Colts are for real. I mean, Kansas City sucked it up, but you know, are the Patriots a problem? They appear to be a real problem.
Hey, on that Colts-Chiefs game, be honest. When you're watching that game, in your heart of hearts, who are you pulling for? Because I know, listen, logically speaking, I know that the Colts losing probably benefits the Broncos long-term more than anything because you're looking at matchups and seedings and all that.
Oh, here
but
we
I
go.
just couldn't help myself.
You're scared of the Chiefs still, aren't you?
I just couldn't help myself. I wanted the Chiefs to get their butts kicked.
Thanks,
and when they were down 20-9, I'm like, I was ready to say it. I was ready to send it. I was ready to talk about it. This team is washed. I was ready.
Wow.
And then
you
they
were gonna
come back and
bury
win
him.
the game.
He was going to bury the Chiefs.
I was.
My head says I want the Chiefs to win because I want to put the Colts in, I want them to kick them down a notch for the Broncos to have an opportunity to be the number one, or at least a better opportunity. My heart says, though, I want those witches to go away. I just want them to be out of my life. I mean, you're talking about a team that could have been 5-6. Now they're 6-5, and they're there, and it feels like they're going to linger for the rest of the season. Baltimore's on a run, so you want to get to it, do whatever you want to do.
Well, there is something we have to talk about, and the biggest story in the NFL over the weekend had a little Colorado tie to it. Does anybody have a guess as to what that might possibly be?
Well, what was the vibe? What was the vibe in Vegas for this? You tell him, boss. I mean, you were there. What was the vibe around his start?
It was really exciting. I mean, for Browns fans, look, that is like finding water in the desert when it comes to quarterbacks and the prospect of having a franchise guy. And with how dysfunctional and disjointed their plan was from the start, with bringing in Flacco and Pickett, then for some reason way overdrafting Gabriel in the 3rd round, and then taking a flyer on Shedeur, it is quite remarkable, honestly, that it's taken 12 weeks to get here. Look, I've covered Colorado for a while, and I've been there every day since Prime has gotten to campus.
Do you go to like all the press conferences and all that stuff?
I haven't missed one.
Are you serious?
One. Yep, I'm on the beat up there. I've
Well,
done it
hold
for
on
3
a second.
years.
Not even like a dental appointment or
No.
Your car broke down or something like that?
Haven't missed one. Nope.
That's pretty much dedication right
Well,
there.
we got a lot to talk about regarding CU. I know we're going to go there later, but as far as Shedeur's concerned, Matt, I wanted the kid to thrive. I really was pulling for the kid yesterday. I was, because it just feels weird. Even watching the post-game, I don't know if you guys watched Kevin Stefanski, the video they released of the post-game celebration. He's like thanking everybody, and he's making all these fake awards up, and then they get, listen to this and tell me if this sounds a little odd. This is a rookie quarterback making his first career road start, and look at where he falls in line on people that are thanked.
Stayed resilient together like I told you we needed to, right? Stay resilient together, and we fought together. How about Gage's big punt return on special teams? How about Corey, every single time you're out there pinning those guys doing your job? Great job. Offense wasn't perfect. How about that big play by Sam at the end? IB, huge play. Q, huge play. Harold making a big play. And then another rookie making his first start. Nice job, Shedeur. Well done.
The punter got a shout out over Shedeur.
What is Can somebody explain to me what is going on? In any other circumstance, if a rookie quarterback goes on the road and wins a game, not only is he the first guy mentioned, he's getting the game ball, he's been carried off the field. I mean, What is happening? Why does this guy not like Shedeur Sanders?
Well, there's a lot to it, and let me see if I can find a way to put this that I could say this. They're different. They're different. They're different people. They're different people. And Dylan was Kevin Stefanski's guy. Stefanski, during the draft process, took like a secret trip up to Oregon to play tummy sticks with Dan Lanning, and they had a nice workout, and Gabriel wowed him, in on-air routes, and they fell in love with him. And he planted his flag and said, okay, Gabriel's my guy. Well, Andrew Berry, the general manager, who, by the way, crushed that draft for Cleveland, if you look at their rookie class, Carson Schweschinger is a hell of a player. Mason Graham, they took in the first round, is an impressive interior lineman. They got 2 rookie running backs in Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson, who look like studs, a tight end in Harold Fannin that's a beast, and potentially a 5th-round franchise quarterback. So you've got a split consensus in Cleveland. And a big part of the reason Flacco was dealt was because Barry didn't want to give Stefanski the option. Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly why he was dealt, Vic.
Yeah.
And so he doesn't really like him. I'll tell you that much.
In most of these cases, the coach is going to lose.
Right.
The coach, he's dumb then. He's just digging his own grave because the coach will lose if you make dumb decisions, personnel decisions that ultimately end in L's. Guess who's going to get fired first? It's going to be the coach.
Well, typically it is, but look, it's been bizarre the whole time because the kid has talent, and if you're not going to play him, then why did you even draft him?
We saw it. He made a couple throws in that game, guys.
I've got a stat for you, Vic.
Yeah, he wasn't perfect. He wasn't perfect. But your first start on the road in the NFL, he was at times dynamic. I thought he was great.
Okay. He had 3 passes of 35 yards or more yesterday. All season long, the Browns had 1. So when you see Myles Garrett reaction to one of those down the field throws, and he's loving it. And by the way, Garrett another 3 sacks yesterday. He's on pace to blow away the NFL record. The guy's insane. And you knew that Geno Smith was going to get hassled. The Broncos got in his bacon. The Browns got in his bacon. But because he's got this big playability. He's got the arm. See, he's got the physical tools. I don't know where his brain is right now at the NFL level. Dylan Gabriel, to me, has a tenth of the physical tools that Shedeur Sanders has. But the whole dynamic has been weird the entire time. They want to push him aside. They don't want to talk about him and so on and so forth. And for Stefanski, as you said, Matt, that's not his guy. So he doesn't really want to get into it and offer a whole lot of praise. I will say this about Shedeur. I know he's got talent. I like him. I want him to succeed. I just wish it was more about, and I know he feels like he's been maligned. I wish it was just a little bit more of, hey, man, well, my defense played awesome. They did play awesome yesterday. The Browns defense did what the Browns defense does.
It's funny.
But he's sitting there having to defend himself, and so he gets back into this a week of practice. That's what happens with a week of practice, and I'm like, Shedeur. Calm down, man. Calm down.
Yeah, it's funny. I want to defend the kid, and I love the kid, and I was happy for the kid. There's some things I could just do without. Like the insistence on throwing out the watch thing after. I thought you should have left that in college. The insistence to still go there. I know this is boomer talk. Here we go.
That's where I was going. You know what you sound like, both of you, right? This was Shedeur after the game, interviewed by CBS.
Boomer. It's crazy. It's amazing, off of 1 week of practice, you know what I mean? This 1 week of practice. So imagine, what a full offseason look like. It get dangerous. But it's just a 1 week of practice, so I'm just truly thankful, that everything happened.
Yeah, but you're not Iverson level yet, man. You're not Iverson level yet. And I know they're talking about two different kinds of things with practice. But what I'm saying is, hey, look, you're a 5th-round pick. Even if you think in your head you're still a 1st-rounder, you're a 5th-rounder in your first start. And you know what? You did some things. I can see it there that this guy has the ability. There's never been a doubt in my mind he's got the ability. Yeah. He did not have a great game. He started off with a pick before he threw his touch. But it's like, can we just get into the process a little bit and build yourself and then start doing that?
That's what all of his detractors say. And look, I hear what you're both saying. He's a 5th-round pick, but he's not a 5th-round talent. I think we can all agree.
That is correct.
All agree with that.
That is
right?
correct.
And look, I've been as ardent of a supporter and a proponent of his, and, dating back to when he first got here, I was convinced, I was sold. He's got the leadership tools. He's got all the intangibles. He's incredibly bright. He's incredibly confident and all that stuff. Do you know who his dad is? Do you know how he was raised?
I know.
And the
What
way
do you
he was
expect,
brought
right?
up, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's just
I
like
agree.
it comes with the territory.
I agree. I'd go back to that. It's like, here we are trying to place expectations on him, and his greatest role model, this is what he does, and this is who he is. The difference is he can do that because he is one of the greatest athletes to ever walk the face of the earth.
But hold on, he wasn't doing that only after he became that. He was doing that right away. He was doing that stuff at Florida State. Sure. He was doing that stuff with the Falcons. He was doing that stuff before he won Super Bowls. That's what the personality is. That's who they are. Do I always agree with it? Are there times when I think it's very cringy? Yeah. But I also realize it's not for me. It is for them. And I will say, one thing that Coach Prime told us last week, and he's his dad, this is going to sound biased and objective, but he did say, considering everything the young man's going through, a lesser man would have crumbled. And I got to give him props for that because I think he's very spot on with the amount of scrutiny that this young man goes through. I mean, he's under the microscope with everything. He can't fart without somebody complaining.
But he also he likes that too. I mean, he puts himself out there in that regard. So he plays the role to a T, and good for him. I'm glad that he does. I'm just saying that you're going to get everything that comes with that role playing, or even though it's his real self. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Everything that comes with that positioning is going to have to be dealt with. I mean, that comes with the territory. That's exactly what it is.
You know what helps that? Winning.
Well, it certainly does. There's no doubt about it.
How about Myles Garrett yesterday talking about that bomb that he unleashed to Isaiah Bond on the run?
I mean, he put it up, and I'm just like, oh, God, who was I even going to? I wasn't even looking down there to see IB, and then I'm just looking. I'm like, oh, God, please. And he drops it in the bucket, and he reaches it out. I'm like, please, just don't fumble into the end zone. And I'm just like, wow, there's not many guys in the league that can make that throw. So that was a hell of a throw. I hope he can continue to grow and develop, for making plays like that, and take it from there.
Yeah, and you know what? Garrett is right. If I'm a Cleveland Brown, and you trotted out 40-year-old Joe Flacco, he gone, and then you trotted out Dylan Gabriel, and you're like, and no offense to Dylan Gabriel, I don't want to malign this guy, but he ain't an NFL quarterback in my opinion. And then you see Shedeur being able to do what that play looked like. And you're like, it gives us hope. It gives us some sort of light, Vic, at the end of the tunnel that, you know what? Maybe we can win here eventually someday. And when it all comes down to it, I don't give a rat's rip how brash he is or if he's a me guy or whatever. I think he would ingrain himself better to his teammates if he was a us guy. That's all I'm saying. But as long as you win, who gives a rat's rip? Win games. That's it.
By the way, you want to know who public enemy number one is today in Cleveland? Jerry Jeudy. How about that play? How about the fumble with the hitch step after the great throw from Shedeur, extends the play, resets the feet, delivers a strike. Was a 25-yard throw. All Jeudy has to do is keep running straight, and they're into the red zone. He tries to cut it back. What are you doing?
I'm just going to defend him for once. I mean, because I agree, fumbling there is not what you want to do. But having played the game at an elite level myself,
right,
and understanding what elite athleticism, how you react in the open field.
Sure.
I think he was just trying to set up his defenders there. He was trying to set them up with a little juke move to cut it inside. That's all he was trying to do.
Go
and
ahead.
In the process, lost the ball.
Go ahead, set him up. Hang on to the football. At that point, as you're running down the field, your biggest job is to hang on to the pig. That's your biggest job. Now, if you want to juke guys, you want to set up guys, you want to get them going inside and you cut it back outside, whatever, I don't care. But hang on to the football, and you're going to win games. I mean, football is not that complicated of a damn game, dude. I mean, it really isn't. It can be complicated, but at that point, hang on to the football. You're in prime shape, and you're going to give yourselves a better opportunity to win. The more I'm watching some of these games, it's like, just don't screw it up, and you're going to win games because there are plenty of teams out there who will offer up screw-ups. We've seen it against the Broncos multiple times this season.
By the way, one other quick note on this game. Gentlemen, I'm pretty surprised that Geno Smith did not wake up in the ICU. 10 times he was sacked, and 14 other times he was knocked down. Cleveland may be 3-8, but that defensive line is the best in football. And Myles Garrett now has 18 sacks through 12 weeks. He broke his own Browns record yesterday. That guy, I mean, you want to talk about generational talent? Look no further.
He's an animal. Did you guys see Geno Smith flip off Raiders fans on the way off the field?
I did not.
Well, they were
it's
getting
gotten
booed.
bad. I mean, they fired their OC.
Yeah, Chip Kelly's out.
Yeah.
He's gone.
How about that one?
And the quarterback is flipping off the fans. Tom Brady, with all his facial Botox, cannot fix it. I don't know what you do in Raiderland because they're a mess. They're terrible.
I mean, they made Chip Kelly the highest paid coordinator in the league 4 months ago. And he's out. They signed him to a 3-year deal. They gave him the boot yesterday.
You know, back to Shedeur for a second. I'm curious. Where do you think his teammates fall on this? Are they siding with the young brash rookie who still does the sign after, making a great play and who's still defiant, or do they side with the coach inside that locker room?
They're with the
Where
player.
do you think their loyalties lie?
They're with the guy who can throw the ball down the field and help them win. That's where I'd be. I don't care. Listen, you don't have to be lovey-dovey inside of an NFL locker room. Rarely do you even have that. But if this guy can make those throws, he's my guy. And you know what? I'll take all the crap that comes with it.
Vic, Myles Garrett got a sack yesterday and did the Shedeur.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm saying it, because I think it's very obvious, it's abundantly clear that the players are going to support players, especially players who are going to help them win. And that's why Stefanski's headed to the firing line. There's no other way around it.
No, especially now. I was seeing the early returns in Cleveland radio today. It was all about, it's got to be Shedeur. You can't go back to Dylan. He showed more in one game than Dylan has in 5. Yeah. So good luck, because there's going to be a riot at HQ if Kevin Stefanski this week announces Dylan Gabriel.
There's zero chance of that happening. I'm going to go on record right now. Zero.
Couple texts coming in from the text line. I just turned on the show. Why does Brett sound like a man?
Yeah.
You've replaced Brett with AI? What is this?
Yeah, it's not
Don't
AI.
call me that.
It is Matt Smith, who is in for Brett Kane. Going to hang out with the fellas for the next couple of weeks while Brett is away welcoming baby number 2. It's a Rally House Football Monday. It's my first day at altitude. We've got to establish a baseline here. If we're going to be working together, I got to know how you feel about everything Denver sports-related, boys. So coming up next, where are we at with the Broncos? 9-2 Denver Broncos. How do Moser and Vic feel? That's next. Welcome to it. No, Brett didn't just all of a sudden start smoking a couple packs a day. He is gone. He is out. It is Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi for the next couple of weeks.
But you know what? You know what I learned about Brett over the years?
What's that?
Is that Brett would hammer a good dart if you gave him the opportunity.
Is that right?
Like if he's in Cancun, and he's having a couple on the beach, and then somebody offers him a dart, I bet he'd take it.
You mean a beach heater? I mean,
I bet he would. Yeah, I bet he would.
That's a top 5 heater. The beach heater.
Beach heater.
Yeah. I mean, that's a pretty good one.
And that's a once in a blue moon type of thing. But I bet he would.
Well, would you?
Probably not, because I got my Copenhagen. I'm good to go.
So you're set.
Yeah, I'm all
You're
set.
set. Yeah. All right, sounds good. Well, we've got tons to get to and seeing a bunch of really nice messages on the text line. Appreciate everybody. Thanks for welcoming me. Feel very welcome. As Moj, we're getting rolling.
I'll give it a week, you won't.
Well, that's what people are saying. One of these guys is saying, Matt, be careful. They're going to offend you and send you running for the hills in the first week.
Take that L on the way out.
I mean, that was basically the warning that you gave me.
You seem pretty thick-skinned, my friend. You seem
Is that a comment about my weight?
No, it means that you're from Chicago. You're used to the cold and the wind, so you know what's coming.
Yeah, I'm grizzly. I definitely have that's how I was raised, guys. Busting each other's balls, having a good time. Mm-hmm. I'm right there with you. So hopefully I'll fit right in. I do want to talk about the Broncos. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Coming off the bye week, gentlemen, 9-2 and set to head to D.C. to play the Commanders on Sunday Night Football. Since we're just starting this journey together here over these next couple of weeks, we've got to establish a baseline so I can understand where both of you feel and sit on these things. So let's get into the Broncos here. 9-2. This is year 2 for Bo Nix. Your 2 losses this year are last-second field goals, and outside of that, it's been cardiac wins up and down the board. So, Vic, I want to start with you. How are you feeling here as we head into what could have been a very exciting game against Washington that's now feels like, hey, you got to go take care of business on the road?
I feel great because I'm watching the rest of the National Football League, and I'm seeing flaws on every team, and I'm not seeing that perfect team. I don't see that outside of the Rams, who looked glorious last night. They're in the NFC. But in the AFC, it's open. It's open for business. I don't see that one team head and shoulders above anybody else. I don't. And I think that the Broncos can beat anybody. And the Broncos, crazy thing, the Broncos can lose to anybody too. But they can beat anybody. They've got something nobody else has. They've got a defense that'll keep them in every game. It's a wonderful place to be.
How about you, Moj?
I rarely say this, but I could not agree with Vic more.
Wow.
I think it gives you a great opportunity when your team's on a bye to sit back and watch everybody else and what they're doing. And everybody's got something. Now, those Patriots, to me, I'm still going, man, are they for real? I mean, are they really a 10-2 football team? Really? Well, their record says they are, and they've won now? 9 in a row themselves? Is that what it is? 9 in a row I think the Patriots have? It's pretty damn impressive. And other than that, look, the Buffalo Bills are mortal. Baltimore scares me a little bit because they're on the come, but the Chiefs now are mortal. Pittsburgh is mortal. All these teams you thought might be there, obviously the Colts are mortal. They just lost yesterday in Kansas City, albeit in overtime on a field goal. Seems like a pretty damn good football team. But if we're talking about just the AFC, I feel pretty good about where the Broncos are right now, and I feel pretty good about them and their chances and the makeup of their team. In fact, it's almost, Matt, where I start to believe, I don't even know how to calculate the belief, Vic, but it's maybe just you're stacking millimeter on millimeter on millimeter every day of more belief that this team, I don't want to say sky's the limit, but it might be, hey, get me to week 15, and then I'll tell you, and you'll be here. Let's get to Christmas time, and the sky may be the limit for the Denver Broncos.
That was a big win over the Chiefs for their believability factor, like you're talking about, how it's increasing more and more each week. We needed to see them beat a good team, quote unquote, right? That's what we needed. We needed a little proof of concept. And after that now, it definitely feels more real. And I'll tell you this, I was sitting there yesterday in the Stefanski postgame presser at Allegiant Stadium, and I'm looking up in the corner at one of their monitors. And the next home game the Raiders have is the Broncos. and I kind of turn over and look to somebody and go, oh boy, Raiders are in trouble with this Denver defense after what Cleveland just did to them. And that's after the Commanders game. You're playing a banged-up Commanders team. You're playing a banged-up Raiders team. I mean, you could blink here, and in a couple of weeks, we're talking about the 11-2 Denver Broncos.
Well, listen, at this rate, you're going to finish ahead of Kansas City unless all hell breaks loose, right? So you got that going for you. So you're going to make the playoffs. Can they stave off the Chargers? That last game against the Chargers, do you guys think it will be a meaningful game? I think it will, no matter what. Whether it's seeding, whether it's division, it's going to be a meaningful game. And if you can beat the Chargers, a team you've struggled against, that's going to be a great springboard going into the playoffs as well.
Yeah, but
I love the way the schedule's set up.
Okay,
I love it.
You
got
at
a couple
their
easy
schedule,
games,
though.
and then you got a couple prove-it games.
I look at the Chargers' schedule. I don't think that they have a chance to win the division. I just don't. That last game against the Broncos, yeah, it might mean something to them in terms of their seeding or they're proving something or whatever, but I don't think that they've got an opportunity to win the division. Now, they'll go to 8-4 when they beat the Raiders when they come back from the bye week. Fine. Then they'll host the Eagles. That's a coin flip. They'll be on the road at the Chiefs, and if Kansas City is back after that win and they start stringing it together, they're going to be dogs going into that game. They'll be at the Cowboys, could be dogs going into that game. Home against the Texans, won't be dogs, but who knows where they'll be at that point. So I just think their schedule is imminently more difficult than the Denver Broncos is. I think the Broncos are going to win the division, Vic, and I have no problem saying that. 0.
Where were we at before the year, guys? Like when you went through the schedule, when that thing came out, as we all do, you go through it and you make your predictions. What were your initial numbers? Do you remember? I know I'm asking old guys to remember some stuff.
I had the Broncos winning 9 or 10 games. That's where I had them.
I think I had them winning 14. Nelly, what was my initial prediction? You tell me.
You know, I'll go back and I'll check the tape. The one thing you nailed is I think you said the Broncos were going to be like 7-2 or 8 or 7-3 heading into the game with the Chiefs. You're feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I was. I mean, Matt, you have to learn this about me. I have a tendency to get a little overhyped about my teams.
I can feel it down about him. Plums. He sometimes makes crap up.
What do you mean? Makes crap up?
Well, you'll find out soon enough.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we go through the schedule every year, and I predict my dubs and my L's, and mostly they're big-time dubs, right, Nelly? I mean, dub here, dub there, big-time dubs. But I had them an 8-2 football team. I didn't know about the Chiefs game. That scared me, obviously. And now they're 9-2. I feel really good about where they are and about where they're positioning themselves. But I would expect that people, again, let me go back to what's going on with Drake May. This son of a gun doesn't seem to want to stop himself, and they've won 9 in a row. I bet people in New England are looking at their team right now and going, you know what? The possibilities are endless. You know what? Maybe this is – I bet they're feeling the same way, that maybe they're not fully convinced and fully sold that the, quote, Patriots are back, but they're looking at it and going, damn, I think we're pretty good, and we've got a team that will stay in any situation. So I'm sure they feel good about themselves. They probably feel the same way about themselves as we here in Denver are feeling about the Broncos, maybe even better.
And the reason I bring it up, and yeah, I don't have a track record here, but I do have receipts. Look, I'm not born and bred Colorado guy, okay? So my blood
When did you come here?
2000. So I've been here a long time, very long time.
So why did you come here?
Mom moved me out here, single mom,
Gotcha.
New start from Chicago. So
why did she come here? She just want to get the hell out of Chicago in that cold?
Yeah, I mean, that and a fresh start. And, when you get up to Boulder, you start walking around the mountains, it's like, oh, maybe there is something outside of the city. And, kind of fell in love with it. So
Vic,
there you go.
He fell in love with the mountains, Vic.
Yeah, the mountains.
Vic.
What, do you go leaf peeping? You one of those guys?
Or are you these guys?
Oh, no, but Vic has absolutely no use for the mountains whatsoever. If it was up to him, he'd plow them down with a bobcat.
Not an outdoorsman.
They do provide water.
I guess that is one of their technical uses,
The only use Vic has is to ride his bike up Lookout Mountain. Other than that, he has no use for the mountains whatsoever.
Well, it's a nice ride. The reason I bring up what we expected from the Broncos at the beginning of the year is in trying to relay that I don't have the same emotional attachment as a diehard does. But I had this team 13-4 when I went through and picked them. This schedule sets up really nicely. And so in a roundabout way, I'm agreeing with Moser. When you look at the Chargers schedule and you look at the Broncos schedule, the Chargers really don't scare me.
Yeah, they really don't. And you know what? What I like about what you're saying here is that it's not just the way the teams that were on your schedule, because you had a pretty, compared to other teams, a pretty easy schedule because of your record last year. That being said, and again, third, you're talking about third. That being said, the way it's set up, when you're meeting teams, how you're meeting teams has been kind of beneficial. And so hey, look, you only play the games that are in front of you, though. I'm not saying, they're taking advantage. They're just playing their games, the teams that show up on their schedule week after week. Good for them.
We'll get back into the NFL at 8:20. We have Around the NFL. Adam Schefter set to join us a little bit later. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. On the other side, a pair of back-to-backs, the Nuggets and the Avs. Now I'm going to ask this question. Don't get upset. Is there a weakness starting to show in this amazing start to the sports year for Colorado? We'll discuss next.
We were just talking about the mountains. Some people have no use for them, and some people love them. Are you thinking about the mountains and a second property? Maybe a rental, even a dream home up in Summit County or beyond? You need an absolute professional to help you out, and I've got her. Her name is Anastasia Bell, broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Now, what separates her is her experience and her market expertise. That's going to matter if you're dealing with a purchase or a sale in Summit County or anywhere in the mountains. You've got to know that the person that you're dealing with knows the situation, knows the territory, and is going to guide you through such an important decision. That's her. So here's her telephone number. Give her a call right now if you'd like to. 970-968-7646. She's there. 970-968-7646. Mountain properties are important. Whether you want that dream home, whether you want a rental, whatever it may be, she'll guide you through the process from beginning to end. It's personalized guidance and exceptional service. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
things opening up a little bit now.
Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy bounce.
Turnover, Nielsen holds and looks and shoots, saved by Knight. Shot by McCarr, he scores! Cale Makar! What an incredible shot off the post and in. Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. The Avs have a 1-0 lead as Makar cleans up after the save to rip home his 9th of the season.
Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. Yeah, it's my first day. I'm the new guy. It's awkward, but I'm here. Vic, go ahead.
Care to inform people the genesis of that wonderful goal call?
I'd be happy to. So we're a team, right, at altitude. Total team. I think we may even have the audio of how this came about. Kyle wanted to do something. Kyle was on the road for both games this weekend in Nashville and Chicago. And I guess he wanted to do something. Unbeknownst to me, I had no idea this was going on. Where's it at, Nelly? Do you have it on the board someplace?
Dear Santa, all I want for Christmas is for Moj to say, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin after the next Avalanche goal. Thanks, dude. Kiefer. Make it happen, Moj.
Okay, so we're at the hotel, and they've got a little letter to Santa station and a little purple mailbox and the whole 9 yards. So maybe the kiddies can write letters. Who knows what. Anyway, so that's what happened. Unbeknownst to me, I get to the rink, and that plays. And I'm like, all right, I'll try to make it happen. So I wrote it down. And apparently Kiefer didn't even come up with that. It was Johnny Lyles that came up with that. And I don't know how Lyles' brain works. It's just
his brain may be more washed than Kiefer's.
That's what I'm saying. See, now we're learning more about Johnny Lyles on a daily basis. So I'm like, well, they need to do their part. They got to put one in, Matt. Okay? Well, there's only one goal scored in the whole game.
Right.
So I really had no choice. They weren't exactly pouring the puck in the back of the net last night, so I had to do it then. But here's the problem. In today's modern world, it's not just our little bubble with Avalanche fans, here in the great state of Colorado and around the region that gets altitude and so on. It gets out to the other peeps. It gets out to people who are going, what in the heck is this? I mean, this is absolutely, that makes no sense. And I'm like, yeah, it makes no sense. A couple of the players last night getting off the plane, they were giving me the business about it. Like, what does it even mean? I said, I don't know what it even means, but I'm a good teammate.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do what my boys ask me to do.
Moser.
Crazy as it sounds. Yes.
You're going to walk around today, and if you're going to catch heat from people online, because you're going to catch it from other fan bases.
I've already caught it big
That's fine.
Time.
You're going to apologize to nobody, okay? You're going to apologize to nobody, and, in fact, you're going to even egg them on if they try to get you more. It was awesome. It's our thing. It's not the – listen, if somebody in Edmonton or Winnipeg or Dallas or Vegas,
it's
if somebody there has a problem
let me tell
with
you
the
where
way,
it's at right now. It's friggin' Dallas.
Okay.
Today?
If somebody in Dallas,
friggin' Dallas. Friggin' Stars fans.
If somebody there doesn't like the way you call an Avalanche game, you know what? Screw you. Who cares what you think in Dallas?
This
is our guy. It's our game. It's our team. It's our broadcast. And if we want to paint reindeers with goblins, by God, we'll do it.
Now, wait a minute. Are you actually getting heat for this? Are you getting heat for this? Because I did see somebody say the Avs broadcast is the most unhinged and psychotic in the league, and I absolutely love it.
Yes, but Pete Blackburn said we were psychotic, and that's probably not far off. But nonetheless, people respond in a negative way.
Don't let them get to you, dude. I hope
you stay above the fray.
Look, man, we're a team. We're a pretty tight team. In fact, Matt, I will tell you that from my perspective, and I think other people's perspective as well, we have a pretty tight team compared to other teams around the league and so on. So when I'm asked to call upon a call like that, then I do it. Vic and Brett have asked me to do things in the past, the butter my butt stuff, the Terry's burrito, top shelf burrito, all this kind of what was it, Terry's burrito shelf? What the hell was that?
I don't remember.
I don't think it's important.
Yeah, it's not important, but you know what I mean. So I will do it No problem whatsoever.
The
and so we did.
The phrase that pays kind of thing.
Yeah, but the most important thing is the Avs got a win last night. Dude, they're not playing great hockey right now. They played a great second period, which is what they can do because they're a very good team.
And their goaltending has been sublime. It's preposterous.
It's the first time in history for the Colorado Avalanche that they've had back-to-back shutouts, period. I mean, back-to-back games. They've had consecutive shutouts, but these are back-to-back games, right?
Mm-hmm.
One game on a Saturday.
With two
one
different
game on a
guys.
Sunday. Yeah, and you're talking about Blackwood on Saturday, brilliant in Nashville. Wedgwood on Sunday, brilliant in Chicago. And I love what Wedgwood had to say after the game. He said, look, I told Blackwood, go get bent because, I've been giving up one all this time, and you just show up here and you throw a shutout up on me. It's pretty awesome. These guys are good buddies, and everybody gets it, and it's really good.
Hey, and by the way, this whole is it got to be Wedgwood or Blackwood thing? Why not both? This is an 82-game season. You need two tendies. You have to have it. And if we think back to 1 year ago, I mean, think about how different things were. Alexander Georgiev and Justus Anonen. And now, I mean, look at what they have done to solidify that part of it, because we haven't talked about this either. But, I mean, going back to their cup run, even with Darcy, it wasn't like they were winning because they had great goaltending. They were winning in spite of it.
Yeah.
And when you add that type of net minding to what this group can do defensively, I mean, it just raises the floor even on your bad nights.
Well, Darcy was solid. He was a solid goalie.
Sure.
But he didn't have to be spectacular because you had so much around him. And then Francouz came in and won 6 in a row in the postseason when Darcy got the stick in the eye. I mean, he was brilliant. But when you have both guys that can go, it's an awesome thing. And I think, Matt, you weren't here, but you'll talk to the coach on Wednesday. His idea is this. Look, they're both going to play. Period, end of story. Eventually, we're going to have to settle on one for the postseason. That's ideally what you want to do. But until then, both these guys want the crease. Both these guys are pushing each other. And that's a grade 1, A1 steak sauce problem to have as a coach.
Cross that bridge when you get there is my reaction to that. I mean, beggars can't be choosers. That's a first world problem, right? Oh, totally. No, we have two good goalies. What do we do?
I know. People make it sound like it's, I mean, they can't possibly live like this. Right. You expect us to live like this with two good players?
It's ridiculous. But I do want to ask you, because we talked a little bit earlier about the Nuggets, and we'll certainly get back there. But the depth of the Avs team's being tested a little bit too, right? I mean, Brindley gets knocked out the other night. We're still waiting on Val to come back. LOC still due back in the lineup.
Yeah, Kiviranta's still out.
Kiviranta's still out. But, Moser, I mean, this team is dialed. They're dialed. This is the best they have looked conclusively since 2022. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, they've now tied Montreal for third. The most wins or the most games into a season with one regulation loss. It's pretty incredible. By the way, the Philadelphia Flyers in 1979, 1980 went 37 games into the season before they had 37 games with one regulation loss. 38th game, they suffered their second regulation loss, which is amazing. They did not win the cup.
Were those the broad street bullies?
It was the end of approaching the end of that era. Correct. Yeah. But look, they're playing overall. They're playing great. The fact that they can play like they did in Nashville and come out with a 3-0 win, couple empty netters. But last night, that young Chicago team, they can provide some problems. They've got some young talent that likes to skate up and down the ice, and you held them off. Spencer Knight had come in, their goaltender, with the best save percentage in the league to this point, and all it took was one Makar shot, because that's the high-end talent. And he's on his off wing. It's a quick one-time thing. You're not dusting it off or anything. You're just firing it back in after the save. Very impressive.
And to me, what's even more impressive is the way that they won, because in big sections of both the Nashville and Chicago games over the weekend, they got outplayed. I mean, they're getting outshot like crazy in a first period last night. It was a similar start in Nashville, and they played their way into it. Because as we referenced a little bit earlier with the Nuggets, I mean, this is an 82-game regular season. To bring your A game every single night is just not going to happen. That's just not realistic. You're striving for it, and they're certainly playing damn good hockey. They're 7 points clear on the next closest team in the standings, okay? I mean, they are, was it 9 in a row now?
Yeah, you know what I want to get to? This sounds so greedy and stupid, and it's not going to happen. But I was thinking last night on the way home, What is the fastest a team has ever clinched?
Wow.
No, it's good. There's a lot of runway ahead. Let's not put any cart before any horse. A lot of runway, but that would be a kind of a cool thing if you could do it, if you could keep it up. But what's so strange about last night? You're outshot 11-2 in period one, and we explained what it was. Hey, Vic, I know you were doing your thing. 58 seconds into the game, Gabe Landeskog puts a shot on goal. Knight saves it. Okay. The next shot didn't come till the period was almost over, and it was a dump from the red line from McKinnon toward the front of the net. And that's all you had in the first period. And Wedgwood was awesome. The second period, you outshot the Blackhawks 19-1. Everybody got involved in period number 2. And then in the third, you're playing a good, smart road game. Keep everything in front of you. No odd man rushes, so on and so forth. Your goalie saved your bacon a little bit, and you skate out with another 2 points. Pretty impressive.
Shout out to one of our loyal listeners. His name is Mario, not my brother, another Mario, who is listening this morning from Naples, Italy, Napoli.
Talk about a place I'd rather be right now.
It's afternoon. He says it's raining right now, Moshe.
It's raining in Napoli?
Yeah.
By the way, Vic and I were in Naples together
I don't know if you know
a couple
this,
of months
man.
ago.
Couple of months ago?
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of this, but we vacationed together.
Oh.
Kinda.
I mean, with or without the significant others?
Yeah, with.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know if this was like a boys' trip.
But no. It was with, but we had to separate at times and do our own thing.
We got so tight, we did a couple TikToks together on the streets of Rome.
Yeah. Well, actually, it was in front of the Vatican, and the Pope was highly impressed. You probably didn't hear about that either, but he came
One of the
out.
reasons why they chose an American.
Yeah, that's why. He's American. He's American from Chicago.
Right, yeah, I know. That was the Cardinal. That was his assistant.
Right. That was the guy from Milan. That was
Lombardi.
the guy from Milan, right.
Yeah.
But thank you, Mario, for listening all the way from Naples, Italy. Appreciate that. I can't imagine, though, Naples in the rain, because Naples, and I don't mean to sidetrack here, man. We'll finish up with the
never do.
I know. But Naples is, and I'm on record as saying this because I've been there multiple times, it is the filthiest, most beautiful city on the planet.
That's well said.
If it rains, stuff's going to wash all over the place. But it's such a gorgeous city. So there you go.
Any other interesting Naples facts?
No, please stop him there.
Yeah,
Let's go on.
I'm going to stop there.
Ask the next question, Matt.
I'm going to get into the underground, and it's going to be a mess. But back to this Avalanche team real quick. I don't want to get greedy. I don't want to get fat. I don't want to get, ahead of myself here. Because, look, it's 82 games. You're going to have down games. And Vic, like the NBA.
You don't think I was thinking of you?
Okay, but
Saturday night?
Yeah, but do you think the Predators got goalie a little bit on Saturday night? Did Mackenzie Blackwood goalie the Predators?
Yeah. The
especially
difference
early
is,
on.
The difference is the depth of the Avalanche just overwhelms teams after a while.
And you know who else does? Nathan McKinnon, who, you ask me, 3 years running, best player in the league. In anybody that I'd pick to start a team right now over him. His tenacity, the way he gets better. We talked the same way about Jokic. The way he gets better every year, Moj, is just remarkable.
Well, that's not the right word. I almost don't want to go here because I know Moser's going to go off. What the hell is going on with Mikko Rantanen?
We'll get to that coming up a little bit later because Mikko's in a little bit of trouble. I mean, maybe he's acting out just a little bit. It's an interesting spot there for Mikko.
Holy moly.
Yeah. Seems like public enemy number 1 right now. But you can be public enemy number 5 billion if you just give blood. Help us, Vitalant, and the Avalanche fight cancer. During the month of November, schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates is entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey, so go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information to schedule your blood donation today. And over 25% of all blood donated goes specifically to fight cancer. So we've had some people doing a great job so far. You've got a little time left here in the month of November. Get on that, vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer.
Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. It is my first day, and thanks for being here with us.
You got a really plain name. We got to juice that up a little bit. Matt Smith's not going to work, dude. We got to change that up for you. That ain't going to work in radio.
What's your middle name? You want to say?
I'll let you guess on the other side.
I can think of a couple right now, and they start with a D.
Yeah, that's right. It's a good place to start. That's next.
Do you have low testosterone? Well, maybe you don't even know it. You could. Do you have the symptoms? Bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more, maybe even low sex drive. A lot of guys say, well, I'm getting up there a little bit. I'm not the same guy I used to be. Okay, fine. But you can treat that low T. And you can do it at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they're experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They tune up your whole dude engine. Successfully treated men for low T for a long, long time. Tens of thousands here on the Front Range because they have 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Maybe you just think, just have to deal with it. You don't have to deal with it. You can go in there, schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood, have results within 30 minutes, and they're going to work out a plan to get you back to feeling like you should feel. So give them a call today, 720-440-7900. They're going to really help you out. They've been in business for nearly a decade here in the great state of Colorado, and they're Colorado licensed medical providers who know exactly what they're doing. Again, that number, 720-440-7900, to go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It is a Rally House Football Monday, and no, this is not Brett Kane. It's Matt Smith. First day here at Altitude. Next couple of weeks and throughout the holidays. You know what happened? The PD over here, Kevin Shockey, called me. He says, I need 3 cc of holiday cheer for the morning show, stat. And I was like, okay. I mean, I'm happy to deliver that to you. So we're going to keep it light. We're going to keep it fresh. We're going to have a good time over these next couple of weeks.
I don't know, man.
That's what he told me.
You don't strike me as, sleigh bells ring. Are you listening?
Are you listening?
You're not striking me like that, but that's all right.
I'm actually
give it some time. Maybe your candy cane will rub off on us.
By the way, on the Shop Mazda text line here, guys, what do you have against the name Smith? What's the problem? It's way better than the riff-raff everybody else has. Before we went to break, Vic was giving me a hard time that my name was too plain Jane. Isn't that right, Vic?
Yeah. We're going to come up with something else. Sorry, mouth's full. You got to find
well,
out
that's
that
a good
I eat
thing.
Periodically on the show.
You always want to eat when you do radio. That's one of the first things they teach you.
Clip your nails, eat a banana.
Nailed it.
How many bananas do you think you've scarfed down in the history of this program?
Me?
Yeah.
How many bushels?
One a day.
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Easy. All right, so what's your middle name?
Lewis.
Oh, that's so much better than that. That is so much better. All right, Lewis, you are. That is it. End of story. We're done. We're done here. My work is done.
His friggin' middle name is Lewis.
My work is done, man.
Hey, no
Thank
offense.
you.
I'm sure it's probably
Thank you for that gift.
It's probably a family name. Your wonderful mother probably picked it out for you. That's great. I find it hysterical.
Good. You can call me whatever you want.
I'm going Louis. You are Louis on the show.
Lou. Is it Lewis or Louis?
Take a look and guess. Judge me off my cover.
Well, it's not Luis. It's Louis. That's what it is, Lewis. Or it could be Lewis.
Yeah, I know.
That's the
what
point of what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
That's the point of what this is. We're trying to determine that. You guess. Take a guess.
I think it's like
you got a coin flip.
I think it's like Lewis and Clark.
I think it's the other one. He's from Chicago. They wouldn't dare go elite like that. I'll go with the Louis.
Nelly, you want to weigh in?
I hope it's LOU, so then we can call you. We can do Louis Armstrong when you're in the studio. I hope it's spelled like that.
LOU.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Chicago. Yeah,
Chicago,
he ain't no Southern aristocrat, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just awesome.
Anyway, well, thank you to everybody on the Twitch stream, on YouTube, on the text line. Very nice messages chiming in from some of you who remember me from my time in the market. So I appreciate it. Happy to be here with you, and we have tons to get into, specifically from an NFL Sunday, as it is a Rally House Football Monday and a Reaction Monday at that. Without further ado, Nelly, you want to give us there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you just love that music, guys?
Yeah, oh yeah.
It gets you going. Speaking of Chicago, how about we start in Chicago with my Chicago Bears, who are now 8-3 as they held off the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday, the Aaron Rodgers-less Pittsburgh Steelers.
I was getting ready for our game yesterday in Chicago, and everybody's hyped up on the Bears.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody wants a piece of the Bears. Hey, I thought that Mason Rudolph played pretty well for the Steelers. But Caleb Williams is really showing me something. Especially with that red zone, that one dart he threw, was it the tight end? I mean, he's looking pretty dang good. And the Bears, they're 8-3, man. It's hard to believe. But here we are.
It is hard to believe.
Do you know my new favorite player in the NFL is that Ultra XXXL tight end for the Steelers, Darnell Washington?
Sure.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Every time he's got the ball in open field, I just can't wait for him to just find and target somebody.
Well, there was a play yesterday when he was bearing down like on 3 guys, and he tried to go over them. I'm like, what, big fella, what are you doing? You can just plow through these guys. He's 6'7" and like 260 or something like that. Anyway, they played pretty well. DeAndre Swift did not even have a good game, and the Bears still come out with a 3-point win.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
And let me just tell you, Nelly, at some point you're going to have to get me a clip of good, better, best. Never let it rest until your good gets better and your better gets best. It's been a long time since we've had any hardo football stuff in Chicago, but it's refreshing. I'll tell you what. I mean, 8-3, nothing to shake a stick at. Staying in the NFC North, one thing you never want to do is play with your food, and certainly Lions don't normally do that, but they did it yesterday at home against the Giants. They were down late until they rallied, end up winning. Jahmyr Gibbs, 264 all-purpose yards, 3 touchdowns. I mean, that guy might be the most electric in the league with the ball in his hands, Vic.
Watching that game and the levels and layers of Jameis Winston, the greatness and then the ineptitude of Jameis Winston, that's all my takeaway with that is Jameis. Watching him play that position is just pure entertainment. The Lions, they've got too many injuries again. They've got too many issues again. I'm out on the Lions, and I don't know about you, though, Moj, because you entered the Kane family. Do you think the Lions can do anything this year?
It's going to be difficult unless they get some guys back. I will say this. The Kane family, whom I love, they're reverting back to their default setting, which is, we suck again.
Yeah.
Well, their default setting is, oh, man, we're not going to even make the playoffs. I mean, that's the history of Lions fans. They've been beaten down for so long that is their default setting. Nonetheless, they find a way to win because Jahmyr Gibbs is such a special player. I mean, he really is.
And I
Giants. I understood.
At home.
Well, you barely squeaked out against the Giants, too, as the Denver Broncos.
The Giants are, come on.
I understood. I'm telling you, I'll bet you, though, if you ask the Kane family or any Lions fan, they would have rather have played Jackson Dart than Jameis Winston. Jameis is a dangerous son of a gun sometimes. And you know what? The world is a better place with Jameis Winston playing in this league sometime, someplace, somehow, some way. But nonetheless, it was a must-win for the Lions.
Giants fired their DC today, by the way.
Yeah, they fired their guy, correct.
Who else can they make a scapegoat there for the Mara's terrible job of assembling that team? I don't know. We'll find out next week. By the way, rounding out the NFC North, I don't know if I buy either one of these teams. 23-6, Packers over the Vikings. How about this little nugget for you? J.J. McCarthy, and I don't know. I mean, I'm dealing with two boomers here, so I don't know about analytics and how we are with them. But J.J. McCarthy now ranks 851st out of 852 players in expected points allowed per drop back among qualified passers since 2000. So in EPA, he is the second worst out of 852 quarterbacks since the year 2000. The worst? Jamarcus Russell.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Hey, Lewis, do me a favor.
Louis, you have to understand, too, by the way, we're not officially boomers. We're too young for that era.
Yeah, we are.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
By like a year?
No, by a long shot.
Oh, okay.
Our parents were getting it on way later than those boomers' parents did. But let me say this.
Could have fooled me.
What you when you hear me say this, you'll reiterate that.
Okay.
I don't need you and your fancy crap against expected junk to tell me that McCarthy sucks.
There you go. I like that.
Okay, so I mean that's just let me dumb it down for you, nerd. J.J. McCarthy ain't good. At least he ain't right now. And when he started out the year looking pretty good, woohoo! The injury, he looks awful now. I would expect the Packers to look better than they are. They should, but nonetheless, they're a 7-3-1 team.
Vic, the AFC North is interesting because we just talked about the Steelers losing yesterday in Chicago. They're now second place in the AFC North, and guess who's back like the Undertaker from the dead? The Ravens at 6-5, 23-10 over the Jets. But Vic, I don't know, man. I just that's another team that just doesn't have a belief factor for me.
Yeah, they're playing uphill a little bit. I mean, do you want to face them though in a wild card game? If you're the Broncos right now and you're a Broncos fan, you're now looking at the rest of the field and saying, who do you want to stay away from? Who do you not want to mess with in a certain situation?
I want all the smoke. Nobody scares me with the Broncos defense. If all healthy, how about you, Moshe? I mean, you get Singleton and Surtain back. I mean, are you afraid of anybody, really?
So here's one thing you'll learn about me. I LUV Lamar Jackson. Okay. LUV that quarterback. Hey, man, give them credit. They were 1-5. Left for dead. Worst defense on planet Earth, right? They've won 5 in a row. Now they're tied with the Steelers. In fact, ahead of the Steelers in the AFC North. They now control their own friggin' destiny after starting 1-5. That's how bad that division is.
Yeah.
It's not always going to be like that. Don't get me wrong. But the Steelers, they are starting to really crumble. Aaron flipping off cameras yesterday before the game.
He did it too. You're right.
Yeah. So, listen, does Baltimore scare me? Not right now. Hey, Louis.
Louis, we saw this a month ago.
Talk to me in week 15.
Louis, we saw this a month ago with Baltimore.
This is going to be great.
We all said it. We all said that Baltimore's got the chance to come back and win this division.
You see, now here's the thing. You young Thundercats, you think you know everything and your stupid stats and your before expected nerds.
Yeah.
Hey, man, my eyeballs tell me they're coming. They're coming. And Lamar Jackson, if they start to put it together, that team has been through an awful lot. Now they haven't won, Jack, but still.
I'm so glad that you referenced eyeballs, because when we get to the topic of the college football playoff, I want to reference eyeballs then.
Okay.
Save it.
Put a pin in that. We'll all wait for that. That was, I mean, I'm on bated breath, too. How about the Jags, 27-24 in overtime over the Cardinals? Trevor Lawrence was up and down, and this Jags team is 7-4, but I don't know. What do we make of the AFC South? I mean, can you make heads or tails of this right now? I don't think, outside of the Colts, I know the Texans have a good defense, but are any of these teams really relevant in this picture here?
We'll find out when the Broncos play the Jags. I think that's one of those games remaining that's a 50-50 game. I don't overlook anybody. I don't. I know they looked pretty pedestrian against the Cardinals, but that's the National Football League on the road.
You know what they did, Matt? They kept themselves in the playoff race. In fact, right now they have the tiebreaker over the Buffalo Bills. I guess it's not a matter of how they're doing it, but if they're doing it, and they did it.
Let's talk about the debacle in Dallas yesterday afternoon for Philadelphia. How about a 21-0 lead that they let slip right through their hands and let the Cowgirls, of all people, come back and put up 24 unanswered and take that win, essentially saving their season?
You know, our buddy Nui Scruggs, Moj, who's a big-time Dallas sportscaster.
Oh, yeah.
So he's watching that game, and he tweets after 21-0, this game is over. The Cowboys didn't come to play. Go about your way on Sunday, and we'll talk about Cowboys later on tonight. And they come back and win that sucker. Unreal.
It was 21-0. I'm going up the elevator to go to my booth, Chicago, United Center.
United Center.
And I'm talking to the security guy there who's got his back to me. I could have been, I guess, an axe murderer. Who knows? He's watching the football game. And I'm like, I can't believe this. I thought I picked the Cowboys as part of my lay it down to win. Well, here they come. And listening to all these so-called experts talk about it, apparently the Eagles have a bad scheme problem. That they're offensively, the coaching staff has blown it.
I think they have a bad locker room.
They might have a really bad room. Bad room.
You guys, last year when the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl, what was their offensive claim to fame? What was it?
Tush push.
No, I mean, what did they do better? They ran the ball.
Saquon Barkley,
Saquon Barkley yesterday ran the ball 10 times for 22 yards.
Well, what happened against the Denver Broncos? They didn't run the football. I don't know what they're thinking.
What is that?
Arrogance, maybe? Who knows?
Back to home cooking here in the AFC West, where the Chiefs probably saved their season in overtime. The Colts had them down. And when you got the Chiefs down on the road in Arrowhead, you got to close it out. And they let it slip, man, and Mahomes walked right back on them.
Vic, this is what we thought perhaps the Chiefs would do last week. They put up 11 in the fourth quarter to tie the game, and then they won it in overtime. That's what Patrick Mahomes does.
I thought that the Colts got a little too conservative. And the difference between the way Sean Payton plays the Chiefs and the way the Colts handled it yesterday, you could tell Sean Payton, when you want to beat the bully, you got to be more aggressive out there. And he was more aggressive in his play call. I thought the Colts got very conservative when they took that 20-9 lead, and they deserved to lose.
Yeah, keep pushing the issue. You blew it.
And then there was yesterday afternoon in Las Vegas, Nevada.
They're down at 8. Here comes the pressure. Running away from it is Sanders. He's looking long. He's got a man. Caught at the 10-yard line. Bonds. He's down to the 1-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal for the Browns. He beat Darnay Holmes for 53 yards.
Guys, it wasn't perfect timing, and it didn't have to be. However, Shedeur stepped in yesterday in a huge opportunity where, understand this, if he plays poorly and he doesn't give him a chance to win, we're talking on the field before the game yesterday, and I was in Vegas for the game. And we said all he has to do today is just make it look like there's something there. And he more than did that. He was the first Browns rookie quarterback to win in his debut since 1995. You know how many guys tried and failed before him?
42.
17.
17. 42 quarterbacks since, I think, 2000. You know the last guy to win his first start in the Browns uniform is, Vic?
Eric Zaire?
That's exactly right. The former Georgia Bulldog. Yep.
Boy, that's a blast from the past.
That is a blast from the past.
How about
did you see, you were there, Matt, obviously Prime showed up for the game to support his son and all that business. Is it like awkward between Prime and the Browns coaching staff? Did they ever shake hands during the game, before the game, or anything like that? Did you notice any of it?
Oh, yeah. Down on the sideline, everyone was coming up and kissing the ring and paying respect. I don't know that Kevin Stefanski did, but certainly plenty of other assistant coaches. Here's the thing about Prime. He does not want to be a distraction. So much so, last week when he was asked about, hey, look, I mean, the game's in Vegas on Sunday. Now that we know Shedeur is going to get the start, are you going to be out there? He wouldn't even say publicly because he didn't want it to be a distraction. So he showed up behind the scenes. The entourage was small. And, yeah, they were up in the box, and we all knew that the cameras were going to find him up there. But, honestly, he was there as a dad. You know, he wasn't there as this big NFL personality. He was just there as a dad. And it was a great moment.
I'm happy for him as a dad. I'm happy for Shedeur. You know, I really am. I mean, it's been a hell of a season emotionally. And the fact that he got to win the game. Now, we can go back and forth on how you should. Yeah, I'm not in his shoes, so I don't know what's going on behind the scenes with Stefanski. Do you want him to react with a little more humility, Moj? Would you expect that, or is this is the way it is? This is what you get with him.
I really don't know, Vic. All I care about is winning. That's all I care about. I could do without some of the me stuff. I care about the winning, and he won the game.
But I'll tell you when that stuff does start to matter, though, is when you start losing, especially at the NFL level.
100%. I hope he understands that. I hope he realizes that.
Well, it's happening at the collegiate level, too. Look how many people are ready to throw the shine off of Prime, the way it's going at CU.
Well, I don't know how many people really need to. I think they're doing that all themselves, quite frankly. The Buffs dropped to 3-8 over the weekend.
Let's finish up here real quick. Seahawks beat the Titans, fine. Nelly, a little toony, fine. Great. The best team in football, I'm telling you. And Falcons beat the Saints. Okay, fine. I need a little tunage, Nelly, to get to this team. This is the best team in football, and it is the Los Angeles Rams. Period. End of story. That is the best team in the National Football League.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Matt Stafford is dude, he's almost gotten to, like, godlike throwing the ball status.
What has he got? 20 TDs and 2 picks?
Yeah, he's this season, he's got 30 TDs and 2 picks, Vic.
30?
30. He threw for 3 more yesterday. A quarterback rating of 122.7. That's Matt Stafford. They are the best team in football. And let me tell you this. You get into your stats, nerd.
Okay.
I want a full book report tomorrow. Triplicate it.
I'll bring the calculator.
Their defense is damn good with the Rams. And if Stafford and his old man back is going to continue to throw the ball like that, that is the team to beat for anybody, let alone the NFC.
I want to bring up something there that you just mentioned. You talked about defense. Shout out to former Buff Nate Landman, who's probably playing as good as any inside linebacker in a league this year, who came in on a vet min deal and just cashed out with an extension with a C on his jersey for captain. I mean, what a story.
I think we all saw it when he was in college. The guy was a baller. He was just, his body betrayed him. He just had some bad injuries at the worst time. And you wonder if a guy like that could overcome those injuries. He has. Good for him.
I like neck roll guys.
He's one of those guys.
High motor. Nate is one of the guy with a little neck pad. Those are my guys. I mean, that linebacker likes to hit.
Make sure you're chiming in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Tons to get to throughout the rest of the morning. Coming up at the top of the hour, we will have Adam Schefter, our ESPN NFL insider, on. And on the other side, there's a wagon in Denver right now, and it's rolling through. But I've got a very important question to pose. As far as it comes to the Avs title hopes this year, that's next.
Well, I think you're 20-some games in now, and we've played pretty much every style of game that's, by this point in the season, it's came at you, right? So we've played some high-scoring games. We found a way to win. We've played some tight checking games. We've played games where we've played unbelievable and blown teams out. And we've also played games that were like subpar to our standard and still found ways to grind in a goal or two and come up with a big performance from our goaltenders or penalty kill. Like, all different aspects of our game have been helping us win.
Boy, you want to talk about a wagon? Look no further than the Colorado Avalanche. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. Yeah, I'm the new guy. It's my first day here at Altitude. Brett Kane, of course, off, welcoming a new child into the fold there. Another member of the Kane family. By the way, do you both have kids?
Oh, yeah. Vic's got 3. I got 1.
You got 3 and you got 1. What was your best piece of fatherly advice that you gave to Mr. Kane before he left?
Well, I'm owed 36 weeks. Still waiting for those 36 weeks from the company and the state.
As we've heard.
If we're going to abide by these rules, then they should work retroactively. So give me my 36 weeks. Moser, I don't know if you feel the same.
This doesn't sound like fatherly advice.
My fatherly advice would be do whatever the hell your wife tells you to do.
Yeah, he's got a 3.5-year-old, so he's already well on his way. So he kind of is getting used to the routine. Vic, by the time the third one came along, you're like, right?
Well, here's how my story goes, and I know this is going to sound, you can say whatever you want. First one, I'm at the hospital through the whole proceeding, and I'm just, whatever. Let's go. Let's get through this. Let's battle. We did the Lamaze class. That was a waste of time because all she did is curse me.
Did the bathtub.
So I was there the entire time, and it was long. It was long. Second one, I was there for most of the time. I said, I'm going to go back home and take care of some stuff. I'll be right back. Third one comes along. I said, hey, just call me. I'm going to go play some pickup hoops at Deuce.
Yeah.
So he's doing fine, man.
But now you got, you had one more than you had hands for. Brett's at least he's got, that part of it taken care of.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. We're blessed. We live among family here, so we have instant babysitters. It's hard when you don't have family in town. I feel for all of you, and I understand how hard that can be. So, Mr. Dad, and I think he's a girl dad for the second time, right?
Correct.
It's another girl?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's funny you should bring a babysitter because that's how Kevin found me, looking on Nextdoor.
Yeah.
And he said, needed somebody with experience in early childhood education. I said, look, I'm available right now. I can watch after a couple of toddlers. And
that is us.
That's why I was
100%.
brought in. That's why I was
100%.
brought in. All right, we talked about the Avs being a wagon. And since we're going to be together for a couple of weeks here moving forward through what is most likely the first of the year, we got to establish a baseline here of how you guys feel about our teams in town so I can understand and have a little context. And we went around and felt, where we were at with the Broncos. But I want to talk about the Avs because here we are. This is the third.
Carries him into the boards.
This one he deserved the suspension
no
for.
doubt about it.
Undoubtedly.
Well, and in between these games, you saw he got fined for unsportsmanlike because he goes into the crease, hooks the goalie's arm, and spins around. And all. That's what he got fined for. He got nothing for the hit on Romanov. But and I don't want to spend my time talking about this guy, but I don't know what his malfunction is right now. He's automatically suspended because of the game misconducts in consecutive games, and so he's going to find himself out for who knows how long. Either way, I'll tell you what. The Avs, how do I feel about them right now? I feel they're in a very good spot. I've seen some people say, boy, I hope they're not peaking too early. It's a good hockey club on a mission. Matt, you haven't heard this, but talking to the guys before the season, there was a particular focus coming into this year. That hunger is burning deep inside of them. And they're playing like it. And Coach Bednar is right. Vic, in 82 games, you're not going to have your best at all times. But if you can find a way to win, great. 1 year ago today, what's the date today, by the way?
It is the 24th.
Okay. So 1 year ago today in 6 days, the Avs made the trade for Scott Wedgwood last year on November 30th. And then Mackenzie Blackwood followed up after that. With the Juice, and I feel bad. I saw the Juice Saturday in Nashville.
I think he's doing all right.
I think he's fine, but I'm like, I miss you as a dude. I don't miss you as a goalie.
No.
Okay. The Avs with Georgiev and the Juice had the worst save percentage as a duo in the National Hockey League.
How about now?
1 year ago today. Now it's the best. So you think Chris McFarland did a pretty damn good job? You're damn right he did. I feel great about where they are. Now, everybody's going to deal with injuries, not having Val. This is what's also interesting. Vic, you know this as well as anybody. Not having Val Nichushkin in the lineup the last several years has been a major problem.
It's changed the way they play.
Yeah, because he's such a Swiss Army knife in so many different ways. They're getting along just fine without him right now. And I'd say just fine. I mean, they've not played great hockey, but they're winning. And so they've found a way to overcome all of that.
To be honest, though, and I think you'd agree here, Val hasn't been the same Val this season.
Well, it's a new role for him.
Yes. But he hasn't, I guess they haven't relied upon him as much this season. It's just a different version of him.
No, but what he does, Vic, forechecking and back-checking and on the power play, I mean, he's a major factor for this team. That being said, again, Matt, if you go back, I know you're a nerd. Now we've established that, you and your analytic crap. Go back and look. I mean, he had 12 points in 17 games, Vic, so it's not like he's not on pace to be, a guy. But if you go back and you look at their record with and without him in the lineup the last several years, you'll find a major discrepancy. Right now they're overcoming that, and they continue to focus every night.
Well, the Nuggets are back in action tonight. They are in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies following a tough loss at home to the Kings, which was preceded by a very big loss on the road at Houston. But tonight, what did I say? Big loss, big win. Yeah. Thank you, Vic. Good correction. It's time for Keys to the Game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Vic, I'm going to imagine that the first key to the game is finding a way to get into some sort of verbal altercation with John Morant on the sideline.
Dude, that guy, and he went from one of the most exciting players in the league. I remember when he entered the league, I said, this guy's he's gonna do wonders. I can't wait to watch him play. I am so turned off by John Morant. Are you guys? I mean, just shut up, dude.
I think right now, if you offered him up in a trade,
I mean, what's
maybe not
he doing?
Everyone, but a lot of teams would say, I don't want him. Don't want to be a part of it.
Why are you starting to war words with Klay Thompson?
Is he becoming a pariah?
Becoming? I think we've crossed that bridge a little while ago when it comes to John Morant, with all the off-the-court issues now, and the fact that, to your point, Vic, I mean, his on-the-court play, it's just not nearly what it was a couple of years ago.
No, it's not. He's injury-prone. He's not fitting into their offensive schemes. He's complaining a lot. He's fighting with opposing players. Come on, man. Having said that, they've won 2 in a row.
Right.
One of those 2 wins, they blew out Sacramento, a team that beat the Nuggets. So I'm not going to Moser's not going to want to hear me say this, but this is obviously not a gimme. It's never a gimme on the road. And it certainly isn't when you're missing 2 starters and a third player who gives you minutes, and that's Julian Strawther. So they're missing 3 players. They got to deal with that. And here's what I know about the Nuggets so far. They can beat anybody. That win in Houston, AG goes down early. They didn't have AG for that game, and they still found a way to win. That's a big win. That's their best win of the season. Followed by, 24 hours later, one of the worst losses of the season. And I'm going to attribute that loss to a lack of sleep. They got in at 3 a.m. and the fact that they've got an attrition problem right now. Their bench is very thin, and they just didn't come to play late. And as soon as it got tight late, the wheels fell off. So I'm not worried long-term about the Nuggets because I know they're built to win. They got the talent to win. Can they sustain? Can they keep their head above water for the next 30 days? AG's out 4 to 6. Christian Brown is out until after Christmas. Can they keep their heads above water until then? Tonight is one of those kind of games. Beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Memphis.
Those are our keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience Power the Plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Schefter's coming up. One quick statement.
Yeah.
This team, the way it's constituted, should not lose back-to-back games to under 500 teams. If they do, I have major problems, Vic.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Well, I'm glad we got that out of the way. Adam Schefter up next. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Mark Moser and Vic Lombardi. Welcome to it. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. We go right now to Adam Schefter of ESPN, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join us today, ccu.org. Adam, good morning. Happy Monday.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good, man. Good, man. A big weekend in the NFL, Adam, and probably no story bigger than what took place in Las Vegas yesterday with the much anticipated first start for Shedeur Sanders. I was actually there, Adam, yesterday, but what is the reaction around the league this morning? I mean, this is a guy who probably not a fifth-round talent, but was a fifth-round pick and certainly maybe the most divisive guy in the sport right now.
Well, I think that people were impressed. Like, he did some things that were good. It was a good first start. He won. It was the first time that a Browns quarterback has won his first NFL start since they returned to Cleveland in 1999. The last time it happened was Eric Zaire. Browns quarterbacks making their first NFL start were 0-17 for the Cleveland Browns, 0-17. So right then and there, he did something that nobody else has done. You saw Myles Garrett reaction when he threw that long 3rd and 8 pass downfield for like 50 yards. Myles Garrett, his eyes opened up wide, like he couldn't believe it. He is like, I don't know that he's ever seen a pass that long in Cleveland. You know, that doesn't happen. And there are things that Shedeur does well, and clearly he did some things yesterday, and I think it'll earn him. I'd be surprised if it didn't earn him another start this week. So we'll see how that plays out now.
So explain to us then why you believe, and this is just opinion, why is Kevin Stefanski so hesitant to heap praise upon his young rookie quarterback? In post-game speech, Adam, he thanked like 70 guys before he got to Shedeur Sanders. He's thanking the trainers before he gets to Shedeur. He doesn't even give him a game ball. He's a rookie quarterback winning on the road. What gives there?
You know, I got to tell you something. It seems like people are really like, maybe I'm missing something. Like, I spoke to Kevin about it a few times. Like, I spoke to him Friday for a while, and to me, he sounded like he's taking great pride in Shedeur and going out of his way to work with Shedeur. Like, I had no axe to grind like we were just talking.
Huh.
And so I'm not seeing it that way. I know there's a lot of negativity, you know, for him, but you know, in Shedeur, I'm just telling you, having spoken to him for a while, like that, I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, but he didn't
at all.
Stefanski had a chance to say he's our starting quarterback next week. He declined to even say it. I mean,
Vic, but hold on. I'm not going to defend him.
Sure.
Why would he name the starting quarterback in the postgame press conference without having a chance to talk to his coaches, to talk to the other quarterback? Why does he have to do that?
Because it's obvious to all of us watching who the better quarterback is.
So we all expect him to start. We all think it's going to go that way. But he's going to go look at the tape, talk to his coaches, and if that's the way he's going to go, he's going to say to Dylan Gabriel and Bailey, hey, just want to give you a heads up before I announce it in the media.
Yeah.
Before I say anything in the media, I just want to let you guys know I'm going to be starting Shedeur this week. Like, why does it have to happen?
Gotcha.
Right then?
Yeah, Vic, why does that have to happen right then?
Because I want things now.
Okay. Well, you can't always get what you want. Ask Mick Jagger. Hey, Adam, I'm ready to make a proclamation to you. I've already made it on this program. There's a lot of teams that are impressive. I think everybody has flaws, but I'm going to say the best team in the National Football League right now is the Los Angeles Rams, because I know their defense is stacked. And Matt Stafford, 30-2. Are you kidding me with that old man back? Are the Rams as good as I think they are?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've thought that all season long. Like, when they went to Philadelphia, they should have beaten the Eagles. They out-physical the Eagles, and the only reason they didn't win was because there was a kick that was blocked at the end. But if you've watched them, they've been the best team in football. They are, and you know, I was there this summer. I spent some time with them, full day out there, and the one thing that I was able to glean over 24 hours for whatever that, those guys, like, there was a real good vibe, camaraderie, buzz. Like, those guys, like, good guys that like being around each other. And sometimes there's a lot to be said for bringing the right people, and I think they have a lot of the right people there.
Adam Schefter is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. All right, Adam, I got to ask you about what I think is probably, if it's not the biggest surprise in the NFL, it's the second biggest surprise, and that's what's going on in the NFC North with the Bears. 8-3 after another win yesterday, and in year one, Ben Johnson has this thing. I don't know if I'm going to go as far as rolling, but they're playing some good football, man.
They are one of the surprise stories of the season. They're in first place. I think people knew the type of potential that Ben Johnson brought to the team. He's brought that, and he's elevated Caleb Williams. Like they're winning football games, and you can make the argument they may win that division, right? I mean that's not out of the question right now. We'll see how it plays out, but Detroit's got offensive line issues. Green Bay's been inconsistent. Minnesota doesn't seem like it's going to get it done. Why not Chicago? I'm not telling you that the Bears will win it, but why not? Right now, they seem to have about as good a chance as anybody else.
Yeah, anybody else, you put the Broncos in that equation. I'm watching that Colts-Chiefs game yesterday, and I didn't know who to pull for. I mean, I think most Denver fans.
I thought about this for you guys.
Yeah,
because this game has been very easy. You should have been rooting for Indianapolis. Because if you look at the Colts' schedule down the stretch, it's brutal. Okay, let me just lay it out for you right here. Put it on my phone. They play Houston, tough game. At Jacksonville, where they don't play well. At Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville again, and at Houston.
Oh,
that
crap.
Yeah.
That sounds like a whole lot of not fun.
Yeah, that's
if
a
you're
minefield.
a Colts fan. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you're right. They may have woken up the Chiefs.
I told you that you should be rooting for the Colts to put away. You know, you're asking me last week, who would you be rooting? I'm not worried about the Colts taking the number one seed from the Broncos. Like that. No, if you're the Broncos, you're worried about Kansas City, period. Like they're a formidable. By the way, all their metrics, all their stats, they're all better than last year's. Their yards, like everything's better than last year. They're just sitting there. They're waiting. Nobody's put them away. They had their chances and they didn't do it. They let them hang around. You guys, you can keep rooting for the Chiefs yesterday. So. I mean, I worry about.
I'd worry about it. He's got to do his job.
Well, I mean, he's Adam Schefter.
This is not a new thing for us. I mean, he's getting Monday morning stuff all the time. That being said, guys, I mean, look, they're going to need a little bit of help. I mean, I know they have the same record as Houston and Pittsburgh, and they still have to climb over Buffalo or Jacksonville or whatever. But maybe that's where the Colts come back in and help the Kansas City Chiefs out a little bit, Adam. Maybe they deal a couple of losses to a loss to the Jags and a loss to the Texans and so on, and it allows those Kansas City Chiefs to just keep moving their way up. Look, if they get into a wild card, I'm going to be deathly afraid that they're coming to Denver. I'm sorry. That's just the way I've been trained.
By the way,
that's what's in my head.
By the way, so let's just play that out for one moment. Chiefs get wild card, and they come to Denver. How do you feel about that matchup?
Scared.
Yeah,
I'm scared. Scared to death.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not like that one bit. In fact, it may come down to that last game, and you'll be wondering as a Bronco fan, do you want to win this game? What if you win this game and you take them on in the wild card? Listen, nobody wants that. I get it. Totally get it. But you can only control what you can control.
So there's no conversation in which you should be rooting this past weekend for Kansas City in that scenario. I
agree. Hey, riddle me this. The hell is Vrabel doing? I'm sure the people in New England, maybe they feel great about their team. Maybe they feel like we do here where you have a great deal of belief, but there's still a couple things to work out. What am I looking at here with the Pats and their 9 straight wins and their second-year quarterback getting off?
What do you mean? I mean, what's the question? I'm confused.
Are they that good? I mean, I don't want to believe they are, but they might be, Adam.
They're a good team. They lost the left tackle yesterday.
I saw that.
And that's
saw that.
Will Campbell has got some kind of knee injury. Mike Vrabel said today he's going to miss some time. He's going to be out at least the next couple of games. And it sounds like, if you're saying that, it's going to be longer. It sounds like he could wind up on IR. So we'll see how that works out. But that's not encouraging. And look, I think the Patriots are the Patriots and the Bears, same kind of thing. Same kind of thing. New head coach, new vibe, new culture, new atmosphere. The teams in the division are not playing as well. And that's what football's about. It's about momentum. It's about confidence. It's about health. And New England's health took a little bit of a hit yesterday, but they're rolling right now. And they're a good team. And Drake May, has a chance to develop into the type of quarterback that Josh Allen is, if he's not already that. Josh is Superman, but Drake May is developing. And I would just say that, as good as New England is, if you're Denver, you'd rather play New England in round one than Kansas City.
We were talking about the Broncos a little bit earlier in reference to the fact that feels like maybe there's a little bit more believability to them as far as how far they can go post the Chiefs win, Adam. What's your sense? It felt like they needed a big win over a good team to really solidify that the offense could do it when it mattered against a good group. But after that, now coming off the bye week, where do you see Denver and where are they seen around the league?
I think they're good enough to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. Doesn't mean they will, but they're certainly capable of doing that. A lot will have to happen to have that unfold that way. But they're one of a handful of teams that's good enough. They could go to the Super Bowl and win it. Their defense is good enough. They could win. Bo has to be consistent and play better. If he can do that, they can beat anybody.
You got anything else, Vic?
No, I think you covered everything. You're in your coat and tie. So what you got set for today here?
It was just on TV.
Just to get up and I got to go back. I got to do McAfee. I got to do NFL Live, Sports Center. I got to do NFL Live. We got to do Monday Night Countdown.
The car wash. You got the car wash today.
Monday's a busy day, not to mention everything that's unfolding across the league being on your watch.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what's a busier day for you? Is it Sunday or Monday? Because Monday and all the recappy stuff, you're insane.
Monday's definitely busier. Sunday, you get up real early, and there's a certain. I think everybody feels it on Sunday on game day. Like there's a certain adrenaline and a certain energy, right? Like that's for everybody.
Yeah.
That's to me.
Oh, I got one more for you, Adam. Why are the Eagles not doing what the Eagles did last year? Why is Saquon Barkley not getting the ball? Is A.J. Brown, has he single-handedly thrown a grenade on that team?
No, I don't think that's it at all. I think the offensive line is not blocking as well. I think they lost their offensive coordinator. The way they're calling plays is not the same. I think that they are not being very imaginative. I think when you see a running back go through a year where he touches the ball about 400 times the way Saquon did, or oftentimes the next year, they're not quite as productive. I think it's a whole bunch of things. I don't think it's the A.J. bomb dropping a grenade on that. I don't think that's it at all.
All right, Adam. Well, let's stop talking about how busy you are and let you get to your busy day. We really appreciate your time this morning, man. Thanks so much.
Hey, guys, happy Thanksgiving to you and to everybody out in Colorado.
Happy
you as well, Adam.
Buddy.
Be good.
Adam Schefter, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. It is my first day, and as we're starting to get to know each other, something happened to me on the plane yesterday, and I got to know if I'm the jerk or the other guy was the jerk.
I can already answer that for you.
I'll run it by Mark and Vic next.
Suppadelio, Suppadelio, Suppadelio.
Adalio's here because he put. I've got this new 4K camera, this expensive camera that he made me buy for my home studio.
Right.
And it's not working properly because he's trying to fix it. But I do have a new element because my mouth and the words are off. I do have a new element. I'm going to start embracing this on a daily basis. When I want you to really hear what I have to say, I'm going to call this read my lips or watch my mouth. Now watch this. Watch this. It is like,
oh my God. God help us.
Watch my mouth. Watch my mouth.
Oh, no! That's disturbing.
Yeah.
Oh, good God.
For those of you who can't see, because you're listening on the radio, as this is a radio show, as this is, I'm not sure if you're aware, it's an audio format. Vic
also
is taking
television. It's also being broadcast.
That's true.
In 10 different regions nationwide.
Hey, do you know we have people in Rome watching us?
Yeah,
I heard Naples
that we
today.
have people in other
Naples
parts
was
of
listening.
the world.
We had people in Rome watching us in the Rome Irish pub.
What can you say in Italian?
Well, Vic can say everything because he's Italian.
I said you.
Not much, man. Not much. It's not like my French. My Italian's much worse.
Here's what I got, Vic. Non parlo Italiano. I went to Italy and that's all I learned.
That's better than what Moser came up with.
What'd you come up with?
Nothing.
For you,
Bagdon. Yeah, he speaks English with a little bit of an Italian twang, and he thinks he's speaking Italian.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it goes really weird and well. Yeah. Hey, a couple things. I know you want to get to your airplane thing, and I want you to get to your airplane thing. I already have an opinion formed. I don't even know what the story is yet. But Adam, I completely agreed with everything he said when we were talking about the Denver Broncos. And coming over the hump this weekend after the bye week, and I look at them getting ready this weekend, I'm like, yeah, I think they absolutely have a defense that can win it all. I think they're right in there. I feel better about the Broncos today than I did last Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Just because I'm watching the rest of the league and I'm going, everybody's got a flaw. Everybody's got something. There's some teams that I think are pretty good. I don't know what to make of the Patriots. He seems to think they're pretty damn good.
So you agree with him then we should have been pulling for the Colts in that game?
Yes. I was pulling for the Colts anyway because I want Kansas City out of my face. Okay? I know people are saying, well, no, you want the Chiefs to win because you want the Broncos to have an easier path to get the number one seed. Okay, whatever. I don't want to see the Chiefs in the postseason. I don't want to see them. I still got Chiefs on the brain. Yeah, I got that problem. Not only that, but then when he reiterates how difficult the Colts schedule really is, they're going to suffer a loss or two more at least. I want Kansas City out of there, but they're not.
Look, I mean, if you have to face Kansas City come playoff time, it's never a settling feeling. And I'd like to see Denver's offense gain some momentum here at the end of the year to maybe alleviate some of those concerns because that game came down to the last play. You know what I'm saying? Like they're better than the Chiefs, I believe, this year. But it's not such a big margin that you can just, look over them or look past them or have some sort of blind confidence. I do think, even though I think you guys are being a little bit afraid-y cats, I think natural trepidation is very fair.
Yeah, but this is where I go anti-Moj. The been there, done that factor for Kansas City. This is not like the NBA where anybody can win on any given night, and I don't believe it. But even though it happens. This is the been there, done there factor, that when it gets to the most crucial times, they've done that. You haven't done that. They've done that. And the fact that they have done that, I think, gives them an advantage. And I just want them put aside.
Let's be honest, Matt, it would be disastrous. It would be, what would it do to your heart if you lost to them at home in a wild card game?
I mean, does it matter who you lose to if you lose at home in a wild card game?
Oh, yeah. It does. It matters. Moj, does it matter?
It matters.
It matters.
Moj, did it matter that you lost to Dallas last year? If it would have been anybody but Dallas in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoff.
Yeah, Lewis.
It matters.
Didn't losing to the Stars in that fashion hurt a little bit more than if it was somebody else? Vegas not even Vegas, but, whomever.
I guess, but if last year's Avs team that loaded up at the deadline lost to anybody, I'd be just as upset.
Well, we still are, which is why they're so motivated this year with one regulation loss through 22 games.
But let me ask you guys this. Don't the Broncos have to stop being afraid of the Chiefs? Aren't the Chiefs one way or another on their way out, or at least on their way to a big transition one way or another?
Yeah,
can we agree on that?
But until Patrick Mahomes is gone,
well,
They're always going to be there, dude. Always.
Fair enough. But Kelsey's not the guy he's been before. I mean, that defense is good, but Denver handled them. Denver was able to compete with them. Like I'm just saying, in my opinion, this is the least intimidating version of them that they've been. And if you want to rewrite the narrative in the AFC West at a certain point, you got to say, screw it. I don't care who it is. Line up and snap the football.
But I thought that for sure when Adam said, hey, their metrics are better than they were last year. And by the way, they went to the Super Bowl last year. I thought that would throw at least a little curveball in your non-belief. And look, I don't want to sit here and whine about the Chiefs all day. It doesn't give me any great pleasure to go, I'm still scared of those guys. Even though I am, I don't take great pleasure in that. It's just the fact that they're out there. They're still lingering. Now they're on the outside looking in, but they can linger their way right back into a playoff spot like that if they continue to win.
Vic, don't you think they have to have some sort of mentality change to end this reign in the AFC West?
Mentality change in terms of you already saw it. You already saw it after that game. You heard it from Bo Nix saying, yeah, Kansas City's good. They're just good. I think the mentality change is there. We need the mentality change.
Right.
We're the ones who are scarred. Because these guys, do you think Bo Nix is as scarred up about the Chiefs as we are? Of course not.
No way.
He entered the fray last year, dude. He doesn't have that history behind him. It's like the Nuggets thing. Playing the Lakers fries me because I know the history of the Lakers, right? But the young Nuggets, they don't care. It's not the same for them. It's not the same series and rivalry for them. It's just
It wasn't our hump.
And Sean Payton is exactly right. He inherited the Broncos after the fact. This is his hump. So those guys aren't as impacted by it like we are. That's the fact.
I agree with you guys. And look, I mean, if Kansas City rolled in here, would anybody be feeling good about that matchup? No, because to Moser's point, Patrick Mahomes is still alive and breathing. And as long as that guy's on the other side, I mean, they require your full attention. So I understand what you're saying. But I think my point is, I don't know, man. I'm a little bit bullish on the Broncos' attitude to Vic's point. Like, as Bo said, yeah, they're a good team. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We got respect for them. But this is the Denver Broncos over here. Have you seen our defense? We're nasty, man. You know how far ahead of the next closest team we are in sacks? You can't even see them. Our defense is coming after
Totally.
you. And so that's kind of what I'm saying is I think eventually to beat the bully, you got to stand up to him, man.
Sure. No problem at all.
And not be afraid when he comes to the schoolyard.
Agreed. The Los Angeles Rams, I also like this part, where the Los Angeles Rams are the best team in football because I think they are. By the way, that's your new coworkers. You don't have to like them or anything or believe what I'm telling you.
True.
Okay, but those are your new peeps. Okay?
I haven't thought of that yet.
All right, good. Yeah, you want to go to the Christmas party? Go ahead.
Extended family.
Hey, have some fun. They give up less points per game than the Denver Broncos defense. That's how good they are. They're a top, 8 defense, 7 defense in the National Football League. I mean, and they got Stafford doing what Stafford. I mean, if honestly, look, you got a quarterback. Look, Louis, if you had a quarterback that had 30 touchdowns and 2 picks all year long, I'd be like, Broncos to the bowl big time, baby. Let's go. With that defense, are you kidding me? To me, that's a sleepwalk into the Super Bowl. I think that's how you should be looking at the Rams. Now, I don't give a rat's rip because they're in the NFC. But if you're talking about the best teams in football, when I watch them play the game and what they do on both sides, comparatively speaking to the Denver Broncos, Broncos have a ways to go. Period. End of story.
Well, they don't have a Stafford, dude. I mean, that's an unfair.
Well, that's what I'm
unfair.
getting at. But that's what I'm getting at, Vic. They don't have a Stafford. And that's why it's hard for me to fully buy in. I know what I see as the best team in football. I know what I see these other teams doing. And the Broncos ain't there yet, despite their own hump.
And you know what? That is a good point because they have to get it done a different way than a team like in LA does. And when you don't have a guy like that, you want to run the ball in the playoffs. And without Dobbins in the fold now for the rest of the year, that is a question mark when it comes to the postseason. What are 2 things that win championships? Stopping the run and running the football, right?
Yeah. And you know what else does? You know what else wins championships? Because we've seen it. We saw it Super Bowl 50. Your special teams better be spot on in the playoffs, and your kicker better be clutch. And I think they got that handled. I think Will Lutz is clutch. I do. He missed that kick in Indy. I get it, but that's it.
Yeah, he's probably been the best Denver Saint, wouldn't you say? I mean, from all the guys that migrated over from New Orleans.
Sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, he's the best Denver
And
Saint.
if you don't think he is, just ask Sean Payton. He'll tell you.
He'll tell you. He'll tell you. All right, I teased a little something that happened to me yesterday heading into the break on the plane. Yesterday, I was in Vegas. By the way, Matt Smith in for Brett Kane, Moser, and Lombardi. Brett is off welcoming another child into the fold there for the Kane family. And so I'm going to sit in with the fellas here over the next couple of weeks until he's ready to come back and rejoin
Until you
action.
start making your own babies, right, Louis?
Yeah, I don't know if that's in the cards for me, man. I mean, you know how expensive it is?
Well, but looking at that goatee, I don't think it is.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate
No
that.
offense.
I appreciate that.
No offense.
That was your best goatee comment yet.
Okay.
You haven't hit yet. That was the best one
That's the best
yet.
one I got.
That was the best one yet. So you're on the board officially. So I'm in Vegas yesterday. By the way, game ends. My flight out of there yesterday was at 9 o'clock at night.
Hey, was it crazy there? Didn't they have the F1 over the weekend?
Yeah, but it had ended on Saturday, so everybody had gone out that morning, and I got in just like after the initial wave. So the strip is a mess with the track everywhere, but it wasn't.
Yeah, the stadium's not
crazy
on the strip,
packed.
so it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So 9 o'clock, I get out of the stadium about 6:30. You tell me what you do if you're me in this situation. I'm starting a new job this morning, right? I've got to be. I know no matter what, I have to be back in Denver this morning by at least 7 a.m. at the station. I get a text from Southwest. Your flight has been delayed an hour.
Yeah, it's usual.
Yeah, but you're in Vegas and you're on the strip.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you play that? Because I had the angel and the demon on my shoulder as I'm walking through the New York, trying to kill some time and going, hey, is that shoe hot? I mean, is that a hot shoe? Maybe I ought to sit down.
Yeah, well, you go to the airport and you play the slot machines. They got them over there too.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, they don't have
the
dealers.
tables.
They don't have tables. They don't have the dealers over there, Vic.
I mean, but
What?
when
They might as well. They might as well just put them on the plane at that point.
is there another place where you can go that the real world just doesn't exist like it does in Las Vegas? I was thinking about that. Like, nothing else matters when you're in Vegas. I mean, yes, the world is going on, but not when you're in Vegas.
That's true. You a big gambling guy?
Oh, you know.
Okay.
I don't mind.
I think if you're inside any casino, the world kind of shuts off. I got my wife's family lives in Reno.
Mm.
So we'll go visit. No, yeah, I don't know over there. You know, that kind of thing.
What do you guys see? I'm not a gambler. I don't even know what those tables do.
They can win you money, and they can take
every time I
take
play them, I lose money.
Yeah.
I'll sit there and say, how do you even play this game? And then I'm so bad that the dealer's I'm that guy that the dealer's trying to help.
Right,
like,
right,
yeah, do
right,
this.
right,
And I'm like, okay, well, I thought I was going to win. You just made me lose money.
I've never gambled with you. I've been a lot of places with you. I've never gambled with you. I would hate gambling with you.
Oh, I don't
Hate
do the only thing I gamble on is golf because you control it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've gambled a lot of golf with you, but
that's it.
I've never gambled on the tables or anything like that. I don't know, man. It's just kind of a weird deal. Yeah, and that's how they get you too. You're at the Vegas airport, and they've got those chairs you can sit back and relax in. I mean, the little room, right? You plug a couple $3 in there, you get a massage. Go play a little, Buffalo Gold.
So, Louis, wait, what's your question? Is your question, should you come back to do your show or stayed in Vegas?
That's not my question. I was just telling you that the thought crossed my mind. Don't you doubt about it when I got the hour-long delay.
Hey, believe me, the thought crossed our mind too, buddy, but here we are. No,
so here's my question. So I'm boarding the plane, and mind you, it's been delayed. It's a Sunday night, okay? I get on the plane, and since Southwest still has open seating, I'm the guy who will sit in the aisle seat and turn his back to the aisle and make you have to tap me on the shoulder to sit in my row. That's the guy. That's the game I play.
It's got to be a full flight, though, right?
Well, last night it wasn't. Not coming back from Vegas. It actually wasn't on either end of it. Now, here's the question. So the guy taps me on my shoulder. I turn around, and I go, he goes, anybody sit in the window? I said, sure. Please go ahead. I get up to move out of the aisle so he can get in. He does not let me move out of the aisle. He gets about 3 inches from my face
gets all up in
and reaches over my shoulder to put his bag on the seat. I'm just kind of standing there looking at this man like, what?
That's a breach of etiquette.
Yeah, it's a breach of etiquette.
That's absolutely a breach of etiquette.
So
100%.
Here's what I do. I'm not trying to be rude.
Did you start rubbing on him?
I'm exhausted.
Did you at that point when he's all in you?
Well, I mean, not that close, but we were getting there.
Close enough.
Yeah.
And then what?
Then what, Vic?
No. Never mind. Go on.
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Jeez Louise.
Okay. We just distracted you? You didn't.
I
you had a point.
I was
looking forward to hear your point.
The vulgar image in my mind. Anyway, go on.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I turn and look at the guy as he's maybe 2 inches from my nose. Larger gentleman of the heftier variety, breathing heavily on an older plane.
So like Moser in there.
He's got at least 30 on Moj. He's got at least 30 lbs on Moj. Which, by the way, but he's bigger. I mean, he's like 6'3" at least.
Okay.
You better have 30 on me. I'm looking good,
Yeah,
baby.
no, you're fine. You're fine. He's got 30 to 50. Let me put it that way.
Okay, good.
I just look at the guy and I go, sir, would you mind moving back maybe a foot so I can get out of the row and allow you to sit down? He then stands at me as if I screamed at him.
Yeah.
Right? And that is the tone I spoke. It was did not raise my voice. It was just like, are you aware that you are around other human beings right now, sir? He goes, sorry.
Yeah, but you know what?
Hold on. Takes about a 6-inch step back and goes, here. Still couldn't move.
Yeah,
Still couldn't get out of the aisle.
Locked up.
Why is it that everyone is at their absolute worst on an airplane or at the airport?
Anxiety. Here's what's happening in his world. Here's what's happening. He's got people behind him. He feels like he's in a hurry. And he's got to get in there fast because those people behind him are huffing and puffing. And they're like, let's go. And that's what he's feeling. He's feeling the stress of the line. That's what's happening.
And the pressure of the delay.
Yes.
The flight's already been delayed. Let's get this thing going. That's what you're saying.
But, you approach this all wrong. You when a guy gets all up in you like that trying to get to his seat, you just embrace it and just go with it. You make
Hug him?
you dance it. It's just, it's human interaction. It happens on a daily basis.
I've learned, listen, I've been in convenience on planes before.
Have you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, not with a team. That's easy for travel. But
get out of the aisle, Nate.
As Vic knows, I fly a lot, man, during the course of a year. I go places. I do things. I've been trained now. Just go with the flow. Just whatever. Go with the dang flow. What's that, buddy?
Chris Marlowe, who is in Memphis, so he cannot defend himself unless he's listening to the show. So I sit next to Marlowe when I go with the Nuggets. And if I'm on the window, he's in the aisle. And if I have to get through, he doesn't move at all. He doesn't move back. He doesn't lift his legs. He's just defiant.
Well, I sit next to no! Too bad.
So I go with it.
Well,
if you're not going to move to give me room to go get out, I'm going to touch you.
You're small enough to Simone Biles.
Yeah, but I'm going to go out of my way to get up on you.
Okay.
If you're not going to move over and give me my space to get out, I'm going to get in you.
Another scoring orgy.
Okay. I sit next to Riker on the plane. And he's now a getter-upper for the most part because I have rubbed him with the front side and the back side getting out to go do my business or whatever, And I think it only takes, some rubbing, and then you realize it's probably a better idea just to get out of the way so that old Moj can get to the aisle. That's all.
I bet you Moj is that guy who has to go to the bathroom like 6 times, just won't stop.
Pee before you board,
Hey,
Moser.
man, I like to be hydrated. Is that a problem?
However you're listening, whether on the radio, on the Twitch stream, Altitude, YouTube, at Altitude Sports Radio, we appreciate it. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. We've got more to get to. The Nuggets play tonight. They're in Memphis, and we've got is it an interesting game on Monday night? Panthers and 49ers. We'll break it down and take a look at the text line on the other side.
0% financing for 60 months. You don't hear about that anymore at all. Well, you've got it right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield on all new Ford F-150 pickups, the #1 pickup on planet Earth. You want a brand new Broncos Sport? Well, you get $5,000 off right now. And you can lease one of those babies for just $299 a month. That's an unbelievable deal. But you've got to get the Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield and check it all out. In fact, why don't you go online? Shop online before you even go. Greg Larson and his staff are absolutely going to take care of you. Go to sthmotors.com, sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar Everything you want out of a dealership.
Matt Smith in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. Day one, last segment here, gentlemen. I mean, what do we think? I mean, am I coming back for day two or no?
I don't think we have anybody else.
Hey, I think you did a. Hey, quit jacking with the camera, Adelio. We're on the air.
God, Adelio.
Well, you don't want to swing that camera too far to the right. Otherwise, Vic may have some explaining to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. But no, I think you've done a very on your first day. You're professional. You're prepared. You ask the right questions. Basically, you're the opposite of powder.
So tomorrow,
and
be more unprepared.
We don't have anybody else. So you're it.
Yeah, and you're our only option.
Yeah. What do you want?
Good point, Moshe.
You want to fly with a drunk pilot? You got to get home. You got to get home for your sister's wedding. The pilot's a little tipsy. You ain't got nobody else. You got to get there, right?
It's the holidays. Just go down under the bridge and knock on the tent. Matt will answer. By the way, it's another big night on altitude. The Nuggets are in Memphis with a 6 o'clock tip-off. Tune in for pregame coverage. Powered by Ramos Law at 5:30. Monday Night Football also. Panthers and 49ers on 9:50. Coverage at 5 o'clock. and kickoff at 6:15. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the Denver Nuggets in the NFL on Westwood 1. Gentlemen, Nuggets in Memphis tonight and Panthers and Niners. What is on the intrigue scale, 1 to 10, what is our level of intrigue for Carolina at San Francisco?
I'm amazed at, I don't even think I should be amazed, but I'm impressed with Kyle Shanahan's ability to coach up a team that has so many distractions and injuries. Mm-hmm. This whole Brandon Ayuk thing, what a nightmare that is.
It's getting too much play.
Yeah, well, I mean, but they're going to try to back out of their contract for next year, and I don't blame them. If the guy is acting like he's on vacation and not part of the team, I don't know, man. I'd want my guy to be in tune because we're a winning football team. Mm-hmm. You got a real good chance to go to the postseason, and you got this guy, because he's injured, acting like he's, basically stuck in Aruba all the time and no communication with the team. I don't like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, but there's a lot of distractions, Vic. Obviously, a lot of injuries there. And if it's me, I'm saying, at least be part of us. But I'm impressed with the job he's done.
What's your number? 1 to 10. Level of intrigue on your intrigue scale.
I'm about a 5.
About a 5?
Yeah. That's the best division in football. I can tell you that. I mean, you got the Rams, Seahawks, and Niners. If the Niners win tonight, they're 8-4. I mean, come on. That's a great division.
Yeah, I would argue the NFC North has a third-place 7-4 Detroit Lions team. And obviously the AFC West is pretty damn good with Kansas City coming up. We'll see.
I think I'm going to go with Vic on this one. I think it is the NFC West. I think that the Seattle's legit. That defense is legit. I mean, I know they fooled around a little bit with Tennessee on the road yesterday. That's a tough one. Early kickoff across the country. Those are always tough to win. And look, Tennessee's just fighting for anything. Table scraps at this point. But I don't know. You got L.A., Seattle, San Fran. I mean, are we just overlooking the Niners, who could potentially go to 8-4 tonight?
Well, I just think they have so many missing players for the season that you wonder, can they make do without them? But remember, they're the team that beat the Rams with all those injuries. They're the teams that went into L.A. and beat the Rams. So as good as the Rams have been, you don't want to mess with the Niners, man. Something about the Niners in the playoffs, they come to life. And I think they're still very much a vibe.
I mean, they're without Bosa for the year. They're just still finding ways to get it done. I'm impressed with what they've been able to do. So I'm about a 5 on there. With the Nuggets, though, I'm about a 9. And this is why. I want to see how they respond after dropping that crap game to Sacramento on Saturday night. I mean, as impressive as the win was in Houston, it looks like everybody but Joker and Cam Johnson sort of, well, and Jamal played pretty decent.
I think but
all the other guys left it in Houston, bro.
Well, you guys, let me ask you this, because every time I bring this up, I get it from all angles. Oh, quit crying, they're pros, quit crying, everybody has to deal with it, quit crying. If I told you that the loss to Sacramento was a scheduled loss, your guys' reaction would be what?
I don't care. They had 2 wins on the season coming in.
I thought they'd lose, Vic, because they fought like hell in Houston, right? And you already played Sacramento, and there's a little bit of
that's the third time against Sacramento.
Yeah, they had 3 wins on the year coming in. 3 wins.
But I see both sides. I understand those who say that's just an excuse because, remember, Chicago came in here and beat the Nuggets after playing the night before in double overtime to Utah. But the difference is this. The Nuggets are minus 2 starters and a reserve. So not only did they play the night before and get in at 3 a.m., because I got in at 3 a.m. with them, and I could tell you I was not there the next night. I don't know how these guys do it.
It's ridiculous.
I was half gone.
Agreed. It can be difficult.
No, not can be. It is difficult. I don't care what anybody says. And I know there are people watching and saying, well, they're young professional athletes. They fly first class. I don't care. The body clock isn't designed for this. It's not. You're just out of it. You may not think you are, except for one guy. Nikola Jokic on the second game of these back-to-backs, when he gets an hour's sleep or 10 hours sleep, it doesn't matter. This dude gets better. He gets better. So if he can do it, why can't the rest of us?
You realize the Colorado Avalanche, Lewis? Matt Lewis?
You're going to have to clarify that early with people until they understand that, yeah.
The Avs on the back-to-back, I think their winning percentage now overall on the back-to-back in the last 4 years is like 736, 735. Best in the NHL. They play the back-to-backs better than any other team.
Why does it not impact hockey players as much as basketball players?
I don't know if I would say that's true.
I mean, listen, the difference is
why do basketball teams moan about it more?
Well, you can throw a Scott Wedgwood in the crease last night after Blackwood kicked some major butt on Saturday night. You can throw a Wedgwood in, and he can play great too, and you can still pull out the 2 points.
Why do you think? What's your basis for that argument there, Vic?
Well, because I guess because I work in the NBA, and there's always moaning about the travel schedule, and I'm just all I can do is I'm going to tell you this. Tell me if this makes sense to you guys. And again, I'm not saying this is a reason, but this is a fact. Between November 8th, Dan Hyatt came up with this. Between November 8th and December 18th, the Nuggets have 16 games. They've already played a few of those games. 16, right? Every single one of those games has a flight right after the game or the next day. In other words, when they come home, they're just one and done and they're back on the road. It is unreal the kind of scheduling that has taken place here over the next month where they play on the road, come home, then back on the road, come home, then back on the road, come home. Who the hell does that?
Yeah. What
maniac came up with this schedule? Because at some point, it's going to wear on you, no matter who you are.
Well, who keeps throwing the Avalanche on the road with back-to-back road games every friggin' weekend?
The one thing I'll say...
3 friggin' weekends in a row.
To your point about how Jokic continues not only to play well on the second night, but elevate his games, I think he's setting a tone and proving a point. If I can do it like this, everybody should be in the boat rowing just as hard with me. Now, unfortunately, I don't think the awareness is there on a night-to-night basis like that, but I think that's just what a leader does.
I think he's mentally stronger than most.
Agreed.
I also believe that athletically, he's gifted athletically. I'm not going to take away from his athleticism, but he doesn't have to rely on it as much. Speaking of, I'm a little worried, guys. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you I was worried about Aaron Gordon moving forward.
Yeah.
Yep.
You get to that age. He's at that age now. Athletically speaking, he is a robust athlete who relies heavily on that athleticism. And we've seen in the playoffs, left hamstring, and now right hamstring. I don't know how you make that go away. He's so concerned that he went and sought a second opinion on how to treat it.
Well, treat it. I don't care what you do. Treat it and keep him out as long as you need to keep him out, and then bring him back so he's fully healthy and ready to go.
Okay, you can keep him out. You can keep him out for the rest of the year. It doesn't fix it.
And here's the other problem. Without him in the lineup, that's just more responsibility on Jokic and more pressure and more minutes he has to play. And all of a sudden, there you are in the playoffs just where you were.
And you're right back where you are. And it's more pressure. And here's the other thing I'm worried about for the Nuggets. Listen, they're 12-4, right? I mean, so now we're being very nitpicky. I get it. I'm just afraid they're putting too much pressure on Jamal Murray as the main ball handler on this team. They need to get somebody to help him handle the rock. Because the one thing, he played in both back-to-back games. He played both big minutes. I don't want him wearing down either.
Okay, a couple things before we're out of here. Help us fight talent, the Avalanche fight cancer. During the month of November, schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. And thank you to all who have already donated and have signed up. You should do that as well. Try to win that jersey. And number two, you got to fix your new $1 billion camera with your mouth. Your mouth is not your mouth is behind your face.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't like
know.
it. Okay.
How far off is it?
At least about
like
a second.
0.3 seconds.
About a second.
Vic, maybe you should zoom in all the way so we can really see
Just
the
the
timing
teeth.
difference.
Yeah,
Zoom
the
all the
Get
way
a
in.
good gauge of how off it is.
I don't know if you can see this on the Altitude Sports
How
Radio
off
app.
is it?
Powered
How
by the
off?
Will Hite Law Firm,
How
injury
off?
lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. But I mean, Vic has zoomed in. I mean, we got a frame that extends no further higher than his middle of his forehead and the middle of his chin. I mean, we got a tight close-up.
He's gross.
This is a
He's
tight
gross.
shot. Okay.
You look like Megamind.
He's absolutely disgusting.
You should just do the whole show like that tomorrow.
Please,
okay.
please. In fact, I'll do it like this.
Oh my God! Please don't screenshot this and put this on social. Well, that just about wraps up day one for me. But before we do get out of here, Nelly, you want to hit us with a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Couple quick things here. First of all, I want to remind everyone that tomorrow is another Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, but it is actually special this week. So it's the usual drill where you text us keywords on the 20s with a chance to win tickets, but it's not for just one game. We're giving away tickets to 2 games. All 5 winners will have the best Saturday ever with 2 tickets to the Avs game against Montreal and 2 tickets to the DU game against Minnesota that night.
Sweet.
So get 2 tickets for the price of 1. Tune in tomorrow. Last thing from me here, guys. Free bit of advice for Matt, Louie on your first day.
Yeah.
When you guys interview guests on a talk radio show,
what's that?
It behooves you to talk. Here's you guys not doing that when we had Adam Schefter on earlier.
Bo has to be consistent and play better. If he can do that, they can beat anybody.
Else? Vic?
No, I mean, I think you covered everything.
Well, to defend Louie and I, that was Vic's turn, and he elected to sit that one out.
Eeny, meeny,
that was
miny,
that
Mo.
was his
He's
turn.
Mo.
It's like we're at a 4-way stop.
Right.
Everybody knows who's supposed to go.
I had
win.
nothing else to ask him.
And then you got to wave at the guy to go by. You're like, come on, man.
come on,
I'm
man.
waiting.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Would you rather force a question or just say, okay, good stuff, see you later?
I would rather have you force it and just say bye to Adam.
Ask him how his breakfast was. I mean, geez, come up with something.
I mean, I can do a Moser and just talk for 10 seconds without a question.
Probably better than dead air. I don't know. We'll figure it out tomorrow, though.
You know what? On second thought, maybe it wasn't better than dead air.
It's a good point.
You know what, Matt? Maybe it wasn't.
That is a good point. Well, day one.
Why do radio people always panic about dead air? Hell, in the appetizer hour, Kaner typically has. I'll tune in and I'll tune in like and it's just blank, and then
you'll figure
I wait
off
8
here.
seconds, all of a sudden he starts talking again. I'm like, oh god,
You're so right about that.
Yeah.
I do that in television sometimes. You panic when you don't talk, and yet people like it.
Nobody cares. Matt in for Brett Kane with Moser and Lombardi. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Listen, Louie.
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint. I'm Raj. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. And you guys at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line, coming off of a split weekend for the Nuggets, a back-to-back shutout weekend for the Avs, a bye week for the Broncos that, yes, even though people are trying to be revisionist about it on this Monday morning, was a good weekend for the Broncos in terms of the playoffs in the AFC. I can't wait to get into all of this. And we're going to start right there, which was the biggest game of the weekend. Indianapolis at Kansas City, a 20-9 lead in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
You thought the Chiefs were dead.
You thought the witch was dead, right? Coming off of a loss to the Denver Broncos. But guess what? People like you are rooting for the witch
as
because
I should
you're
have been,
scared
because
of Daniel Jones and the Colts.
Because I'm smart.
All right, so the witch just lives on. So let's all be Kansas
Well,
City
he lives
Chiefs
on.
fans.
He lives on. But as of
He's
the
trending,
fourth
too.
quarter, as of the fourth quarter yesterday with Indy and Kansas City, Denver did not control their own destiny to the 1 seed. As of today, they do. All you have to do, even if New England wins out, is win out. You have the tiebreaker over New England at this point. You have a better conference record. You will have a first-round bye, and you get to play the lowest remaining seed on the side of the AFC bracket. That's the thing that matters to me right now.
The Colts were going to lose to the Cowboys anyway,
You
right?
don't know that.
Is it Colts-Cowboys or is it
No,
Chiefs?
it's Chiefs-Cowboys on Thursday.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys just came back from down 3 touchdowns against the defending Super Bowl champions.
How about old Pickens, man? Man's playing some football.
Yeah, Jerry Jones wants to re-sign him, but won't do it, now. They'll just wait until nothing's happening in the offseason and everyone panics in Dallas.
Until Pickens is a Green Bay Packer.
Right. That's when he wants to re-sign him.
Parsons.
It's so stupid. I still firmly believe what I did last week. I want you to check off boxes down the road. You have now checked off, you control your destiny to the AFC West. You have checked off, you control your destiny against a team that had a head-to-head tiebreaker against you in the Indianapolis Colts. You know what the Colts proved to me yesterday? That if I see them at home,
Not scared.
That if Daniel Jones has to go on the road, I'm not scared.
I'm not scared.
I don't want to go to Lucas Oil and play in that dome.
I agree with that.
I don't want to do that.
I don't want to play in any domes. Playoff domes stink.
They proved to me that you go on the road and they pucker up.
Let's call a spade too now. With the Denver Broncos and their build, do you really want the Broncos to ever play in a dome? This is a defensive team. You want elements, man. I mean, even me. You're a team that essentially has a quarterback that's gritty, that's tough, that finds a way, but he's not sexy.
Right.
He's not flashy. He's not the guy that's going to put up a ton of points and blow you out of the water early on in a football contest.
He's not the guy that needs complete silence to orchestrate his offense.
He likes gritty, man. He likes grimy. Grimy and gritty happens in these open stadiums here in the month of January and into February.
You know what matters more to this team? That defense being able to tee off on a quarterback who has to rely on a silent count.
Yes.
Who has to rely on holding his ears together as Mile High screams their collective freaking heads off.
You know what
That's
I love
what
about
matters
Mile High
more
and power
than killing Kansas City in Week 12.
I love the upper deck has those kind of metal, I don't know. Your feet are basically stomping
it's
on
titanium.
metal.
I'm sure it's some sort of alloy.
But it feels like it creates a lot of noise, I'll say that.
It certainly does.
And I love that for the Broncos. The Broncos, some way, shape, or form, need to find a way to just get home field advantage. And it's a one game at a time season. 1-0 on a weekly basis, and you'll be in a great spot.
It doesn't mean that I'm not scared crapless about seeing Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. I am. The Chiefs are in my head, as they should be in everyone's right now. Like, remember the Tom Brady years? You know who was in your head all of those years? The Patriots, if you were a contender in those seasons. They were always in your head. But what happened with the Patriots when they came to Mile High? You don't win games there.
No.
You don't win games there. And Kansas City still does not control their own destiny to the playoffs, right? Even if they win out, they don't get in. And I firmly believe that at some point down the road, KC is going to lose a game, and you called it last week. You think it's going to be on Thursday against Dallas.
I did call it.
You called it last week.
I'm not as confident anymore.
They have to go to Dallas.
Because I wanted them to be finished against the Colts.
They have to face a Houston team at home, which right now is statistically the best defense in the NFL, and they looked damn good the last time they were out. You have a home game against LA in week 15, and LA might be holding on to like, oh, we have to win this game to make sure that we're a wild card team. I think someone's going to come up and do your dirty work for you against Kansas City. So all I care about is, do the Broncos control their own destiny? Yeah. And because Indianapolis sucked on the road in the fourth quarter, the answer is yes.
So here's what I find. I think the most important game by far, and I'm talking about by a long, long, long stretch, is your game on Sunday Night Football against the Commanders. And it's one that you look at and you're saying Jaden Daniels isn't playing. You know, they've been very uneven. Dan Quinn went from being one of the best coaches in the National Football League to all of a sudden being on the hot seat. I don't love the concept of trap game. I think it's dumb most of the time. This one feels trappy, and I don't want it to feel trappy. You need to win this football game because you got the absolute worst team in the National Football League, and it's not even particularly close in the Las Vegas Raiders coming after that.
Holy crap, are they bad?
They're so bad.
Congratulations, Shedeur Sanders.
Congrats, Shedeur Sanders. We thought that the Cleveland Browns were the most dysfunctional football team on planet Earth. They made the Raiders look like Real Housewives of name the city in California with a ton of money.
The Browns' white helmets, fantastic.
Great
Get
look.
rid of the orangey brown crap helmet that they always wear. That white thing is dope.
Yeah. You know what? My buddy had a line. This is a wild line. For when he was talking about attractive females, he'd say, she's a Cleveland Brown. Huh? Great uniform, bad helmet.
You what? Great uniform, bad helmet. That's pretty good.
Isn't that good? But when
thought it was going to be something dirty.
When the Cleveland Browns are all white, when they have the white,
that's a steamer though.
They have the white helmet. It's a great uniform and great helmet, man. It's your point.
Shedeur looked like a run-of-the-mill average NFL quarterback against
what he looked like?
A horrible Vegas team.
He looked like a quarterback that won a football game in his first start. And that's important.
Good for him.
Yeah, it's really good for him.
I don't know what it's going to look like against a good team.
Okay, so here's why I think the Broncos-Commanders game is so dang important. First of all, this is a great opportunity for Bo Nix to put together a good football game. Good football game. Like you don't want to just let this thing go into the fourth quarter and because the Commanders they're fighting for their football lives. Cliff Kingsbury's I think he's fighting for his employment at this stage. Dan Quinn, I don't know. Just, man, the NFL, it comes at you fast. Think about it. Chip Kelly, he was on top of the college football world as the offense coordinator for the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes, fired 11 months later. Fired. Just ousted. How many games did he get? 11 games?
He got 11 games, but
you realize what he was making per year? 6.
Yeah, it's a lot of money as an OC.
And they're willing to eat that.
I don't completely agree with your assessment that Dan Quinn and Kingsbury are in the same boat. Like, Geno Smith has been healthy this year for Chip Kelly, and they've been horrendous. Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury have had to play 7 games of Marcus Mariota football.
Yeah. It wasn't great with Jaden either when it started. It looked very sophomore-y. But neither here nor there. That's a game that I desperately want to see the Denver Broncos play another really good 3-phase football game like they did against the Kansas City Chiefs. And obviously the defense for the Commanders is nowhere near as good as what you saw against Kansas City. So I want to see you put that one together because here's what I see coming. A horrible Raiders team. We already established that. A Packers team.
Remember when you were nervous about the Raiders to start this season?
Why are you laughing at me? I'm a football coach. I'm nervous about everything.
That is true.
Okay? I'm terrified about Marcus Mariota. Okay?
I get that. I can be the cocky one out of the two. I can be the naive cocky one.
A Packers team that has proven to not play well at 5,280 feet. The altitude affects them. The Jaguars, they were having their victory lap after winning again in the West Coast. They beat the Cardinals in a really tight contest. And did you hear Mr. Duval after the game? He goes, 3 West Coast road trips. 3 West Coast road trips, 3-0, guys. Hey, we own the West, bro.
Yeah, we're not. I think he would go on to say we're not going to apologize for victories around here.
Got you there, buddy. I don't think that team's going to play very well at a mile high either, C-level team. And then we'll see where the Chiefs are at. Hopefully, where I was at, because I knew that the Colts were going to lose at least 1, probably 2, maybe 3 more games, because Daniel Jones is Daniel Jones.
But you're telling me Kansas City is going to win out?
I'm terrified of the 2 games that I am terrified right now of is starting with the Commanders game and then the state of the Chiefs when you go there. If it is over, game, set, match for the Chiefs, I love the Broncos in that spot.
But if they have any sort of, if we win out, we are either in or we've got a decent chance, it's a true playoff game.
Yep.
Like it was yesterday against Indianapolis at Arrowhead.
And then we'll find out, too, the status of the Chargers at that point in the final game of the season. Because they are banged the heck up. We'll see what they're all about. Because, I mean, New England's probably the team that scares me more.
There is a big injury on their offensive line that happened this weekend. They lost their left tackle. And they still have to go against the Bills at 7-4, who are still technically alive in the AFC East, but are in the 7 seed. And they still have to take on Baltimore.
Who'd the Bills lose to on Thursday?
Houston.
Yeah. Something's not right with that squad.
No, but like they lost to the number 1 defense in the NFL statistically.
Correct.
It's either Houston or Denver, the best defenses in the world. And that's what I'm saying is like, in order for Kansas City to get in, they have to leapfrog the number 1 defense statistically in the NFL, Houston. They have to leapfrog the Steelers, who just like don't go away for some reason. For some reason, they don't go away because it's Mike Tomlin.
He's a cockroach.
Right. They don't have the head-to-head tiebreaker over Jacksonville. The Bills are still 7-4. They have to climb a lot of teams that just aren't really going away. It's funny. If the Broncos could lose one game out of their next ones, you know what the one I kind of want them to lose is?
Commanders?
Jacksonville.
Okay.
Gives them an extra win. Puts them 1 extra win ahead of Kansas City.
Yeah.
If you can choose one game for them to lose and they still somehow get the 1 seed, I'm choosing that one.
So, Raj, you're telling me that you rooted for the Colts you rooted for the Chiefs to beat the Colts.
Yeah, because I'm smart.
And now you're rooting for the Jaguars to beat the Broncos.
No, I'm sorry, you can't do that. I said if I had to choose one game for them to lose.
My co-host is Alex.
Okay, all right.
Ryan Emmy.
Duval. Don't you do that to me. All right, say Rally House Football Monday. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. Congratulations, by the way, to you and your Valor Christian Eagles. Very hard-fought victory over Legend. You guys have now moved on to the semifinal.
Final 4.
Crazy, like by the skin of your teeth, last second 2-point conversion swat. That had to be fun. You had to feel that tingle. There ain't nothing like it.
There was some tingling.
So congratulations to you, Coach, as you move on to the semifinal. You take on Dave Logan, the Cherry Creek Bruins. Semifinal. It'll be fun. 5A.
Tingle is starting.
5A Chassa football. You can watch on Altitude TV. You can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Big weekend for the Nuggets and the Avs. The Nuggets split the Avs. They scored 2 real goals over the weekend. And you know what they did? Well, they won both hockey games. They just can't lose.
things opening up a little bit now.
Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy man. Turnover. Nielsen holds and looks and shoots. Saved by Knight. Shot by McCarr. He scores! Cale Makar! What an incredible shot off the post and in. Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. The Avs have a 1-0 lead as Makar cleans up after the save to rip home his 9th of the season.
Brett Kane says it better than I could ever say it. And congratulations to Brett and his wife as they're expecting their second baby girl.
So it's not, we don't have any updates.
It either happened this weekend or it's happening today.
God, he's a secretive little jerk, man. I want to know.
So Brett's out for a little bit. Matt Smith, who you guys heard with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, is filling in as Brett takes his time with his wife and his soon-to-be 2 baby girls. So congratulations to the Canes. Brett says it better than anyone. I will never and have never met someone in my life quite like Mark Moser.
Mm-hmm. I'm staring at him right now in our Studio 2.
I love that call so much. I love a stupid, makes no sense goal call just as much as the next guy. And the fact that it came from Keefe through John Michael Lyles, or rather, it might have been the other way, maybe through JML from Keefe, makes it even better. I love that broadcast so much.
We're lucky. We're fortunate.
They just work together, man.
Did you see?
It's funny as hell.
Did you see all the national podcasters, the
Yes.
national hockey men, all saying there's nothing as psychotic as a Colorado Avalanche broadcast?
Nothing.
And I'm so proud to be a part of it in some way, shape, or form.
And when I saw all of the national guys, and it was Bissonnette and Spittin' Chicklets and BR Open Ice and all those social media accounts that kind of like they conglomerate clips from all around the league, and they'll essentially give you like a SportsCenter top 10 of what's happening, more so than ESPN does at this point. All I want to do is tell them to listen to 45 minutes of the morning show on a random Tuesday.
You know what we do here at Altitude Sports Radio, Altitude TV? We do something that not many people in sports broadcasting do. We do fun. Think about some of the insanity that has occurred between our very own Vic Lombardi introducing Michael Malone to nearly 1 million Coloradans.
As the Lakers' daddy.
Mm-hmm. Came into this world the son of a coach. He's grown into the Lakers' daddy.
Moj gave us cow hearts. He's now given us painted goblins and reindeers.
Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
Painted reindeers and goblins.
Think about what Connor McGahey gives us on the daily.
He gave us a Johnny Bravo call last night, McGahey.
I mean, it's always
It's
something.
too much fun, man. I love it. And I spent 15 minutes talking about it in the postgame show because, well, it was like the most exciting thing that happened in a 1-0 hockey game. The Avs played like 2 C- games this weekend, but they got A+++ performances from their goaltenders.
Just give me Wood. I had Wood this weekend.
And they love each other.
Yeah.
Like both of those dudes.
It's a Wood fest.
They are so entrenched in each other's success. And I'm telling you, that matters. Like having a goaltending room that doesn't hate each other, that can talk the talk. And you heard Wedgie kind of ribbing Kyle Keefe in the postgame yesterday about his Masters outfit that he was wearing. A goaltender that can be one of the dudes or the dude. We talked about he's a glue guy on the team now, him and Bernsey. It matters so much. And they don't care who's going to get the next start. They don't.
I think it's a great place for this team to be in because if you are unselfishly willing to yield the hot hand to your net-minding teammate, that's going to bode well for this team in the postseason. Very well. But before I go too far about how fun Altitude is, Kaz, what has Kaz given us? Think about it. I know you know, 303-504-0925. What has Jason Kosmiski given us?
My favorite Kaz thing is when he had to take his headset off and cried next to Scott Hastings after the championship. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
I just love it when it's, this game is over. He gave us over. What does our guy Berto give us every night? Telling us about a game that's coming up.
You do a better Berto than me. Take it away.
Tonight.
Tonight.
They're feeling it. The Avs just can't find a way to lose hockey games. 3-0 on the first, 1-0 on the second. They have back-to-back shutouts on consecutive days for the first time in franchise history. They have back-to-back shutouts for the 7th time in consecutive games, not on consecutive days, for the 7th time in Avs history. They're winning all type of ways. Like if they need to score a bunch of goals, they can do that. If the top line isn't producing, they can find a way to win. I know Chicago and Nashville are likely not playoff teams, but it's good to see them continue to separate themselves from Dallas. And most importantly, not run their goaltenders into a wall. I did the look at the last time that they were really, truly relying on a goalie to play heavy minutes. They petered out. Like the 62-game season for an Avs goalie, just it ain't working anymore, man. It ain't working. And now you can just split those games almost down the middle. The last time they had this ability was Darcy Kemper and Pavel Francouz.
You're right.
And unfortunately, as the Avs are starting to get healthier, yes, the Gavin Brindley injury happened, but like Nichushkin's coming back.
Is it?
He's going to be reevaluated in over a month. So significant
not
enough.
great.
But like Nichushkin skating,
What was it?
O'Connor's
Is it
coming.
an LBI?
I think it's an LBI.
Everything's an LBI. That's the reason I had no clue. I just threw it out there because tell you what, man, in the great game of hockey, everybody's got some type of LBI.
It's just some sort of body injury.
Yep. LBIs are frequently diagnosed at the Arizona State University health clinic there, the infirmary. A lot of LBIs.
A lot of LBIs.
And all you need is a little penicillin for some LBI.
Should just call them GBIs, general body injuries. and while the Avs are slowly getting healthier and still winning, unfortunately, the Nuggets are not. And talk about an injury that's going to be reevaluated in just over a month. You get bad news on the calf strain from Aaron Gordon. He's going to be out, what we think, 6 weeks, maybe even 8 weeks, because there's a reevaluation period about a month from right now. And you pair that with Christian Braun not being on the cusp of coming back. We talked about the depth on this team and not having to rely on Nikola Jokic for big minutes. Well, that just went out the window.
Yeah. How about Burnsy's cannon, though, the other day? You saw Burnsy's goal?
Yeah, the one 15 seconds in.
That was sick. I just know that he was pretty excited because he was scratching and clawing to get one, man. It was really weighing on him.
Yeah, he's I think he has like the second or third most game-winning goals by a defenseman in NHL history. He continues to be good for this team. The Nuggets played the second of a back-to-back. They had to come home after a big-time win against Houston. That Houston game was fun, man. It was impossible to watch because the red court is burn your corny as bright. But coming home against Sacramento, you had leads. It was just very clear that your heavy legs were playing against you. Unfortunately, the Spencer Jones foul at the end on DeMar DeRozan kind of spells the night. And you know what it was? It was a corner three from Russell Westbrook. That was the one that hurt.
That was a Russell Westbrook legacy game against the Nuggets.
Oh, you don't want me back? I'll show you.
And you know what I say to that? Fine. Have your minute in the sun, brother. Because you won't be sniffing the postseason. Nobody's going to want you next year. So cool. You got yours, Russell. Dude, I can't stand that basketball player. There's no basketball player for me since John Stark from the New York Knicks that I've disliked more than Russell Westbrook.
Huh? Like Rudy Gobert ain't up there. Draymond Green ain't up there.
See, because I like as a football guy,
Russ is the one who's going to get to you.
No. As a football guy, I respect Draymond Green because he's a physical son of a. He plays the game of basketball like football, and that's how he's wired. He's wired as a total meathead. Russell is so petty. He's the definition of petty. I just can't stand him. I also don't love the injury news on Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, I apologize. Hamstring strain, not the calf strain. Christian Braun's dealing with the left ankle sprain right now. He's the guy that gets you. I
can't stand him.
He's the bee in your bonnet.
I just couldn't stand him as a Nugget either. I just see through all of his little conniving, manipulative ways, and it's all about him. It's all about his legacy. It's all about what I'm known for, and he just panders to, I think, the people that are vulnerable. And frankly, last year, I think Michael Malone was vulnerable. He didn't know where to go. He had a Jamal Murray that didn't seem all that interested. And so what I saw from Russell Westbrook last year is, oh, I'm the guy. Wait till you see how interested I am. Wait till you see my energy. And it's fake. He's fake tough. He's fake energy guy. I can't stand the basketball player. I cannot stand Russell Westbrook, and I hated watching that game against the Kings. I hated it. But I'm okay.
In a world in which Grayson Allen is an NBA player, you choose Russell Westbrook in his old age.
At least
Grayson
Grayson
Allen
Allen
is the future Hall of Famer. You choose Russell Westbrook to hate.
You know what, though? At least Grayson Allen
very
is
hateable, punchable Grayson Allen right there.
No, but he's a good Sauvignon Blanc, man.
Oh, my God.
I disagree. I do not think he's an exciting white.
No, he is not. He is.
I think he's a white that's been left out of the fridge, and I don't want to drink it when it's 94
It's
degrees.
turned into vinegar.
Thank you.
It's turned into vinegar. You're right.
Yeah, you cook with that. You don't drink that. Not one for the chef with that one.
Man.
Nuggets will have a game tonight against Memphis on the road, 6 p.m. You can listen to it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Friday night against San Antonio. Memphis, no Ja Morant. San Antonio, no Wemby. So those are two games that even though you are you're injured, you should find a way to win those basketball games. They're still going to be a fine team. They're still going to be likely the second best team in the Western Conference this year. I do fear, though, with the injuries to AG and Brown for the next month or month plus, with OKC not slowing down anytime soon and getting healthier as they're not slowing down, let's just kiss the 1 seed goodbye. Can we do that right now? Can we just agree that, looking for the 1 seed in the West?
Do the rush. Move the goalposts.
I love that.
Fair?
Thank you.
But we got to get the 2.
Goalposts are meant to be.
We want the 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want home court until you have to go to OKC.
Yep. I do not want the Lakers to have home court. I do not want somehow if the Spurs are able to get healthy, I don't want the Spurs to have home court. I certainly don't want the Timberwolves to get right and get healthy and they get the home court. The Nuggets need to have home court advantage in every series until the Western Conference Finals. And I do believe a healthy Denver Nuggets team with the bench that they have can beat OKC in a 7-game series where you don't have home court advantage.
Dude, they showed you last year you could do it.
Yep.
And
that
you
was
weren't anywhere near healthy.
Way worse roster than what this team can be.
That was with your favorite dude in the world handling the rock.
Gosh. I throw up in my mouth every time I watch that.
It has to be such a delight for you to watch Tim Hardaway Jr. come off the bench instead of Russell Wilson or Russell Westbrook.
You know why? Because Tim Hardaway Jr., good dude. He's not a punk.
As my Freudian slip allows me to transition to this, I said Russell Wilson and not Russell Westbrook. How laugh out loud funny was it this weekend when the Giants go to overtime with Detroit? Russell Wilson, with his helmet on, trots out to midfield for the coin toss.
Oh, my gosh.
Meanwhile, the dude playing in the football game, Jared Goff, helmet off, hat on, trots out for the coin toss. Russell Wilson's only job with the Giants is to call heads or tails if the game happens to go into overtime.
How you do anything is how you do everything, man. And he wants to be in full pack jack, baby.
It is.
He wants to be strapped up to the nines, man, ready to play some football.
Man. It is so ridiculous to watch that dude go through QB3 mentality as though he is a shoe-in Hall of Famer still.
How about Jameis Winston on the reverse pass flea flicker throwback to him?
I'd sign him as a wide receiver tomorrow.
I mean, and then the celebration afterwards, breaking a tackle, he was
tossing dice.
That is the most fun. Are they 2-10 now?
2-10.
They're
fired
awesome.
Their defensive coordinator.
I love the 2-10 New York Football Giants.
2-10 football
Gosh,
team in the league.
They're good, man. Are they? Oh, man.
I want Jameis Winston to play until he's 50.
This league needs him so badly.
So badly.
Look at this, just absolute pure and utter chaos. Give him the business, stiff arm, breaks the tackle, steps out of it, and then the finger roll. He gives him the finger roll, rolls the dice.
You're telling me that dude can't play wide receiver for you?
He can't.
For 6 snaps?
He's unk.
Come on.
He's unk, man. He looks a little stiff right there, but he found a way, man. He is unk. If anybody's wondering what unk is, that's what my kids, my boys, they start calling me that. When we won the game, a walk-off, I sprint out to the field, and my legs are going every which way. Got the Like, Dad, you look like Unc, man. That's like your old uncle that's at a family gathering. Unc. That's what Jameis Winston
You just
is,
got
man.
Gumby legs sprinting out the midfield.
Hamstring. Sunday I woke up the next day and I'm like, why am I so sore? My wife's like, Mike, you haven't sprinted.
You haven't used a quick twitch muscle in 20 years.
I did a couple of the where I sprinted down to call a timeout and I held it until the last second. And I sprinted from like the 30-yard line all the way down to the 5. Just on purpose, too. And I was like, ooh, that got a little tight back there. That calf is flaring up.
Maybe we don't test that again.
Because I'm Unc, man. Jameis Winston is definitely Unc.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Tomorrow is going to be another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and it is special this week. The keywords are on the 20s. Again, every single hour on the 20s is your chance to win tickets to not just one game, but 2.
What?
All 5 winners this week will have the best Saturday ever with 2 tickets to the Avs game against the Montreal Canadiens, in which they will wear their Nordiques uniforms, and 2 tickets to the DU game against Minnesota later that evening at Ball Arena. So it'll be a big-time Saturday hockey day for you following Black Friday. Make sure you guys listen all day tomorrow on the 20s for an Avs and Pioneers Ticket Tuesday. It's another big night here on Altitude as the Nuggets are in Memphis with a 6 p.m. tip-off. Tune in for pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law at 5:30 following Kreckman and Lindahl. Monday Night Football with the Panthers and 49ers. The Christian McCaffrey Bowl will be on AM 950 this evening with our friends at Westwood One. Coverage at 5 p.m. for a 6:15 p.m. kickoff. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for both the Denver Nuggets and the NFL on Westwood One. We're carrying all 3 NFL games on Thanksgiving Day. Like, that's, you want to listen to a national game, you're here, right here. If you can't put your game on TV, or if you can't get away from the kitchen, but you don't want to talk to Uncle Jerry, who's just talking your ear off the entire day with some unsound investment opportunities, throw an AirPod in and listen to Westwood One that day.
Or
settle down just a little bit.
Pull out your old wooden radio and get the little antennas.
A wooden radio?
Yeah, like the old school. Remember,
you need like metal to make radio work?
I don't know. Like, you ever seen those old radios back in the day when the Notre Dame Fighting Irish and the Four Horsemen are visiting the University of Michigan?
Yes, I do.
I love that. I love that era. I wish I lived in that era. Would have been a fun era. Just like the family huddled around the radio set, listening to the Irish. It's like Rudy, the movie.
Best thing that happened to the Sanders family this weekend was that Shedeur played well, but it seems like his head coach still hates him.
Stayed resilient together like I told you we needed to, right? Stay resilient together, and we fought together. How about Gage's big punt return on special teams? How about Corey? Every single time you're out there pinning those guys doing your job. Great.
What a punter, man. What a punter.
Offense wasn't perfect. How about that big play by Sam at the end?
Okay.
IB, huge play. Q, huge play. Harold making a big play. And then another rookie making his first start. Nice job, Shedeur. Well done.
All those dudes, and also, yeah, the guy who they forced me to select in the 5th round.
The voice inflection told you everything you needed to know.
This guy.
Oh, how about Q making a big play? He was 10 times more excited talking about his punter than his rookie quarterback that did something that hadn't been done in, 30-some-odd years?
Browns getting a rookie win?
A Browns rookie quarterback starting a football game in their first start, winning a game. It happened like 30 years ago. It's all right. It's cool. Tell you what, Bernie Kosar, man. Shedeur Sanders. Pretty good. I mean,
I'm not saying he's the answer.
Kevin Stefanski does not like Shedeur.
Can't stand
He hates him. Why? I think it's because Kevin Stefanski desperately wants to get fired by the Browns.
Because he knows he's not going anywhere.
That franchise is doomed.
And it's not doing anything for his ability to get hired by the next team.
No, it's kind of it puts him in that kind of Shart moment, right? You're in between again.
Yep.
You know?
Like, what's Kevin Stefanski's next job?
Offensive coordinator for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Are you sure?
Coaching Shedeur Sanders.
Can you imagine?
That's perfect.
He gets there, and then they trade for him the next day. He's like, come on.
Mark Davis is like, hey, Kevin, we're so excited you're here, man. What you did with the Vikings was so impressive with Kirk Cousins.
We got you a present.
I got you a number 12, man. I got you number 12. His name's Shedeur Sanders.
Number 12 went out and got you number 12. This is from Tom Brady himself.
He's a gift. It's a gift, Stefanski.
Speaking of the Sanders family, it continues to be ugly.
It's terrible.
In Colorado.
It's really bad.
The fourth quarter was horrendous. What's the future here, man?
I don't know.
Is it so bad that we could be looking at, do you just kind of throw up your hands and go, all right, I'm done. My son got there. Travis won a Heisman.
That's what it feels like. It should be, but I don't
want that to be the case.
I really don't think that's what Coach Prime is doing actively.
Okay.
I thought he would. My prediction for all of this was that there was going to be an uptick because of the elite players that he brought with him from Jackson State, and those two guys are Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. And they give you an immediate boost. I mean, I'm talking significant boost. And the guy that I still stand by that gave you the biggest boost was actually not the guy that won the Heisman Trophy. I thought it was your quarterback, Shedeur Sanders. I thought he was unbelievable. And why I glaze Shedeur Sanders so much is because I understood and knew firsthand the state of that program And I understand what a boat raiser does at that position. And that's what Shedeur did. And as he did it and kept winning games in the fourth quarter, kept creating and providing heroic moments for CU football fans. You know, the stuff that he talked about, legendary, blah, 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 Brady mode. He did it. He kept doing it. Was he perfect? No, because their team was so far from perfect. And now we're seeing what the team and the build, it was a bit of a glass house, Raj. Was it not? It was a mirage.
Well, doesn't this typically happen, though? If you lose two big-time players, two guys that are up for national awards, if not winning the most prestigious award in college football, you lose that guy, aren't you supposed to suck the next season? Like, it doesn't always happen to the Powers because you're able to stack years and years and years of 4- and 5-star recruits on top of one another. But, like, look at LSU in 2019. Like, what happened when Joe Burrow left?
They didn't go 3-9.
No, but they went 5-5, which is a precipitous fall from being 15-0.
Yeah. No, agreed. The thing that I see about this situation that's a little bit different is that you had a 1-11 team that I was a part of hit the reset button, and immediately, because of those two players, immediately there is return on investment.
You beat TCU week 1.
Who had gone to the national championship the previous year. It's very different because this thing wasn't necessarily built. I look at it as almost like the illustration from biblical times. You can build a house on a rock or you can build a house on sand. This feels like it was built on sand, but it was a mansion. Everybody talked about bringing in Louis, right? Coach Prime himself basically told all the 2022 roster, hey, you guys are...
You're JanSport.
You guys are American Tourister at best.
American Tourister.
You ain't Louis.
Baby, we're coming.
I'll tell you who was Louis. Jordan Tyson was Louis. Coach that kid. Freshman. Tore his ACL against Oregon. Up until that point, he was about the only thing we had. He was dang Louis. He should be a CU buff right now. Instead, he's at Arizona State. And obviously, he didn't have a crazy big game. Jeff Sims is so bad.
Do you think that they have enough going on behind the scenes in terms of recruiting and younger players, right? Like bringing guys in to take...
No.
Because you mentioned TCU, right? Like TCU goes 13-2, they make a national championship game. They get beat by Dion and Shedeur and Travis week 1 on Big Noon kickoff. That season, they went 5-7.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that this is your 5-7 year and 9-4 in 2024 is on the horizon?
Who's going to be your quarterback?
The hope was Juju Lewis.
Is there anything about Juju Lewis now with 2 full games of sample size that tells you that he's got raise all tides type of play? He's got
change of pace. But what was it you've been seeing out of Ronald Coleman that you thought this is the time to get him?
Very explosive. I mean, even the play he was in, he hit it. He hit it. He was free. Nobody touched him. He hit it. He did what we thought he would.
I hit the wrong button. I was trying to right-click on that and see what the audio was. It had nothing to do with what you were talking about.
Well, it's a natural transition because
I'm so sorry.
The craziest thing, man, is that 5-7 could have been attainable, Rush. You were down 21-17, knocking on the red zone against a team that's ranked number 25 in the country. Kenny Dillingham clearly has done a great job finding a way to stabilize the ships when you're without your quarterback, Mr. Levitt. Sam Levitt, very talented player, was 4-1 before he got banged up. Jeff Sims is kind of keeping it afloat-ish. I think he's terrible. But anyway, at least they're finding a way to win football games. You're down 21-17. Dallin Hayden and Micah Welch they're good backs. They're college football running backs. And then all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, where you're about ready to score a touchdown, you put in a young man that has not played a snap. At least to the best of my knowledge, I haven't checked the end of game when you're down by 40 against whoever it was. I didn't see if you ran down on kickoff. I don't really care. But in a high leverage situation, you put a feel good story in to tote the football, and then from that moment on, you end up losing a game. What was it? Final was 42-17, 49-17.
Final ended up being 42-17.
42-17.
21 points against in the fourth.
I don't understand that. And Coach Prime said he did it and he hit it. What did he hit? I'll tell you what he hit. He hit a glitch in the matrix because he didn't know how to accept a handoff, and you're a running back. That's unacceptable. This is a team that could have won the football game. Your defense wasn't great. I know it gave up a bunch of rushing yards, but you created takeaways. And takeaways give you a chance to win a football game. You've got to just play smart football at that time. And to do that just doesn't, I don't get it. I don't understand it. Dude, if there's anybody who's got a bleeding heart in college football, it's this guy right here. It's why I'm coaching high school football. I love Charlie Offerdahl. That was my dude, man. Dakota Ridge's own. And he was talented. He was highly trained. But if he wasn't playing and he wasn't in the flow of the game, I wouldn't give him a carry just because he's a great kid. I ended up starting him, actually, against the University of Arizona because he was the best guy we had. He could pass protect. He could get the quarterback center, or quarterback running back mesh point and take care of the football. I knew that. This kid looked like he had never done it in his life, and he hadn't. If you go to what's it, Ronald Coleman? Go to Ronald Coleman's stat page on ESPN. He's got one statistical entry. And it comes when you're down 21-17 and got a chance to go score a touchdown? I don't get it. And then the explanation that he hit it, and I like to change the pace, and look what he did. He hit it? Did you see it? Did he really? Do you think he hit it? I don't get it. Don't get it.
Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. We will roll into hour number 2 here. That's the coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, coming off of a back-to-back shutout win for the Avs, a split weekend for the Nuggets. The Broncos coming off of a bye, getting ready for Washington up on this Thanksgiving weekend. But hey, the good news, I know you guys wanted the witch dead. I understand that. Patrick Mahomes scares the crap out of me too. But as of right now, the Denver Broncos control their own destiny to the 1 seed in the AFC, and that is all that matters.
Hey, Colorado, want to get away as you look at some of these winter temperatures? Well, Circa Resort and Casino is the place. And so you got to start thinking about the visit for the Las Vegas Raiders that are going to be hosting, the Denver Broncos are going to be visiting the Las Vegas Raiders just next week. And that'll be a great opportunity to stay at Circa Resort and Casino, the place that me and my wife stay at whenever we travel, and also the preference of my guy, Alex Ryan and his wife, when we had a little road trip out there. It's the perfect spot. You get to watch all the sports, all the action, whether you're at the pool outside on the largest outdoor jumbotron at a pool in America, probably in the world for that matter, or it's got the largest sports books in the United States. So check out Circa Resort and Casino, and while you're at it, download the app right now for all of your wagering needs, and it's cleared here, of course, in the state of Colorado. A great place to do it. You got tight money line splits, and it's the way that your money line splits should be. Your exceptional customer service, your high betting limits. It's all right there for Circa Sports Colorado. So, as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hour 2 of the morning sprint. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. Y'all know me better as Raj with KJ Granderson behind the glass today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. You can watch the show, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Subscribe today. Don't miss a thing, including Altitude After Dark. That was at 8:30 last night with DMac and Coach Sanford. You can watch all of your post-game shows there as well. In the Paint with Dan Tanner, Between the Pipes with myself and Mark Springer. You'll have an opportunity tomorrow on an Avs Ticket Tuesday to win not one pair of hockey tickets, but 2 pairs as the Avs and Canadiens play in the middle of the afternoon on Saturday, second leg of a back-to-back for the Avs. And then you can just stay at Ball Arena and watch the DU Pioneers take on who, Coach? We hate watching teams.
The University of Minnesota Golden Gophers.
The Minnesota Golden Gophers are coming to town.
Yeah. I'm going to be real Minnesota nice to all those Gophers that are visiting. Oh, hey, welcome back here to Colorado. And then I walk away and I say, God, I can't stand those people. They're the worst.
We don't really think about the University of Minnesota here as collegiate sports fans like basketball or football. DU Pioneer fan hates the Gophers, so you're in a good spot.
Good. Yeah,
Maybe
I can't stand them.
You keep talking about wanting to get to a game. Maybe that's the time to get to the game with the boys.
Give me the game again.
Saturday, 1:30, Avs and Canadiens, and then you just stay at Ball Arena.
Well, Saturday at 1:30, I'll be actively coaching against the legend Dave Logan.
Never mind.
What about so what time is the...
I think it's like a 6:30 puck drop.
Done.
Pios and Gophers.
So I could either have one celebratory beers
or
one...
multiple sad beers. Are those happy tissues or sad tissues?
I'm going, I choose joy. I choose optimism.
Both happy beers and happy tissues. Good for you, Coach.
Yeah, it's good.
Just a longer process at that point.
Really good.
The AFC playoff picture as we walk into the end of Week 12. You got the Christian McCaffrey Bowl tonight. You can listen to it on AM 950. Panthers looking for their second consecutive victory against the 49ers. AFC playoff picture as it stands right now. The New England Patriots at 10-2 are the 1 seed. However, Denver does control their destiny, playing 1 fewer games. If you win out and New England wins out, you end up getting that 1 seed and the bye, the sole bye in the AFC now that the playoff picture has changed a couple of seasons ago. Denver at second at 9-2, leading the West. Your leaders of the AFC South are the 8-3 Indianapolis Colts that are coming off of a last-second field goal to Harrison Butker and the Kansas City Chiefs. Number 4 right now at 6-5, the leaders of the AFC North, the Baltimore Ravens.
And it's almost as if we predicted that.
Lamar Jackson doesn't even look good right now. I keep playing him in fantasy and somehow keep winning because I played against Steve Nelson's trash team. Love you, Nelly.
Are you undefeated? Oh, you got 1 loss.
I have 1 loss. I'm ruining all of you guys. I'm a wagon.
Yeah, but you don't want to see me in the playoffs, man.
That's what everyone was saying on the text line. They're like, you want to get your stinker out of the way because it's going to happen in round 1 and I'm going to be devastated. Because again, I am the cockier of the two of us. Number 5 seed right now, the first wild card are the LA Chargers. They're 7-4. They have the tiebreaker over Buffalo and Jacksonville based on the best winning percentage on AFC conference games. The 6th seed is Jacksonville at 7-4. They win the tiebreaker over Buffalo based off of that same criteria. And the 7th seed, the final wild card, are the Buffalo Bills. Outside looking in, Pittsburgh at 6-5. They have the tiebreaker over Houston based on strength of victory. They have wins on the tiebreak over Kansas City on best win percentage in the AFC. Houston is in the 9 seed at 6-5, and they have the tiebreaker over Kansas City based on the win percentage in conference games. KC 10 at 6-5.
You got to look at both what happened this past weekend, what's coming up down the stretch for the remaining teams for the Denver Broncos schedule. There's some interesting things coming down the pipe. First off, obviously, the Commanders, they had a bye week just like the Broncos did. Am I right in saying that?
That is correct.
Okay, so you have 2 teams coming off a bye. It's still not going to get Jaden Daniels back anytime soon. He's done, correct, by all accounts. Jaden Daniels is not playing the rest of the year. I think I'm good on saying that.
I don't know that. I have no idea if he's out for the whole year. Is he? Dislocated elbow? He's on IR right now. I wouldn't bring him back. Is he out completely, KJ?
So
can we just assume that based off of how bad they are right now? Why would you bring your star quarterback in?
From what I've been told, this is ESPN's Dan Graziano. The plan is in Washington is still that Daniels will return to the starting lineups once doctors clear him from his elbow injury.
That you should not do that. Your franchise quarterback should not come back in a year in which it is lost. You should lose as many games possible and get a high draft pick. Jaden Daniels should not play.
I don't think he'd be ready. Like you're a 3-8 team and you're coming back.
I'm not even talking about the Denver game. I'm talking about like week 17.
People are talking about this game for Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels watches on because apparently
it would be better for Broncos fans to see a hobbled Jaden Daniels
than a Marcus Mariota.
Probably.
Either way, it's a team that this matchup is it's interesting to me. The Raiders, you know what the Raiders obviously after getting after getting embarrassed in their own building by the Cleveland Browns, firing their offensive coordinator Chip Kelly, the Raiders now are making a trip to play the Chargers. Probably not going to be great for them.
Likely
their overall
not.
psyche.
Their next 4 games are brutal. Vegas is on a crash course for the number 1 pick if Tennessee can somehow find a way to win a football game.
Is he going to be Fernando Mendoza? Is he going to be a Raider?
I mean, if you're in that spot, you kind of have to select a QB, right? Like Geno Smith can't be your dude. That's why I was saying I didn't understand the contract extension that they signed when he came over. That made no sense to me. But they have to go to LA. It's not a tough place to play on the road. It's just a tough team. They've got a home game against Denver. The Broncos should be a revenge game for the Broncos. Like, yeah, you kept it close last time. We're kind of feeling ourselves. We're finally going to put the foot on the gas pedal. Then they have 2 road games against Philly and Houston. Brutal for Vegas.
Then your opponent after that will be the Green Bay Packers, a home game. And Green Bay just wins against a atrocious Minnesota Vikings. J.J. McCarthy's not good.
Are you nervous about that pick?
Yes. I'm nervous about 2 of the guys that I loved in the draft, and it was Michael Penix Jr. and J.J. McCarthy.
Right, Michael Penix Jr.'s career might be over with how many ACL injuries that dude has dealt with since 2020. J.J. McCarthy just doesn't look like he can play in the league.
He looks like he is overanalyzing everything.
Yep.
You know what he looks like? He looks like a handoff merchant from college football that's now asked to do things that a real NFL
Who was the kid
does.
in Michigan that he had?
Blake Corum.
Blake Corum.
Yep, on my fantasy team.
How's that working out for you?
He's a Ram. It's not bad.
That's a good way. He's on a team that's going to win the NFC.
It's good.
Green Bay.
I picked him up late because of injuries.
Green Bay has a road Thanksgiving game against Detroit, the early one.
And then they got the red-hot Chicago Bears.
Chicago can't lose.
Dude, they're, 8-3?
Their defense showed up and won them that game. Like, Caleb Williams isn't doing crazy things. He's fine right now.
He's good.
No, it is. He's good.
Good.
He's just good.
Bills are good.
And then they travel to Denver on week 15. That's a game that sketches me out a little bit.
I'm not as it's weird because like my dude's going to be playing in that game. I just think the Packers stink against the Broncos. Even when the Broncos weren't great. When the game's at a power field, man, there's a mental block right there for that franchise.
After Green Bay, Jacksonville comes to town.
Okay, let's talk about Jacksonville.
That's week 16, December 21, 4 days before you have to go to Thursday night football on Prime, Christmas Day.
Arrowhead. Jacksonville's going to be confident. Coming off of a dominant 35-7 victory last week against the Chargers at home, a West Coast road swing where they beat Arizona, beat the Cardinals. They're going to be at the Titans. They'll dominate that game. They play the Colts, but it's in Jacksonville. And I think that Jacksonville will win that game. And then they got the New York Jets at home. Jacksonville's going to be a hot team, man. Will Jacksonville have a chance to be competing for the division?
Maybe. They're 7-4 right now. They're 1 game back.
And they play the Colts at home.
They're 1 game back.
And the Jets and the Titans.
Imagine the Jets. Oh, no, we don't want to root for that. We don't want to root for that. You don't want Jacksonville getting the automatic seed as a division champion. You want Jacksonville getting in as a wild card to hold Kansas City out.
But wouldn't the Colts be the wild card?
Yeah, but they don't have they wouldn't have the tiebreaker over Kansas City at that point. You don't want Jacksonville to win the division.
But do you really think that the Witch can get? Because what the Colts have 9 wins right now, right?
No, the Colts are 8-3.
Ooh,
Kansas City's 6-5. So it's not. That is a. It probably won't happen, but it could. You don't want Jacksonville winning the South.
Yeah, dude. The remaining schedule for the Colts is awful.
You want Indy to win the South,
dude. They're not going to win the South. Look at what the Colts have remaining. Okay, so they go Houston,
tough.
At Jacksonville,
tough.
At Seattle,
tough.
49ers,
tough.
Jacksonville,
still tough.
At Houston.
That's
they
not
might
a
not
fun
win
schedule.
Again.
And that was your argument last week going, no, you want Indy to win because Indy's going to eventually lose a game down the road.
Was that wrong?
I don't want to admit to it yet.
Okay, so then this is an interesting one. Then you play the Chargers. The Chargers' remaining schedule is a bit of a wagon.
No, you have the Chiefs 4 days after Jacksonville.
Chiefs.
You have the Chiefs.
And we've covered that one.
We already have. They have the Thanksgiving Day game this week at Dallas at 2:30 that you think they're going to lose. Home game against Houston. Home game against the Chargers. They have a get-right, beat-the-living-crap game out of Tennessee on the road. And then Christmas Day against Denver before finishing up the season Week 18 at Vegas.
So we need Dallas.
We
love Dallas.
You love the Cowboys
Who else
on
do we
Thursday.
Love? Who else do we love?
Absolutely love the Cowboys on Thursday. And I think you still love the Colts because you want Jacksonville to be a wild card team.
Yeah,
and
Colts.
You love the Bills.
Yeah.
What you need is the Bills to beat New England once and then not win a whole bunch more games so that they are a high-seeded wild card team so you don't have to play Buffalo in your first game.
Yeah.
And then you're hoping that Jacksonville gets in as the final seed and maybe you play them. Maybe they're the highest remaining seed in week 2, the divisional round of the playoffs. Historically, the Broncos are not good on Wild Card Weekend, which is part of the reason why I want them first round bye.
Yes.
Get the hell out of there.
Yes, sir.
They are not good on Wild Card Weekend.
And then the one that you finish the season with, they have a very, very peculiar path forward, the Chargers. So the Chargers are going to they have a home game this weekend. I believe it's a weekend game, just a normal Sunday game against the Raiders, right?
The Chargers' schedule is as follows. Home game against Vegas.
And they just came off a bye.
Correct.
Chargers did. So they did not play this weekend.
That is correct.
They will beat the lowly Las Vegas Raiders. Then, Philadelphia.
Monday night.
At KC. At Dallas. Houston. At Denver.
Murderers Row.
Not good. It's a bad slate right there for a team that's pretty banged up. Has very few players on their offensive line healthy.
Is there a path where Denver's the only team in the AFC West to make the playoffs? How awesome would that be?
So we are all massive Colts and Jaguars fans?
Yes. Colts, Jaguars, and Bills fans.
Yeah.
Those are your teams to root for over the next, 5 weeks?
I love this. We just have a path forward where the AFC West was buns.
And we kind of got the country covered right now. We don't have anything on the West Coast, but we can say the Broncos are, for all intents and purposes of this argument, West Coast. We have Florida covered. We've got Middle America covered in Indy. Yep. And we've got the East Coast covered.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, we have Canada covered.
And we know the Rams are going to hold it down. They got California covered.
The Rams are talk about a wagon. KJ's NFL notes are coming up next. Sean Payton talked to the media. Leggy was asking about injuries, but, it's Monday, so Sean didn't give him anything. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what is first?
Well, Rogers, you teased there. Leggy and Sean talked a few minutes ago during Sean's Monday Zoom presser about injuries, and Sean didn't budge.
Sean, I was just curious if you'd be able to say if Pat and or Alex would practice this week.
Yeah, I would never get into that on a Monday. I appreciate the question, though.
Well, congratulations, Sean. I'm so glad you feel just great on this Monday morning after a great bye week.
Sounds like his trip to Cabo wasn't as fun as we all probably hoped it would.
I mean, maybe it was very fun, and he's just feeling it on the Monday morning.
Okay, I'll go with that. I like that. I like that narrative better. Great trip to Cabo.
Great trip to Cabo.
Oh, I love it.
I expect both of those players to play against Washington.
I hope so. I want to see both players, especially Pat. Obviously, Alex Singleton's situation is just a great. It would be a great story of resilience. But I also want what's best for Alex Singleton in his battle against testicular cancer. I mean, it's a scary thing to go through, and obviously, if he's up to it, man, there's gonna be nobody. There's not gonna be any fan base rooting harder for him to finish out this season and hopefully win a Super Bowl than Broncos country.
Sean gave us a whole bunch of news there. KJ, what's next?
There is no conversation in which you should be rooting for Kansas City.
That he was thinking of you, Raj, when he said that this morning. So I just want you to know.
You control your destiny to the 1 seed because the Chiefs beat the Colts.
I'm not here to argue. The real biggest story coming out of Denver this weekend in regards to the Broncos was their attempt to shore up the backfield. They were potentially in on recently released running back Dameon Pierce from the Texans, and unfortunately, he did choose the Kansas City Chiefs. He's going to their practice squad. But Mike Kliss of 9 News, he did report that they were in strong on Dameon Pierce this weekend. Sean Payton this morning, he insists that there's nothing necessarily wrong with his running game after the Kansas City game. He actually praised his running backs.
Yeah, I think, look, the number of touches that we had, the number of runs we had was down. I think looking back at it, Jaleel had a handful of good runs. And I think with the flow of a normal game, he's going to be important for us in this stretch. Obviously, RJ as well. And then Prentice played probably one of his better games. He didn't just play at the fullback position, but, he actually went in with some of the pressure stuff that we were getting from Kansas City on third down and was outstanding.
I would like to see Dameon Pierce signed here. Why not? Like, you don't have depth there. It's not like you have an entrenched number one. Sure, you want to give every benefit of the doubt to your second-round pick in RJ Harvey out of UCF. I understand that. But, like, at least Dameon Pierce, I know it was, 3 seasons ago, he had that nearly 1,000-yard rushing year with Houston. Why not kick the tires? See what he's got.
Unfortunately, the Chiefs, who hold a better position in the waivers protocol, they ended up signing him to their practice squad. And I don't know if they're going to end up keeping him on there or not. But, Dameon Pierce in 2024, before an injury, was averaging 7.3 yards per carry in his third year. And then this year, he just had 10 carries for 26 yards. But, man, that one season, 220 yards in his rookie year, coming out of the University of Florida. He had 939 yards, 4 teeters. Just been uneven since then.
What's playoff Lenny doing?
Who's playoff Lenny again?
Leonard Fournette.
Oh, Fournette, yeah.
Is he pushing 3 bills at this point in retirement?
For some reason, I was thinking about Colorado native Lendale White. I go, I don't know that Lendale would be fit for this at this point.
I don't think Leonard Fournette would be either.
Yeah.
No. If it was 3 or 4 years ago, maybe. Yeah, KJ, your question is astute. Who's the next guy up? Dude, I don't know. Who else is out there? Is Ezekiel Elliott still wanting to play football? Is he a free agent?
He's a problem.
I wouldn't want that dude. Like, is Zach Moss, the former Buffalo Bill, out there and available? I don't know. Does Cordero Patterson still have some run in his treads?
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking through and trying to scour who would be even potentially, man.
You're just kind of screwed. You just have to deal with what your running back situation is. That is, you have to hope that somehow J.K. Dobbins comes back earlier.
I think Phil could do it.
They're in a bad spot, man, with the running backs.
Could Phil do it? Real talk.
No.
Okay.
He's been out of the league for too long.
It's like 2 years.
I think he would tell you that.
It's only 2 years, isn't it?
Yeah, but he does our job. He sits at a table and talks into a microphone.
Yeah, and you guys, I mean, we are in great shape.
Coach, you said you tweaked your hamstring running the midfield.
That was my theory is never let the truth get in the way of a good story, so I may or may not have embellished that story.
KJ, keep it going, man.
There is no conversation in which you should be rooting for Kansas City.
Amen, Shefty. Amen, brother.
Shedeur Sanders is the first Browns quarterback to win his first career start since 1999, which is when they moved back to Cleveland. Prior to Sanders, Browns quarterbacks were 0-17 in their first start, the longest such streak in NFL history, and he was the first rookie quarterback ever in the history of the franchise to win his first NFL start. Now, we had an interesting conversation on the station earlier this morning. Vic Lombardi and Adam Schefter, they had a little bit of a back and forth about why Kevin Stefanski didn't name Shedeur the starter versus the 49ers during his post-game presser yesterday.
Stefanski had a chance to say he's our starting quarterback next week. He declined to even say it. I mean,
Vic, but hold on. I'm not going to defend him.
Sure.
Why would he name the starting quarterback in the post-game press conference without having a chance to talk to his coaches, to talk to the other quarterback? Why does he have to do that?
Because it's obvious to all of us watching who the better quarterback is.
So we all expect him to start. We all think it's going to go that way, but he's going to go look at the tape, talk to his coaches, and if that's the way he's going to go, he's going to say to Dylan Gabriel and Bailey, hey, just want to give you a heads up before I announce it in the media.
Yeah.
Before I say anything in the media, I just want to let you guys know I'm going to be starting Shedeur this week. Like, why does it have to happen?
Gotcha.
Right then?
Yeah, Vic, why does that have to happen right then?
Because I want things now.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Shefty that there's some things behind the scenes because ultimately Dylan Gabriel, whatever you want to call it, lost his spot due to injury. And so there is always that concern of making sure that you don't lose trust with the locker room because you just battlefield promote a guy right after a game and not have a conversation with a guy like Dylan Gabriel who's coming off of a concussion.
Yeah, but you're going to lose the room because you would do that to Dylan Gabriel?
I don't know.
Like, does Dylan Gabriel have a hold on that locker room? I don't know the Browns from Adam.
The room piece would be a lot less about Dylan Gabriel, the person, and more the concept of how you handle that situation from a communication perspective. That you don't just do it emotionally because there might be another player that misses time due to an injury and all of a sudden, hey, I'll tell you what, man, our running back is now XYZ. And then that player's like, wait a minute. I thought you don't lose your spot due to injury. I don't know. I agree with Shefty. But I also think that deep down, Kevin Stefanski does not like Shedeur Sanders.
He doesn't. I'm also not convinced like Shedeur is going to be successful in the league. I think he holds on to the football too long. I don't think he's particularly like gifted as a runner. I think he could I think he could find a way to get away from pressure in the Big 12. It's not going to happen in the NFL. So I'm not convinced he's going to be successful, but I do believe he's better than Dylan or than Gabriel is. So why not give him a shot?
So in the wise words of Dan Hawkins, Thunder Dan Hawkins, as I like to call him, the jump from intramurals to the Big 12 is bigger, or is it not bigger than the jump from the Big 12 to the NFL?
I'm sure it's bigger from the Big 12 to the NFL.
No, intramurals, man, is bad ball. There's a lot of speed out there in the Big 12. Intramurals is terrible football. When you talk about guys that are jogging around, I'm not even playing with great effort. They're out of shape. Big 12, you got some dudes.
All right. You're the one who coached there. I'll take you for your word.
Actually never coached a game in the Big 12.
Oh, yeah. You guys were a Pac-12 team back then.
Yep.
All right.
I've coached in kind of unofficially the ACC, the Pac-12, the Mountain West, Conference USA, Sun Belt. Never the Big 12.
KJ, what's next?
There is no conversation in which you should be rooting for Kansas City.
The Dallas Cowboys won 24-21 versus the Philadelphia Eagles after tying a franchise record of 24.
Hold on, KJ. 56 seconds ago on Twitter, Schefter, the Browns are naming Shedeur Sanders as their starting quarterback this week.
I mean, goodness gracious.
Literally 56 seconds ago.
And then on top of that, Dylan Gabriel, he just cleared concussion protocol.
Okay.
So,
continue.
Getting weird.
It is getting weird. So we got a little interesting situation coming out of Cleveland there. So nonetheless, the Dallas Cowboys, who were also the talk of the town yesterday, they scored 24 unanswered points to win yesterday. George Pickens, man, he is heating up, guys. Like, he went for 146 yards yesterday, receiving on 9 receptions. Last week versus the Raiders, he had 144 yards receiving on 9 receptions as well. So, Jerry Jones, can you please just tell us, why aren't you paying your star wide receiver, sir?
Just try to spend my day messing with agents, as you well know. So,
but have you seen it? Have you seen enough for him?
I'm proud he's having the season he's having. It exceeds anything we could have hoped for.
He's a good wideout. Dak likes him. You should sign him.
You should sign him. And
He's not going to because he wants the offseason headlines.
He does. George Pickens is finally in a good place. He's in a good headspace. I'm actually super proud of my former wide receiver coach, both when I was the offensive coordinator at Western Kentucky and also my offensive coordinator at Boise State, Junior Adams, wide receiver coach, doing a good job down there, kind of finding a way to manage the personalities, because that looked like it was going to be a wild room, did it not? Wide receiver-wise with CD and with George Pickens. Those guys are actually doing a really good job.
Cowboys are very much alive in the NFC playoff race. The wild card looks like this. The Seahawks at second place in the West are 8-3. The Packers are 7-3-1 in the 6th seed, second in the NFC North. The 49ers, who play a game this evening against Carolina, are 7-4 at third in the NFC West. The Lions on the outside looking in.
That's wild, isn't it?
7-4, yeah. And they had to, they escaped by an inch this weekend against the Giants. They had to have a career-long field goal as time expired to get, 30-some-odd seconds to go against New York to get the game into overtime. Jahmyr Gibbs rips off a wild run on the third play of the extra quarter. They ended up getting the win, but it was barely against a bad New York team. The Panthers are 6-5, and the Cowboys 5-1. There's 10 teams each between the AFC and the NFC that are still in contention. Because you go from the Chiefs being 6-5 in the 10th seed in the AFC to the Cowboys at 5-1 in the same seed in the NFC. You drop down to 2-4-7 teams when you get to the 11 seed with Miami and Atlanta. 10 teams for 7 spots.
How wild is it right now that in the National Football Conference, the New York Giants, who are really talented, are dead last, 16th. The team that you're playing next, Denver Broncos, play the 14th out of 16 team in the NFC, and that's the Washington Commanders.
And they were the NFC champions last year.
Isn't that wild? Regular season, right?
Man, those Giants, look at the losses that the Giants have so far. They have a 3-point loss on the road at Dallas. They kind of got shelled by Kansas City in week 3, but they have a 1-point loss against Denver. They have a 4-point loss against Chicago. They have a 1-score loss against Green Bay, and they should have beat Detroit on Sunday. That's more of a 500 team than a 2-10 team, right? Are they the best 2-win team in the NFL?
The bottom of the NFC is way better than the bottom of the AFC.
I think the NFC just in general is better than the AFC this year.
Probably right. You're probably right.
The top of the NFC is better right now, right?
The Rams.
Who's the best
Eagles,
team in the NFL? The Rams.
The Rams.
KJ, you got one more?
There is no conversation in which you should be rooting for Kansas City.
The Los Angeles Rams last night put on a clinic as they won 34-7 versus the Tampa Bay Bucks on Sunday Night Football, which obviously, you guys could have heard that on AM 950 last night. Matthew Stafford is now up to 30 passing touchdowns and just 2 interceptions on the season as he is making haste towards the top of the MVP charts right now. On the other side of things, Bucks quarterback Baker Mayfield, he was waiting on an MRI earlier. From what we heard from Adam Schefter, it appears that he has an AC joint sprain, and he potentially could play this Sunday, but it'll all depend on the severity of his injury as they continue to get more results back. Here's Sean McVay just kind of having some fun with the media about them being in first place these days.
The only thing that would matter is if the season ended right now. So, do you remember who was in first place with 6 weeks left last year? Me either. So,
amen to that. There's a lot of things that we're doing, even with the Denver Broncos schedule and forecasting everything that's going to happen, what we're looking for. The one thing that we do know in the National Football League and football in general is expect the unexpected down the stretch. And that's the game of football.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. It's a Rally House Football Monday. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy, coming off of a weekend in which the Avs score 2 real hockey goals and win both games. Nikola Jokic is, well, not thrilled with a 12-4 start. We'll hear from Joker on the other side. And I know it's like Thanksgiving week, but Rockies news. I'll tell you what happened.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and I want to tell you about Loveland Ski Area, which is open. And let's all do our snow dance and pray for some snow up there because it has been a little bit of a dry start to the season, but it appears there's some systems that are on the way, both this tail end of this weekend into the weekend, especially Saturday and Sunday. And Loveland Ski Area offers the very best value. And so if you're looking to take your family up there, it is the perfect spot because there's a dedicated beginner area, and we all know that Loveland offers one of the most affordable ski school programs in Colorado, and learning or relearning to ski or snowboard has never been easier. Check out Loveland's 3-class pass. You can check it out at skiloveland.com, where you take 3 lessons, and then you earn a free season pass for essentially graduating from your 3-class pass. Group lessons include rentals and lift tickets, so getting started is simple, inexpensive, and stress-free. Loveland Ski Area, affordable, approachable, and fun for the whole family. Learn more today at skiloveland.com.
PhD's coming up next from 12 to 3, getting ready for the Nuggets as they are on the road in Memphis, Tennessee, taking on the Grizzlies tonight on 92.5. You can listen to the 49ers and the Carolina Panthers on AM 950. That kickoff is at 6:15. Again, football on AM 950, basketball on 92.5 this evening. We've got an Avs Ticket Tuesday coming up tomorrow. You can enter to win not one pair of tickets, but 2 pairs of tickets. You would win the opportunity to go see the Avs take on the Montreal Canadiens, and then right after that, hang out at Ball Arena, don't go anywhere, and see the Pios take on the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
Boo!
Boo! Coach doesn't like them. Boo!
But I love them Pios, man. I love them Pios.
Those would be 2 very good hockey games. Before I get into the Rockies news here on November 24th, yes, Rockies news.
We got a Warren Schaefer update, Raj? Is that what we have?
I'll get into it now.
Okay, fine.
Warren Schaefer has had the interim tag removed from his title. Warren Schaefer is your manager of the Colorado Rockies, coming off of a 119-loss season. Yes, he was he around for 89 of them, 86 of them, something like that?
Sounds like a good gig, man.
So as we change things and Paul DePodesta comes in to oversee all baseball activities, well, the Rockies do what they always do, and they don't change really anything that's happening with the current team. I don't understand that. It's not like they got better. Sure, like Bud Black only won 8 games, but they lost 119. They weren't the White Sox, but they lost 119 baseball games.
Who really wants to come in and be the manager
for the question.
For this transitional time?
I don't know, man. Like, there's some good candidates out there. Like, Brian Snitker could have been really fun to throw a huge bag of money at, right? He walks away from the Atlanta Braves after having really good success there in the NL East, and then it kind of petered off in the last 2 years. Now, granted, there were lots of injuries to those Braves teams, and you saw the departure of Freddie Freeman to go to the Dodgers, but Snitker was solid there. I know Carlos Beltran got hired by the Mets those years ago, and then, unfortunately, I think for Mets fans at that time, got fired before he could coach because of the Houston Astros situation. Beltran would have been available because that smell is kind of washed off. Albert Pujols would have been available. Pujols might be the manager for the Angels. Like, there were other opportunities to go outside and throw bags of money at people, but the Rockies won't do that. They just like to keep the same 119 losses and the guy holds on to his job. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, been fired for 3 losses in an entire season of college football, let alone the majority of them, or well over the majority of them. Makes no sense to me whatsoever. But I will say this, knowing a few people that have been around the Rockies organization for the last decade, I have heard very good things about Warren Schaefer as a baseball man, as somebody that is malleable and is not stubborn in his own ways. So maybe if Paul DePodesta and the brain power that you brought in, the intellectual, analytical brain power, is what this team needs,
then maybe just a button pusher.
Maybe you have a good button pusher that happens to be liked by his clubhouse. Okay. I mean, what? Might as well take a look at it, right?
I don't think his energy is dead on arrival, which is different from what they've had in the past.
He's young. He's closer in age to all the people that he's going to be commanded with leading. I think that youth in and of itself probably lends itself to being more cutting edge with all the analytics and the application of the analytics.
Like Buck Showalter would not have been the guy to manage this baseball
team.
Or
like Ozzie Guillen. Is that his name? Ozzie?
Yeah. The former White Sox manager.
Yeah. He's wild. Little stubborn psychopath.
Complete psycho.
Not sure that would have been the right play. So yeah, we'll take a good look at it.
Sure. I guess. I just, if you're going to change, I want you to change. Just flip over every card you possibly can.
Well, if there's one thing that we all of us baseball fans here in Colorado have learned, if there's something that you desperately want from your hometown baseball team, they're probably not going to give it to you.
Nah, they're not.
Is that pretty consistent?
It is. Speaking of change, you know who's changed, Coach? Ever since he left Colorado? He's changed. He's turned heel. Our old buddy Mikko Rantanen.
Oh,
you seen what's happened with Mikko Rantanen lately in Dallas? He's turning into a goon. You hang out with Jamie Benn, you turn into a goon. That wasn't the player that Mikko Rantanen was here in Colorado. Sure, he was a little chippy behind the play, and he would complain to referees just like Nathan McKinnon does, and like Sidney Crosby did at the beginning of his career. He would complain, but he was never burying dudes from behind. And he's now suspended for a game automatically. This doesn't even go to review, because if you have multiple games in which you are kicked out for a 5-minute major before playing 41 games in a season, you get an automatic suspension. So Rantanen, a few games ago when the Stars were playing the Islanders, hit Alexander Romanov from behind. We talked about this on Friday.
Ran him head first, neck first into the boards.
And Romanov is now out. He has to have surgery. He's out for 5 to 6 weeks.
And then he chases it up with this against Calgary.
Right. So 2 games later, Rantanen, after being fined the league's maximum for embellishing a play a game previous, down 1-0 against Calgary, runs Matthew Coronado into the boards. He shatters Coronado's nose as he was skating off to the bench. He's bleeding profusely from the face. So Rantanen suspended for a game. He will not play this evening. Mikko's turning into a goon.
I never liked Mikko. This past season in particular for both the Nuggets and the Avalanche, the 2 guys that I clearly didn't like. Number 1 by far was Russell Westbrook, and number 2 was Mikko.
Yeah, look at Coronado. You can see the blood dripping from his face.
That was a nasty hit, man.
Oh, yeah. He ate the dasher. That's not a fun position to be in. And in both situations, it doesn't look good on Rantanen because he finishes the play into the numbers. Now, I can give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt for the hit against the Islanders because Scott Mayfield kind of knocked him off.
You said there was an embellishment in there between, or no?
In between these 2 games, Rantanen got fined for embellishing a call.
Have we seen that one? Have you watched that one?
Yeah, it's
run
not,
of the mill.
It's not worth it. It's run of the mill. He embellished. Yeah. He flopped. Yeah, it happens in the league every now and again. Not that big of a deal. But the NHL was actively monitoring Mikko Rantanen, and then it got taken out of the Department of Player Safety's hands. They had to fine him, or rather suspend him for a game, because it's his second misconduct within the span of 41 games.
Raj, can I get you to voluntarily go against your Finnish blood and say that Mikko Rantanen is a tool?
He's turning into a villain.
Say he is a tool. Mikko Rantanen is a tool.
It's not easy to be liked when you wear that terrible version of green.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's not a lot of players on Dallas that I enjoy watching. Maybe one, like Miro Heiskanen, funny, he's a Finn. I very much enjoy watching Miro Heiskanen. And maybe Thomas Harley. But Harley's kind of hateable too. You go to Dallas, I kind of start hating you. It doesn't make me think that you're a bad hockey player. Like, I still firmly believe Mikko Rantanen is a shoe-in Hall of Famer. He is. And he's playing very well this year. But he's turning into a douche.
Does Jamie Benn seem like a kind of a semi-likable character right now compared to Mikko Rantanen?
No, that guy is never likable. Never likable.
Where are you standing with Jason Robertson? Are you a fan
Milk
of
toast.
Okay. Just a guy?
Meh.
Yeah.
He's good, but milk toast.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's about it. Do I need to see Jason Robertson on the American Olympic team? No.
You like Otter?
Ottinger?
Yeah.
He's a good player. Don't like him.
Yep.
It's that stupid green, dude.
Do you like Mikko?
Rantanen?
Yeah.
I think he's an elite hockey player. I'm starting to dislike him.
He's a tool. Say it.
Again,
it'll be liberating for you to say it. Mikko is a tool.
Mikko Rantanen is becoming a tool.
He is a tool.
He's on his way to being a tool.
Because he's a star.
Mikko Rantanen is a Dallas star, therefore he's a tool.
And he's also rearranging faces and teeth.
I feel bad for Matthew Coronado.
God, it's ugly.
Oh, goodness. Avs continue to roll. Holy smokes. They're pushing every good button that there is to push. 9 straight wins. Top of the league. Nuggets take on the Memphis Grizzlies tonight without Christian Brown, without Aaron Gordon. You can listen to that on 92.5. For Coach Sanford, I'm Raj, KJ Granderson. Great work as always. PhD's coming up next. Don't miss it. Also, if you guys want to listen to some football tonight, 9:50 a.m. starting at 6:15. Your kickoff is at 6:15. The Carolina Panthers against Christian McCaffrey and his San Francisco 49ers. Be good today. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
What a day. What a gorgeous day. Hey, Scott, you're back on the road.
Congrats.
Oh, my God. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fun.
Walking in Memphis. Walking 2 feet off of Beale, whatever that song is.
I think I can see Beale Street just basically behind that building right over
snappity doodah.
The arena's right there.
I've never been to Memphis.
I have not either. I have never been there. Scott, what's Memphis like? It's kind of like Nashville light?
No.
Not like Nashville.
You know what? I've only been to Nashville once, and I didn't go downtown.
God,
I think I played a
Nashville
preseason basketball game.
Oh my God, it's awesome. Holy cow!
It used to seem like it was livelier. Beale Street used to be livelier.
Yeah.
And just basically 2 blocks of clubs and bars and restaurants and pick your poison, barbecue, whatever you like best. And you got BB King's right here, and you got Blue City Cafe right here, and then you got this and that and Bing and Boom.
Bing and Boom.
Where our hotel is, we're about 2 blocks that way. Well, let's call it north, only because I'm facing that way.
Mm-hmm.
To the Beale Street, and about a block and a half, Marlo and I walked over to Gus's world famous fried chicken.
Hell
we had a little
yeah!
Fried chicken last night.
Hell yeah!
Which is fantastic.
Do they? All right, let me just run this past you. In Nashville on Broadway, any place you go has live music. Is that what Beale Street is like? Like, even if you're just going for a chicken sandwich, there's going to be a guy strumming a guitar with a harmonica in the corner.
That's the way Beale Street used to be. Yeah, Beale Street up and down, you could go in. In fact, gosh, there was this movie. We walked into a bar, and this was like, we didn't get into like 11 or 12, and there's a dude up there playing guitar, and I go, gosh, I recognize him. And he played a bad guy, like an assassin dude with a guitar, like in The Punisher or some movie like that.
Wow.
But he was up there, and he'd had some songs, and he'd been a recording artist for a long time and all that stuff. But yeah, Bill used to be like that up and down. You couldn't go anywhere without live music.
At what corner do you get to yell at Ja Morant? Like, where do you get to fight Ja Morant somewhere on Beale Street? Where does that happen?
Well, there's no strip clubs down here, so I don't know.
Man.
I don't know where he'd hang out at.
What's he doing?
He's not on the cross streets of Pissed Off and Klay Thompson Boulevard. He's not somewhere around there.
Yeah. I've dug a hole and I'm digging it deeper cross streets.
Yeah, this guy can't get right, can he?
A couple of years ago, being there at the old Nuggets games, one of the treats, of course, seeing the Nuggets, but you also get to see everybody else, right? And there was a season where there were a lot of great players in the NBA, and the player that blew me away the most was Ja Morant. Seriously, this is like 3 years ago. I was like, this is unbelievable. I can't believe how good this particular guy is. What a treat to see him. And now it seems like, who would even want him on their team?
Yeah, like Ja would say, you a bum now.
You a bum now. You a bum now. Who doesn't he pick fights with?
Here's the problem. He might be the poster child of AAU basketball in the sense that there's a lot of great individual one-on-one players and stars in the league, the younger and younger and coming up, and you can really see them. But the biggest question you ask them, do they make the teammates better? And when you're Ja Morant, somebody like that, Kobe Bryant was that guy that's going to have the ball in their hand the majority of the time, or people around him better because of him. And I just don't know that if that's the answer with Ja. Now, he's going to get his 36, but I think the team's won, 2 in a row without him. So, I mean, does he make the team better? Because we've seen what happens when Joker doesn't play for 2 or 3 games, right?
Right. Well, we're gonna get to the Nuggets in detail.
He's gonna get traded, by the way, right?
Ja?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I talked to 2 people that were with Memphis last year, and they said it was going downhill last year. They fired the coach. I guess he liked the head coach, but they didn't like the offense, the ownership, so they fired him. And the guy that put in the offense that Ja didn't like took over as head coach, and so Ja didn't like that guy a lot, so they fired that guy or didn't bring him back, and then bing, boom, boom, bing. So they've done a lot of stuff to cater him. Eventually that may It'll be interesting how long it lasts. But then again, once you get a bad enough reputation, Tyler, we talked about with Antonio Brown. When the headache outweighs the talent, and they're not there, I don't think, with John Morant, but, listen, Antonio Brown could still play a little bit, but, boy, his talent and his headache level were sure leveling out a little bit, weren't they?
We got so much juicy stuff to talk to, and, I want to give you guys the chance to react to Warren Schaefer being retained as the Rockies manager. I mean,
all you dummies out there, all the dummies out there, you dummies, you're all just a bunch of dummies. Dummies thought that something was going to change. You thought there was going to be sweeping changes with the Rockies. Hey, there's a new guy in town. We're going to have some we got fresh blood. We got fresh ideas coming in around here. Hey, we love the Sun. The Sun's going to be so much better than that. It's going to be different. Everything's going to be better now.
Well, A, Tyler, you called it that they were just going to go ahead and hire him a month ago. B, the ski slope bunny over there, or the wave runner over there, was loving him, and then he's 2.0, and then he was loving him again. And I believe, help me out here, Darren, by the end of the season, he was 2.0 again, and you were done.
I told you when he lost me, when they passed the White Sox and they weren't going to be the worst team of all time, and he treated it like it was not a big deal. They only got 2 games over that number, by the way. It wasn't like, we passed it by 1 million. You barely crossed that Rubicon, and you acted like it was, not a goal. And I just you got to be kidding me. I'm doing podcasts. I'm the one watching the stupid Rockies. There's nobody else. And by the way, probably to the detriment of our ratings in the summer, bringing it up endlessly, won't be making that mistake again,
you will.
Phil.
No, you're such a liar. Oh, my God. You're the biggest liar. DMac, I've been doing radio with you for 10 years now.
No. They have lost me, Tyler.
Right.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Listen, man, I was for huge change. It's had to start with Bud Black, but it didn't stop there. It had to go. So, okay, fine. You're making huge changes. But you're going back to the same manager who made things all comfy, cozy for all of his other, darling players.
Well, hasn't been in baseball in 11 years. He doesn't know anybody.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is a epically bad mistake by the Colorado Rockies, which goes, you get the ha-ha, you get the victory, you get the I told you so mountain, you win. I lose. I just could not believe that any organization could be this dumb, period. I was wrong. So goodbye, Rockies. And I never, ever thought I would say the following words, but go Dodgers, because I love baseball, and I'm just going to go with the team that does it the best way. So I am off the Rockies. It's been nice knowing you. I am now a Dodgers fan.
Let me invite you, and they've got similar colors at time, but let me invite you over to the Royals. Kansas City Royals. It's a close little outfit. They're white with blue trim uniforms, replicate a little bit. They're an
pass on mid-market loser teams. Pass.
Oh my God!
I am sticking with the Red Sox and the Dodgers.
Were you into performance arts when you were a kid?
What does that even mean?
I mean, that was just quite a performance you just put on right there. I mean, you were backing up. You got hand motions. My voice is getting high. It's getting higher and higher. I mean, it was just really impressive.
Well, rehearsals before the show was something you shouldn't skip. I was Peter Pan in 6th grade. Yeah, I'm flying. Look at me, way up
high. Look at me. If I put on a performance, now everything, yeah.
Well, that's what Peter Pan was. He was quite a performance for those that believed. Tinkerbell.
Do you still have the tights?
I got caught by my babysitter trying the tights on when I was 11.
Riding his bike?
It was humiliating getting caught by the 17-year-old babysitter when I was 11 trying on tights. Why I had a babysitter at 11 is another completely weird topic. But again, no, I was scarred for life. Yeah, I killed it as Peter Pan. Look it up. Ipswich.
Look it up. Look it up. It's on YouTube somewhere.
Did you ever see Monster, the Ed Gein story?
The what?
Monster, the Ed Gein story? The Charlie on? Yeah, I mean, something about you trying on those tights makes me think about that show.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. I'm done with the Rockies. You blew it for me. The one guy that you had, the one guy that was sticking up for you guys more than anybody. Who stuck up for the Rockies more than your boy right here? Anybody? Anybody you can think of? And the one thing I asked is to not make things comfortable in the clubhouse as it's been. And what's the one thing this Deep Podesta guy does? Not only does he blow us off, by the way, I mentioned that last week.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah. Not only did that happen, but now you hire Warren Schaefer. Like you're Paul D. Podesta, and you could hire anybody you really want, and you land on
Who
this
says
guy?
Who says he can hire anybody he wants?
Well, you might be right. You might be right, my friend.
I mean, really?
You might be right.
Why in the world
right.
would you expect anything to be different? Why would he be able to hire anybody he wants?
So we have a toothless president who's being forced to do things already that he might not want to do. And by the way, proof is in the pudding. Who's the GM? Oh, we haven't hired one, but we're going to hire Warren Schaefer? Give me a break. And Warren, his, hard-ass, bitter post-game press conferences where he's, like, chewing nails and being a tough guy. I'll pass on all that garbage. And, yeah, okay, you're in the hand of, like, the 3 reporters that you have to see every day because they're convinced you're a nice guy. And those are good people, too. But, my Lord, talk about drinking the Kool-Aid. The purple Kool-Aid has been drunk at 20th and Blake. So have fun losing 100 games. Go Big Blue or Dodgers or whatever they're Hideki, what Matsui. I don't know. Whoever they are. I'm rooting for them. They're world champs. I'm just going to be a front runner. Gravy training front runner with baseball from now on. I'm sick of getting my heart broken from this loser 3 100 loss in a row season losing team. And that's all I have to say about that.
Come join the Royals. I mean, we're a small market. We understand that, but guess what we do?
What do you do?
We rebuild. Well, we rebuild.
All right.
And by the way, we did win a championship in 15.
Okay. I'll just root for the Red Sox, bro, if I'm going to go American League. I'll just go with all those other bandwagon.
When's the last time they won a World Series?
Like 6 years ago. Well, I don't know. It's probably more recent than that. The Red Sox?
6 years?
Maybe more recent than that, I think.
I don't
know. They got a bunch of them. Just go with the Red Sox. I got hats. My parents send me hats. I got hats. I got shirts. I got some Dodgers gear. Anything but Rockies. ABR. Anything but Rockies. You got to be kidding me with this move.
I don't really know how to chime in. I just felt like we were supposed to toss a break after that.
Don't worry about it.
They won the World Series in 18.
All right. So, okay. There you go.
So we got 15. You got 18. You guys spend $200 billion a year. We have good front office management.
All right, guess when my Dodgers won the World Series? The past 2 years.
Last 2 years.
Yeah, I'm going with them. I'm going to get a tattoo of Freddie Freeman on my thigh, inner thigh.
Really? And where's Ohtani? The whole back?
Oh, I don't want to tell you where Ohtani is.
Oh, dude. Look at Ohtani.
Hey,
I thought he had a 38 instead of a 34. Just give me 5 minutes.
Hey, Scott, I was going to say, every 3 months, he's number 1.
Jeez. Relax.
Part of that might have been this weekend, let me tell you.
Okay.
Going to that bus game has its dividends.
Okay, let's go to break already, for the love of God.
All right, we come back. Enough with that. We're done. Did we enjoy our Rocky Sock for the year? Because that's it. We're done. It's over.
Nice.
That's it. It's a wrap. Like, what's the point?
But we were supposed to. Weren't we supposed to have Podesta on last week?
Yeah, they couldn't come through with that. I'm not just going to air our dirty laundry. I'm just going to put it out there. They told us, yep, it's going to happen. Dan can vouch for me on this. I was all excited about it. I said, I don't need to go to the press conference. Well, he's going to be on. That's going to be wonderful. We invited him. He was going to come on. We talked about it. And dun-dun-da-da. Couldn't figure it out. Too busy hiring 2.0. Right, there he is right there. Hey, so Mr. D. Podesta, why'd you just do the stupidest thing in organizational history? Again,
No, that's the first wrong question.
What's the right question?
Did you actually have a say in the hiring of Warren Schaefer as the manager?
Let's go to D. Podesta. What do you think, D. Podesta?
Yeah, it was organizational decision.
Okay, thank you. Organization. It had to be an you know what? I'm not gonna. If you guys bring it up, you bring it up. But I am not going to bring it up. It's done.
All right.
I'm not going to bring it up.
I mean, I take that bet.
I'm not going to bring it up. If you bring it up, I'll talk about it. If not, it's over. Too many good things to talk about.
I bet it happens before the end of the show.
definitely will not, unless you bring it up.
I bet it happens before the end of the show.
Or if Nate Kreckman brings it up. There's that too.
I take the bet.
What do you want to bet?
Coffee.
You're on.
Good.
Because I want to talk about how Kevin Stefanski hates Shedeur Sanders.
Hey, now hold on. Let's go to break it. Did I call that?
Oh, you called it. you get to do a lap around the mulberry bush.
Turns out Andrew Berry does not hate him.
No, yeah. I think you're right about. Well, let's get into it. This is too fun. This is too good. And good for Shedeur, first of all. And up yours, Stefanski. Details next. Oh, man. Sounds so good on this gorgeous day. Turn it up, let it breathe there. Yeah. All right,
who does Chad Smith rank drummer-wise for you, Darren?
Oh, Chad Smith is way up there. Way up there. I don't think you can have the conversation of best rock drummers without Chad Smith's name being in it. Incredibly influential, plays in a lot of different sort of styles, and has been with one of the most influential bands of all time. Kills it. And if you want to see a fun video, go to Drumeo and watch Chad Smith play along with the song he's never seen, and you'll have your Doors 30 Second to Mars song. Jared Leto and his brother. Go to that. Drumeo, Chad Smith, 30 Seconds to Mars. You won't regret it. It'll be 6 minutes out of your life that you'll say, thank you, DMac.
You ever notice how much he looks like Will Ferrell?
It's unbelievable. Yes.
He looks exactly like Will.
Well, have you seen the drum off?
They did a drum off, the two of them, on something.
Oh, did they?
That was pretty
I
good.
swear I didn't even know that.
Go,
Yeah.
I think it's like on Jimmy Kimmel. Nah, it's not. It's like Jimmy Fallon. I think it's Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon.
And go watch the drum off with Will Smith and Will Smith.
And
Will
while you're
Ferrell.
going down
Will
that
Ferrell.
rabbit hole,
Chad Smith.
go to Chad Smith does the national anthem at Pistons game.
Yeah, on the drums.
And stick for the whole thing, and look who he gives a high five to at the end of it.
Oh, that's right. We've talked about that before. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, no, I love
cool.
Chad Smith. Okay, quickly, tomorrow is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're going to have some Avs stuff coming up here in about 20 minutes, so stick around for that. Keywords on the 20s. All 5 winners will have the best Saturday ever with 2 tickets to the Avs game against Montreal and 2 tickets to the DU game against Minnesota that night. Wow. Hockey. And if you haven't seen DU play down there at, DU land, it's awesome. It's a lot of fun. Ritchie Center. Tune in all day tomorrow. Okay. Now, I have some news about Shedeur, but would it be more fun to make fun of Kevin Stefanski before the news or after the news?
Let's go before. Yeah, because I think it relates.
So make fun of him first?
Sure.
Okay. Kevin Stefanski is a moron.
I told you.
Do you want to take an I told you so laps? Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead. You go ahead.
I told you. Here's what I told you that was going to happen. I think somebody on this team predict that Cleveland would lose, or maybe we didn't. I said Shedeur's going to have a good game. I thought he'd throw 2 touchdown passes. And if the guy doesn't trip up on the 2-yard line, he does throw 2 touchdown passes. Although one was our famous bubble screen, Tyler, that went for 60 yards.
Yeah,
that always helps you a little bit. But he played well. He looked poised in the pocket. He only suffered one he had a turnover, but only 1 sack. He looked like a guy that if that's his very first game as a rookie, you have something to build on. And I said he was going to play well. He did. I said Stefanski will ignore it. He did. And what I said they should do, if that happens, they should fire him right away, and Cleveland has it.
I watched almost the entirety of the game, and, was it, like, phenomenal? No, but I thought he looked solid. I mean, for a dude that got 1 week of prep, and just simply in the interest of show accountability here, Scott, there was one guy on the show talking about how impossible this task was going up against the Raiders team out there in Las Vegas. How's he going to go play against Vegas? Wasn't you, wasn't me. That's all I know.
Stupid Dan Tanner.
Just in the interest of show accountability. It's the only reason why I bring it up.
What an idiot Tanner is.
It was not Scott Hastings or me. But yeah, man, I mean, to see it all unfold. And
Adam Schefter.
You could see it on the sidelines. Stefanski didn't even want to talk to his own quarterback in the middle of the game.
It was unbelievable.
You know what? If Stefanski could have, you always make fun of the big play, the touchdown play that Tebow had, and they cut to Elway, and he's up there giving the golf clap. That was Stefanski yesterday.
But you know what we learned? We learned after the game, and maybe the first time, maybe there was something else out there. First time I had seen it, the genuine embrace from the GM, Andrew Berry, and Shedeur Sanders in the locker room.
Yes.
I mean, they had a full-on 30-second hug, dapping each other up. I
Now
mean, Shedeur loves him. He loves Shedeur.
Yeah.
You could see that those two, that's the guy that drafted Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
But and listen, Tyler, and here's and this is what I said a second ago, and see if you agree. He looked like a rookie that hadn't had a whole lot of snaps, but he played better than maybe you expect him to play.
Yeah,
is that fair?
I thought he looked fine. He looked like Bo Nix like the majority of the season. You know, like fine. Looked capable. Wasn't superb. Wasn't amazing. Looked fine.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Yes, it's important to try to win the game, but another thing you can do is lose the game for your team, and he clearly didn't do that in the 24-10 victory. The interception,
and you know what? And that should be 20. That should have been 27 or 31 if Jerry Jeudy, after another great play and pass. I don't know what he's thinking. Does he not know people are coming from behind him or something?
It was how do you even describe him? You know, trying to high step at the 30. What was he trying? What is he
there's
doing?
10 yards before the next defender in front of him.
No, it's moronical, but whatever. So you're right. You could have probably piled on more points there. Listen, 11 for 20, 209. But you're right about, you could have had a scoring play with that Jeudy mistake. 1 pick, 1 sack. You know what, man? Way to go, son. Seriously.
Yeah.
Way to go. And I get it. The Raiders blow. And oh, my God. And they fired Chip Kelly today or last night. How about that?
How about your quarterback? How about your quarterback getting sacked 10 times?
How about your quarterback flipping off his fans
no
on
wonder
the way
that
into the
coach
tunnel?
liked Russ for so long.
Hey, I can't believe with the elderly Pete Carroll and an elderly Chip Kelly, things didn't work out well. I'm stunned. But that's their problem. We'll see them in 2 weeks, and the Broncos are going to whoop up on the Raiders, and it's going to be delicious. But here is Stefanski in the locker room. This is what everybody's talking about, by the way. We're not the only ones. Everybody's talking about this. Stefanski. And let's keep a little perspective before I play this. This is the first time since 1995 that a rookie quarterback for the Browns has won in his first game. First time since 95. Now, they didn't have the team for a little bit. They came back in 99. 17 different quarterbacks have started as rookies for the Browns since 1999. It hasn't happened since 95. So what do you do if you're Stefanski? I'm sure he knows these numbers. Here's what he does.
Stayed resilient together like I told you we needed to, right? Stay resilient together, and we fought together. How about Gage's big punt return on special teams?
And go, Gage.
How about Corey? Every single time you're out there pinning those guys doing your job. Great job.
Special teams.
Offense wasn't perfect. How about that big play by Sam at the end? IB, huge play. Q, huge play. Harold making a big play. And then another rookie making his first start. Nice job, Shedeur. Well done.
And then he goes on to go on and on and on about Myles Garrett, which he should. He's great in the defense, and they get a game ball. It was an afterthought, guys. He treated Shedeur like an afterthought. You got to be kidding me, bro. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, so the game ball did go to Myles Garrett. And to be fair, Myles Garrett, if you want to talk about technically who deserved it, Myles Garrett did technically deserve it. That dude did have 3 sacks. He's got 7 sacks in 2 games. 4 sacks last week, 3 sacks in this game. Myles Garrett was the most dominated player that was on the field. Probably deserves the game ball, but it's pretty simple. You're Kevin Stefanski. Hey, Myles, great game, buddy. You got enough of these things. Shedeur,
right.
Way to go, buddy. Here's the game ball.
How about saying first time in 30 years in Browns history, we've had a rookie start and win his first start. Here you go, Shedeur. Way to go. I mean, this is not rocket science, Scott. This is easy. This is easy.
Well,
unless
it would have endeared yourself to the fans, who I got to believe the fans in Cleveland, especially the Shedeur fans, are going, I told you this could have been like this. We could have 3 more wins, blah, blah, blah. Why hadn't this guy gotten snaps? Why hadn't he played?
All right, but then it comes to the post game. Hey, Shedeur going to start? Smart question. Oh, no. Well, there must have been so much pressure over the past 24 hours. About an hour ago, it came out. Shedeur Sanders will start at quarterback against the 49ers. That is official. Stefanski announced it. How much do you think that killed Stefanski? Because Dylan Gabriel has cleared concussion protocol and is eligible to play.
Yeah, I don't know that. I think I'm with you on all the post-game shenanigans. Shedeur was an afterthought. He was an addition that he knew he had to throw into it. In terms of like naming Shedeur right after the game, I don't think that's a big deal. I think that's pretty commonplace in the NFL. You're like, hey, not now. Now's not the time or place. Let me go watch the film and just confirm what I saw. So I didn't have a ton of beef with that, to be totally honest with you, DMac.
Scott?
Yeah, I don't have it right after the game. You want to settle your emotions and be whatever. You also probably want to talk to Dylan Gabriel.
And you want to tell the
you're
team.
a good guy. I don't know if he is, but listen, I said I believe this. You gave Gabriel 6 starts, didn't you?
I think so.
1 to 5.
I think he started 6 games. So you've got 6 games left to play now. So you give Shedeur 7 or. You give him 5 and then give a knucklehead on the third quarterback your last start if you want to. But I would give him at least 6 games to start, and then let's compare and let's see and who we can go forward. Listen, I will say this, and I don't know if Shedeur is ever going to be great, but he sure looks more like an NFL quarterback than Gabriel does.
Now, listen. Shedeur, like after the game, I want to be like, "Hey, buddy, relax. Can you just relax? Okay, it was a decent game. Congratulations. We don't have to go out there and start talking like we've taken over the world. Hey, that's after 1 week. That's 1 week of practice. Can you imagine with an entire offseason? Oh, it's going to get dangerous around here.
It's crazy. It's amazing. Off of 1 week of practice. You know what I mean? This 1 week of practice. So imagine, what a full offseason look like. It get dangerous, but it's just a 1 week of practice. So I'm just truly thankful, that everything happened.
Yeah, Shedeur doesn't help himself.
You're trying to tell what's the tiger to change the stripes, whatever the phrase is. Like that's just who Shedeur is. So get used to it. But yeah, I mean that's the type of stuff that is going to drive people nuts. And quite frankly, even I look at it like, hey, it was a decent start, buddy. I got your back. I think your coach hates your guts. But every now and then, it's okay to just have a nice little, some humility.
Yeah, I had an eye roll with that one, too. It was like, oh, Shedeur. I mean,
yeah.
We're on your side, my man. Like, let's, but whatever. And maybe his life with the Browns is a collection of lots of stuff like that. And maybe that's why they're down on him. I don't know.
Well, and did you see the pregame interview?
I did.
The pregame interview was great, too. Now, this one I actually didn't mind because this is like more confidence than anything else. But he's asked before the game, and he says, yeah, I'm the one that they've been looking for.
Yeah, I know. I got that. We'll get that later. But anyways, whatever. He's starting. It's over. The 49ers are next. I don't know how it's going to go. 49ers are pretty good. It's a home game. And, they got Myles Garrett, and they piled up 10 sacks on the Raiders. And the Raiders are melting down on each other on the sideline. Max Crosby was screaming at some other dude, and they're firing Chip Kelly, so out. And by the way, they have fired 2 coordinators during the season. They fired our guy, Tom McMahon. He got the Ziggy as well. So Pete Carroll's he's going to lose his job, right? He ain't going to be back next year.
I'm just glad the ASU game got done in time for Deion to get there, though.
Whoa, do you got a problem with Deion being there?
A little bit.
Whoa, talk to us. What's your beef there?
I'm glad you said something.
Yeah, a little bit.
Both of you guys.
I do.
Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Listen, the state of college football is a joke right now, and it sucks, and it's embarrassing, and I feel like I'm just stuck in this vicious cycle of college football that like I'm right back to where I was just 2 or 3 years ago, and it's this never-ending cycle. It's never going to go away, and things are bad, and we're a joke right now. And I do think that Deion needs to bunker down. He needs to bunker down, and he needs to make everything about college football. So, look, I get it. As a dad, I'd probably want to be there too. If I had gone, and this is not Deion Sanders' way, but if I had gone, I would have done through everything in my power to have been as anonymous as I possibly could. Of course, he makes his way down in the tunnel pregame. Of course, Shedeur is able to go over and give him a hug and say their prayer, whatever they do, which is cool, and I'm not mocking that at all. That's fine. Even though I did have, if I'm being totally honest with you, I had issues with Robert Griffin when he was doing that with his dad before games. I had issues with Robert Griffin when his dad was in the locker room after the games. We had all kinds of issues with that stuff. So, I mean, from a team perspective with the Browns, that's not even the one that I'm talking about. I'm just talking about as a college football alumni right now. Our program's going downhill, and it ain't good. and I don't love our coach getting on a jet the second the game is over and going somewhere else.
Scott?
Well, my question is, Vegas probably as close as anywhere he could get to catch a game. Probably an hour and 40-minute flight, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably got, boosters. He's got G8s and stuff that he probably hopped on up there at Jeffco, or maybe drove down to Centennial.
Mm-hmm.
And if he left Sunday morning, then I don't, whatever. But I'm a little like you. If he hurried up his press conference, did everything else so he could get on a private plane to Las Vegas, I'm like, ugh. But whatever. Listen, maybe he plays great. Maybe he becomes a starter for Cleveland for next year and everything else. And Dion, maybe that's his decision. Good. I'm not going to miss a game now.
I got to admit, I'm a little bit surprised by the two of you on that one. I'm a little bit different. I'm like, it's basically a day off, and he's a good dad.
No. But like, there's two different scenarios here. There's Dion the dad that I would want to be at every single thing I could possibly be at too, and I get it, and I respect that. And my parents were at every single game of my freaking career. Like I'm not kidding you. At least games that I was playing and starting in. They were at it all, and that was awesome, and I'm so grateful that they were able to do that and that they showed up to support me. I'd want to do that all too. But when you put on a different hat as the head coach of the University of Colorado, sometimes you got to take the dad hat off, and you got to focus on what the original mission is.
Okay.
Well, and I'm with you. That's exactly right. As a dad that has that ability and the financial wherewithal to rent a private plane and go see him, I don't begrudge him, and I think that would be cool.
Because you guys realize,
but this the CU program's no different than it was before he got here. It's back to exactly where it was before he showed up.
Well, I went on Saturday as a fan, and my older son, I was wearing my ASU sweatshirt and a CU hat, and my wife was doing the exact opposite. She had ASU hat and CU gear on her top. And we went to the ASU tailgate party, but my younger son, I told you, was working. And I asked him, I said, "Are you sure, son?" He goes, "You know what, Dad? I just can't take this, with the CU stuff, with the football." So it's 21-17 ASU in the fourth quarter. And guys, there were way more people there than I thought. It was the lowest attended game since Prime has been there. That is true. However, I'm telling you, 43,000, it was way more crowded than I thought. It was. And then Deion Sanders made a decision that if anybody thinks he's a good coach, should remember Ronald Coleman. Tyler, you ever hear of Ronald Coleman?
Boxer from the 70s, wasn't he?
I'm sure he's a good kid. I'm sure his parents are fine people. I'm sure he's well liked and loved on campus. He's like 5'8", 160-pound, converted walk-on wide receiver who Deion Sanders, after Juju Lewis converts on 3rd and 23 to get into the red zone, and they're only down 21-17 in the fourth quarter, decides to give the ball to Ronald Coleman for his first rushing attempt ever. He runs 14 yards, and untouched, he drops the ball. ASU recovers it. On the next play, Raleek Brown, who ran for 290-something yards on the day, ran for 88 yards. And that put the game away, and everybody just stormed out of Folsom Field. It like that. And Prime explains it.
You mentioned change of pace, but what was it you've been seeing out of Ronald Coleman that you thought this is the time to get him?
Very explosive. I mean, even the play he was in, he hit it. He hit it. He was free. Nobody touched him. He hit it. He did what we thought he would.
Tyler, it might go down as one of the worst individual coaching decisions in CU history.
Oh, I don't know about that, man. I mean, I don't know about it. Like putting a player on the field to me is not of course, hindsight 2020.
Especially
the dude
if he
fumbled
gained
the ball.
14 yards on the play.
I mean, listen.
He hit it.
DMac,
to
me, we're terrible coaching decisions or timeout usage. It's we went for it on 4th and 40. We went. I choosing to. I'm not reward is not the right word. Like choosing to reward a kid by putting him on the field for showing out is not even the right word. Choosing to believe in a kid that you have seen a lot of success from, and you're going to believe that he's going to provide you success when you put him on the field, and then he does it, And yeah, he choked and he fumbled and it sucked. To me, that's not even close to a terrible coaching decision.
Oh, okay. Well,
listen, I'm not afraid to criticize. Sorry, Scott. I'm not afraid to criticize Deion. I've been doing it all day. Like I'm all over it. But that to me, like that's a coach that saw something in a young player and it just didn't work out.
And it only becomes questionable because he fumbled, and it didn't like he fumbled because he got hit right away, right? I mean,
untouched.
They wanted something to surprise the speed up, and he got 14 yards. I didn't see the play. And all of a sudden he's running free, and he just drops it?
Mm-hmm. Well, free. I mean, it's in the red zone. I mean, there's people sort of close to him, but he was untouched. Listen,
it wasn't like somebody punched it out of him. He just kind of started.
Oh, yeah, he just dropped it.
No, I will say Marshall Faulk was not happy about it. Marshall Faulk on the sideline, when that kid comes over, he doesn't even look at him. He doesn't even acknowledge his existence. So clearly Marshall Faulk was not on the same page. But I happened to be with Deion. Like, it hit. It was there. The kid was doing what you thought he was going to do, and then he fumbled.
Anyway, Raleek Brown, 255 yards, including an 88-yarder. Now, let me give you one scary fact, and then we can, move on. Kansas State lost 51-47. They actually blew a lead, and their coach was despondent. Frylands, after the game, whatever his name is. They ran, are you ready for this, against Utah? This is who CU plays next week. They ran for 472 yards.
Nice.
Oh, jeez.
They had a guy, Joe Jackson, maybe Shoeless Joe, maybe the pop star from the 80s.
So we got a boxer, and now we got a baseball player.
24 carries for 293 yards. They are a 17.5-point favorite against CU, and CU cannot stop the run. They do not have the D-line or the defense to stop the run. They don't. And they're about to face a team fighting for a bowl. They're 5-6, Kansas State is. Need one more win to fight a bowl. And you're in Thanksgiving week with nothing to play for. Guys, it could be possibly the most humiliating loss of the entire season for CU if they don't get, I don't know, unless a miracle
And yet
happens.
all you got to do is look on the schedule for the last, 5 weeks and just pick a game.
I am
right?
telling you, as bad as it's been, there's a possibility that exists that Kansas State could run for 600 yards against CU.
I'll take that bet, too.
I'm not going to put a coffee in it.
Doing, by the way?
What's Warren? He's kicking over pylons.
Really coaching?
Yeah, he's turning his hat backwards and kicking over pylons. He's doing a great job. They got it figured out there at CU. Get ready for a 3-9 season, and now what? With that being said, there is a team here that is, setting records left and right. Salute to your Colorado Avalanche coming up next. Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. As suggested by John Michael Lyles, as requested by Kyle Keefe and Moser. He gave us a classic right there. Good teamwork on the altitude side of things there. Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
What exactly does that mean?
It doesn't mean a damn thing. I don't think it does. I don't know. I have no idea. We'd have to ask John Michael Lyles. So he suggested it. Kyle wrote it up as a little like, Dear Santa, please have Moser say, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. They did it on the pregame show, and he delivered it. And there was only one goal to do it with. So
it sounded really good.
He did a great job.
Things opening up a little bit now.
Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy back.
Turnover, Nielsen holds and looks and shoots, saved by Knight. Shot by McCarr. He scores! Cale McCarr! What an incredible shot off the post and in. Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. The Avs have a 1-0 lead as McCarr cleans up.
It's fantastic. All right, you ready for some numbers here, guys, about the Avs?
Yeah.
Which are stunning. 16-1-5. Okay. 37 points. 7 points ahead of the two teams in the National Hockey League, the Stars and the Hurricanes, who have 30. Same amount of games played. Okay. First time in organizational history, fellas, they have shutouts, back-to-back games on back-to-back days. Now, you don't have a lot of back-to-backs during the season, probably the same in the NBA, 12, 13, something like that. So you don't have that many shots to do it. But can you believe it's never happened before, ever, in the Nordiques or Avs history? Never until this weekend.
Pretty wild, man. I mean, it's just amazing to see the start that this team is after. Look, I don't think the Nuggets, we got anything to be panicked about, but the Avalanche aren't giving us anything. Like they're just in cruise control from the second they got out the gates.
Can I tell you something? Bednar said they played basically like garbage on Saturday against the Predators, and they still won. They actually haven't been scoring all that well. Brett Burns scored within 15 seconds of the game against Nashville, and then some empty netters at the end. You know, it was only 1-0 against Chicago. Like, we're in a little bit of a hiccup offensively. Little bit. But you have the best goaltending in the NHL.
Yep.
You have the best.
Well, you're able to go Blackwood in Nashville and Wedgwood in Chicago.
Correct.
And, you know, when you're going back-to-back, you get a guy that wasn't up on his feet for, you know, whatever, 60 minutes or whatever it is, and able to get there and play. That's a luxury not a lot of teams have.
You're winning on back-to-backs. You're winning high-scoring games. You're winning low-scoring games. You're winning shootouts. And the overtime losses, who cares? Seriously, who gives a crap about that? They play San Jose on Wednesday at home, off for Thanksgiving at Minnesota on Friday, and it's another back-to-back. Friday at Minnesota, then home against Montreal, and we'll see how it goes over this Thanksgiving weekend. But just a moment here, because there's nothing really – it's kind of weird when you have a team playing this good, because what do you critically say about anything other than way to go? Like, what else is there to say? Just like, wow, and thank you, and this is pretty freaking awesome.
We're enjoying the ride. I guess that's all you got to say.
100%. So, wow, way to go. We're enjoying the ride. 6:30 pregame here on Altitude Sports Radio on Wednesday, 7 o'clock puck drop with the great Connor McGahey. Sean Payton spoke. Little gossipy news about Sean and your boy over here. Got some issues.
I'm sorry. Need to call him?
Got some issues. I'll have some details.
Need some counseling?
Yeah, perhaps next. Hey, it is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays are meant to be joyful. But if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, this is what you need to know. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they are there for you when the pills or herbals fail with treatments with success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed, restored relationship. Call 720-440-7900 to schedule a consult. $99 for the initial visit and medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose, and you go from there. 5 locations up and down I-25, so easy to find. Again, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, it's PhD. Broncos back in action coming up against the Washington Commanders. What were your overall takes on football, guys? We'll get to a rundown of the games and stuff coming up here in a little bit, but Sunday without the Broncos.
The Cowboys-Eagles game was fun. That was an exciting finish there. Cowboys ended up pulling that out. That was a huge win for the Cowboys. Not totally shocked that the Eagles dropped a game. The only game that I really watched, like start to finish, was that Browns game, which, obviously not the best game in the world, but I had a lot of interest in Shedeur Sanders. You guys watch it? Like, sometimes when the Broncos are off, I'm like, yeah, I think I might take a day off from football as well.
I wasn't as obsessed with it. We were running around doing a bunch of things, but once I tuned in for the early games and the second half, and I kind of just watched straight through because I was curious about the Browns and the Raiders. The Philly-Dallas game obviously was probably the most paid attention to game. What a collapse by Philadelphia. Oh, my God. And but the game that everybody's hemming and hawing about is the Colts and the Chiefs. So maybe I should just go there with you guys. Adam Schefter earlier today, and I thought this was a little bit of a loser's mentality, although I love our guy Shefty. But you guys should have definitely been rooting for the Colts because the last thing you want to do is see the Chiefs and Mahomes, and you just need to bury them. And I'm pretty sure all three of us were like, yeah, pound sand on that. We want the number 1 seed. And losing a tiebreaker to the Colts ain't no good. We don't care about anybody as long as we're home. I still feel like that. So I was happy the Chiefs came back and won. I was cool with that, really cool with that. Where you guys stand on that?
Well, I look at it really as simple as this. I don't think this team today is capable of going on the road in the playoffs and winning a Super Bowl. If you happen to get the number 1 seed, if you happen to get a bye week, you happen to play one less football game and you get to play at home, you never freaking know what might happen. So if this team has got any aspirations of winning a Super Bowl this season, I do think the number 1 seed is really, really important. And for that reason alone, I was all in on the Chiefs.
Scott?
I get where Adam's coming from. I'm like you. The Chiefs are not the same. And even that game on Christmas, you got to go there. Denver showed last year they can play there, be competitive, and give yourself a chance to win. That's not the same Chiefs, so you might as well play the schedule makers and get one more loss over on Indy's side. So I was okay with it. But I can agree with Tyler. I don't think they're good enough offensively to win on the road in a playoff situation yet.
Yeah, I going on the road, forget it. Who wants to do that? Come through Denver. Have a week off. What are we talking about here? Is this really that complicated? And if you got to play Patrick Mahomes, in the AFC Championship game, so be it. Guess who you have to play in championship games? Good teams.
I mean, listen, I was rooting for 2 teams this weekend. I was rooting for 3 teams. I was rooting for the Browns because I was pulling for Shedeur Sanders.
One.
I was rooting for the Chiefs to beat the Colts, and I was rooting for the Bengals to beat the Patriots.
And boy, they gave it a run, didn't they?
They did. It was a dead interesting game.
Yeah.
I was 26-20, something like that.
That's right. And they had the ball in their hands with a chance to go down and win it, and the Patriots defense stood up. You got to understand, too, the Patriots have the easiest strength of schedule of any team playing in the NFL this year, okay? So it's not like they're, getting tested, although, hey, props to them. How they went from where they are to where they are now is pretty damn impressive. But who cares who you play as long as you're playing them at home, guys? Can you think
with this team and the way this defense goes and the way the crowds have been, I'm with you. I was talking to my boys online. If Denver can find a way to score 24 points a game, I don't know if they lose the rest of the year. I'm being real honest. That's not braggadocious. I just think that's a legit defense that I think they might slip up and give you 23, but I don't know if they'll, I don't know.
Well, we can go through it. 24 against the Commanders. You win? Probably. 24 against the Raiders?
Although Jaden Daniels is back in practice, I guess. But they said that even though he's practicing this week, they still don't expect him to play in the game.
Okay. Great. Raiders, listen, the Broncos beat the Raiders scoring 10 points. Never mind 24 points. Jacksonville, you impressed with these guys?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah?
I think Jacksonville's an interesting team.
Okay.
Am I scared of Jacksonville? That's not the right word, but I do respect the Jaguars. I think that's an interesting team that's capable of beating just about anybody in the NFL.
Get 24 points. You good against them?
Probably.
I think so.
24 against the Packers.
At home, yes.
Packers are a weird team, though. I don't know. That might be the one that I might be like, I'd feel better if we got 27 or 30.
Hey, for the record, I hate the Chiefs on Christmas, a short week on the road. I hate everything about that game. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about it. I mean, winning.
Yeah, but how freaking awesome would it be if it came down to that game for the Chiefs to make the playoffs and we knocked them out of the playoffs?
Awesome.
Oh, my gosh, would that feel amazing. Talk about a Christmas present.
It would be awesome. And I have no doubts the Broncos will feel their power and have something huge to play for that day. So, okay. It's just the way that game lines up is just kind of stinks. And then the Chargers.
Yeah, Broncos are not going to have the luxury of sitting starters at the end of the season. It's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to the wire either with the Colts or with the Patriots, and they're probably going to have to play every single game.
I totally agree, and that's fine. That's fine. And then you got the Chargers, and either way, you're winning the AFC West, right? Theoretically. Unless you lose some stupid games and the Chargers do well.
I honestly don't see how you could lose the AFC West now. Not like a realistic scenario. I mean, of course you could paint me a doomsday scenario, but I mean, realistic scenarios, I don't see how they drop it.
Well, I think it's all about, I think it's all about seeding right now, guys. What a fun conversation to have. Here we are. Like, we're not even just talking about making the playoffs. We're not talking about a winning record. We're talking about getting the number one seed, Scott.
Listen, I said this last week. I don't think in 2015 they get to the Super Bowl if that New England game's played in New England as opposed to in Denver.
You're probably right.
And they hold on and win that thing 20-18. And I was glad that thing was in Denver, to be honest with you. So I think it's the same scenario
Scott,
playing out.
What won that game? In your memory bank, what how would you say we won that game?
Well, hot start, great defense early, and then all of a sudden, was the late fourth quarter, Tom finally caught on. But listen, he still only scored 18 points.
Yeah, I mean, my memory, the single biggest memory is the pass rush was insane in that football game. DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller were unstoppable, and they were going up against my buddy Nate Solder, who is a phenomenal left tackle, had a phenomenal career. I've never seen Nate Solder look more human in my life. He couldn't stop them to save his life. Why was the pass rush so good? Well, we had good pass rushers. Yes, we've got good pass rushers on this team as well. But they were playing at home. They had them playing on the silent count. They're timing up that center's head bob, and they're getting off that snap faster than the offensive linemen were. That's why we want the home field advantage, because we're a defensive team. If you're an offensive team, it's a little bit easier to go play on the road. If you're a defensive team, you need the crowd's help.
Broncos did make some news, by the way, over the past couple days. See what you guys think about this. They extended Will Lutz for a 3-year deal.
Saw that?
You like it?
Sure. He's been good.
Might as well.
Okay. They took a stab at Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, that was a weird release, by the way. I meant to bring that up last week.
Texans running back.
Yeah, I meant to bring that up last week. Dameon Pierce, he had like a phenomenal rookie season. I think he rushed for almost 1,000 yards in his rookie season, and then it's been a little bit downhill, but still a productive player that, number one, I was a little bit surprised cleared waivers and all. First off, I was surprised they released him. Then I was surprised he cleared waivers. And then I was surprised that it came down to an opportunity to pick between the Broncos practice squad and the Chiefs practice squad, and he ends up choosing the Chiefs.
He had offers.
You would think if you're Dameon Pierce, you're looking at the Broncos like, hey, man, they might bring me in on the practice squad, but they need a running back right now.
He had offers from the Chargers, Broncos, Bears, Eagles, Colts, and Bengals.
Yeah, he's a good player, dude.
Interest from the Dolphins. So, wow.
Wait. So did he have 53-man offers and he ended up choosing to sign on the practice squad with the Chiefs?
Don't know that. I'm just seeing the report. Offers from the Chargers. I'm going to guess everything was probably the same. Like, we'll sign you to the practice squad and we'll likely elevate you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how that goes. So my guess is that he didn't have any automatic 53 bids. It was all kind of like, because why in the world would you choose a practice squad over a 53? But we see that that's how that goes. You're on the practice squad. All right. Mercedes Lewis, for example. That's exactly what happened with him. but you're not committed as a team to that contract for the rest of the year. If you're on the 53, you're committed to the practice squad contract. So it's a way to bring a guy on and still be a little cheap with it and just see how it goes. So I'm going to guess he didn't have a 53 offer, including the Broncos. I'm going to guess it was all like that. Who knows, right? Maybe the Chiefs offered him a little bit more money to be on the practice squad than the Broncos. But the bigger point is the Broncos are looking to add, or were looking to add, a running back to their team. No doubt about it. So how are you guys feeling about that?
Well, I'm bummed out we missed out on him. That's how I feel, because at this point in the season, I'm not telling you Dameon Pierce is what he was as a rookie, but I'm telling you to have a player of his caliber become available in the middle of the season when you can no longer trade for anybody, that was like a blessing. That was just like a gift from the good Lord above. Like, here's a player to replace a position of need on your team.
All right, so a little bit of a swing and a miss by the Broncos on that one. Not major, but a little bit of one. Here is what Sean Payton said earlier today, his message to the team coming back out of the bye week.
Well, I think the easy illustration for us coming out off the bye, it's not like we're at the halfway point, but nonetheless, here we are in a position to compete for seeding, and there are two things that stand out. The penalties stand out. If you said what's the low-hanging fruit that you have to clean up to improve your chances of getting the best possible seed, and then secondly is harping on the plus-minus turnover, giveaway, takeaway. We ended up one last week, and it meant a lot. We were close to being up 2, but in important games, that one possession can be the difference. So that was two of the main topics this morning before we broke up.
All right. Easy to clear up, not easy to clear up.
I don't think it's easy at this point in the season. I mean, some of this stuff, the penalties in particular, I do scratch my head sometimes as a coach. Like, what are you supposed to do? You make the guy run a lap in practice. Okay, cool. you make him do 20 push-ups when he jumps off sides. Okay, cool. At some point, it does come down to some player responsibility. I don't have the answers on how to fix the penalty issue. It is a lack of discipline thing. I do think coaching is involved in it, but I would expect it to not look a whole lot different.
Yeah, it's a habit that's got to be treated back in training camp.
Right.
So we're kind of stuck with it, most likely.
Maybe. I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, false starts, that's a concentration thing. McFlinchy getting nervous, that might just be, he's got to tell himself, calm down. It's on second hut. I don't care that I got Crosby right against me. Okay, here we go. But, maybe it's part of, I don't know. I think some of them are probably on the individual players that they can clean up themselves, and some of them are just, going to be penalties. The guy for the Colts that got the roughing the passer late in that game for Mahomes to help them do that drive, is that something that a team can clean up?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
I mean, how's that a penalty? So how do you clean that up?
We'll hear more from Sean Payton in a little bit. We'll go over the rest of the NFL. The Joker had some interesting comments about being 12-4. Like a little truth baton crashing over our heads from Jokic about the Nuggets' current state. You'll hear all of that coming up.
Hey, are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? If so, go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, best customer service, the best inventory. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. It's Tyler here. Guys, I've been buying cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL. The only dealership that I ever deal with. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. And I think that relationships matter in life. That's why I recommend all my family and friends to go to Phil Long Ford. Guys, it's one-stop shopping when you go to Phil Long. You don't have to drive all over the state. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices. With an award-winning service department, they're going to keep your vehicle in tip-top shape for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
Let's go in through some of the games from the weekend. Chiefs against the Colts. Let's get it, Dan.
Kansas City survives
Good thing or bad thing that the Chiefs beat the Colts in overtime?
Trying to win a Super Bowl this year, right? Not trying to make the playoffs. We already made the playoffs. That's going to happen. The goal now is to win a Super Bowl. And if you want to win a Super Bowl, you want to be a number one seed. If you want to be a number one seed, you need Indianapolis and New England to lose football games. Good thing for the Denver Broncos.
Scott?
Yep, good. Now you got a game up on them. Now just take care. Now you basically got to take care of your business and see if New England slips.
Take care of your business should be okay. I mean, New England technically has the number one seed, but they haven't had a bye week. They don't even have a bye week this week. They don't have a bye week till the week after. So late bye week for the Patriots there. So, yeah, they'll slip at some point. And they almost did this week. We'll get to that in a second. Browns over the Raiders.
Pressure. And they go to Sampson out of the backfield. He's got two tight ends blocking on the outside. He's got room. He bursts inside Raiders territory. One man to beat. He won't be caught. Touchdown, Sampson. 66 yards.
You know, I know it's just a little swing pass screen, whatever you want to call it. But, hey, man, you still got to throw it at him. You still got to make the play. You know, it's funny. They put a side-by-side with Dylan Gabriel, who's a lefty, throwing to the same side, which theoretically would be easier. And he threw it like 10 yards over a dude's head. I get it. It's not the most difficult pass in the world. And cool, the guy did some fun stuff with it, but you still got to make the play. And I was happy to see, guys, Shedeur make most of those types of plays.
Listen, I thought he looked like an NFL quarterback. I thought he looked more. He's got the size. You know, he got sacked one time. He did throw that pick. I got you. Okay. But for a guy that's getting his first start midway through the season or a little past midway through the season, I thought he looked fine. And my big question, if I'm fans of Cleveland, why didn't I see this earlier?
Yeah, it was a rock-solid debut for your first start in the NFL, especially with given the full context of what he was going through this year. It was rock solid. Was it amazing? No, but it was rock solid. It was the type of game that I think Bo Nix has played the majority of the season. He was 11 of 20, 209 yards. He tossed one touchdown, and he did have the one interception. Would like to have that one back, but for the most part, he looked pretty calm. He looked pretty collected. He didn't make a ton of negative plays, didn't take a ton of negative sacks. He was good.
Can a player on a 3-win team win Defensive Player of the Year? Myles Garrett has 18 sacks.
He should.
No problem with that?
I mean, he's got 7 sacks in the last 2 weeks, 3 in this game, 4 the week before that.
Well, he's about to set the NFL record, right? He's got to average a sack a game in the last 6 to have the record.
He could certainly do it. Let me ask you this. The Cleveland defense did that to the Raiders. What is the Broncos defense about to do to this Raiders team?
I don't know. You said that last time, too.
On the Thursday night game?
Yeah.
Forget about the Thursday night game.
Why?
Forget about short weeks and weather, okay? Because you're going to have none of that the next time you play the Raiders, okay? And you're going to have a more demoralized team, too, that's firing everybody left and right. By the way, I'll give you a little trivia here, see if you can get it. You win absolutely nothing, Scott. This is the second time in back-to-back years the Raiders have fired their offensive coordinator during the season. Who'd they fire last year?
It wasn't Rich Scangarella. He was like 2 or 3 years ago. Last year, who was it last year?
Mike, what's his name?
No.
Mike McCoy.
No.
Can I phone a friend?
Sure. Dan's right in there if you want to call him up. Dan, do you know who they fired last year during the season? They've now done it in back-to-back years, firing their OC during the season.
Who was Antonio Pierce's OC? I don't know.
I don't know.
Nothing, Scott?
Any hints?
I have no idea.
Any hints? Golly. His initials were LG. How's that?
LG.
Lauren Gardner?
Lauren Gardner is incorrect. Although that's a fun guess.
I mean, there's obviously a Broncos connection there, or else you wouldn't be bringing it up so much, right?
No, I don't. Gosh, is there a Broncos connection? I don't. I'll look real quick. I mean, he's worked for 10 million teams. Gosh, did he work for the Broncos? I don't see. Worked primarily a lot with Green Bay, and he's with Green Bay right now, I believe. Is he with Green Bay right now? I'm
Nathaniel Hackett.
No, it's Luke
Larry Zonka.
Luke Getsy.
Oh.
Luke Getsy is your answer.
Wait, there's like no tie back here? You just brought up like a random name and we spent 5 minutes guessing a random name that's got zero tie back to us?
I'm going to ask you about Ronald
I thought surely there was a story behind this name.
Just Luke Getsy. Just funny that they fired their OC in 2 consecutive seasons. No. By the way, Ronald Coleman will be on the test at the end of the show, too.
Okay.
Who Ronald Coleman is. Next game. Hey, Bengals, you could have helped us a little bit more, but the Patriots ended up winning.
Henry, the tight end, led him in receptions a year ago. Here we go. 1st and 10, escaping traffic. Wide open, Henry. That's a Patriot touchdown.
All right, and they do not go with Joe Burrow.
I wish they did.
I wish they did, too.
I mean, they kept it close without Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
Joe Flacco goes out there. It was 19 and 37, 183. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Joe Burrow would have won that game.
Are the Patriots real?
Yeah. I mean, they've won 10 football games. That's real.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scott?
Yeah, I listen, I'm a big fan of their coach, and I think he's turned that culture back 180, and yeah, I'm still not sold. I don't know if Drake May's a great quarterback, but he's perfect for what they got going.
They have the Giants. Just do this in your head. Giants win, which would be their 10th in a row, which is crazy. Bills.
And they just fired somebody too, didn't they?
The Giants fired their defensive coordinator, I believe. It was all his fault. Giants, Bills, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins. I mean, maybe 2 losses there, maybe, guys, right? Bills, Ravens, maybe.
Nah, they'll beat the Bills. They might lose to the Ravens, maybe. I only see 1.
So you see them going 14-3.
Yeah.
Oh, whoosh. That is a high bar right there. All right, one more NFL game. Your pick. Let's see. What was the most interesting game, you guys? One more. Give me your favorite game of the rest of the games. What do you got, Tyler? What game were you into?
I don't know. I mean, the Rams just continued to dominate. Baker Mayfield got hurt. Rams won 34-7.
All right, let's go. Dan, can we make that adjustment? Rams, Bucks. Let's go.
From the 24, high snap that he brings down. Devontae Adams got another one. Touchdown, Rams. Into the tunnel he goes. All the way up the tunnel.
The Rams are stupid good. Like they're the best team in the NFL.
Yeah, they are.
Hey, if you're talking about sacks and Myles Garrett's done the last couple of games, what the heck has frickin' Matthew Stafford done the last 8? He's thrown like
Scott, it's crazy.
30 touchdowns and no picks or something like that. 25 touchdowns and no picks.
You're right there. It's 30 touchdowns and 2 interceptions on the season. And if you just want to chunk it off in weeks, sure, you can do that. But he's thrown for 2,800 yards. I don't think it's even close who the MVP of the league is right now. And yeah, I think they are the best team in football. They're just the total package. And hopefully you don't have to deal with them until the Super Bowl, right? Like, I guess that's the issue. And, quietly they're just sneaking ahead of everybody. And what do you do with them? Well, hopefully that's a problem in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, let's worry about it then.
Yeah, that's the next time you'd have to face them. All right, there you go for the NFL. Thank you for your comments. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, if you want to throw it in there. A reminder, it's another big night on altitude. The Nuggets are in Memphis with a 6 o'clock tip-off. That's where Scotty is. It's walking with 6 feet off the air in Beale on Memphis. Something like that.
In a rainy Beale.
Tune in for. Oh, is it raining in there today? You got some rain?
Yeah, it's been raining all afternoon.
Dude, we got like bright sunshine, mid-50s. We got a banger of a day here in good old Colorado.
I got the shorts on today.
You easily could rock that. Tune in to pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law at 5:30. Monday Night Football, Panthers and the Niners. That's on AM 950. Coverage at 5 o'clock, kickoff at 6:15. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the Denver Nuggets and the NFL on Westwood 1. Want to play you some Nikola Jokic sound here, just in case anybody's getting cocky, Scott, Tyler, about being 12-4. Good for the Joker, who put up 40+. Gosh, that was such a good win, Scott, on Friday in Houston.
And then,
I can't say I'm shocked, though. I can't say I'm shocked. I think on these back-to-back, Scott, and perhaps you can frame it for us. the Aaron Gordon news, I think we all saw it coming. We just didn't want it to be real. And man, oh man, on these back-to-backs, does this team just lean on the Joker? And it's not good. He got his 55 nights on the back-to-back. What is it, 44? Something like that?
40 something, yeah.
40 something against Westbrook and the Kings. A team that had lost 8 in a row and had only won a couple games all year before they get the win. And then they had a shot. The Nuggets had a shot, no doubt about it. Just couldn't get things to fall their way at the end. But these comments from Joker, he legitimately seemed a little ticked off after the game. He legitimately, for the first time, seemed upset. Let me play it for you. You can react to it.
I think the 12 and 4 are just, it's not the real picture. I think we are not that good. I think we need to be much better if we want to do something big. Yes, we play better, we look better, but I think we need to do on consistently every night, every possession. Even if you make a mistake, but do a correctly mistake from our system, what we want to do. Make a mistake. Don't make a mistake. Oh, I'm just gonna do something, So I think we need to be much better. I think we need to be scared, not scared. We need to have a sense of urgency of rebounds, sense of urgency of being on the right place, confident shooting the ball. If he often just shoot it. So I think 12 and 4 is just. I'm not gonna say it's a real picture, but we can definitely be better, and we must be better if we want to do something.
That is as expansive and Scott. That to me is somebody who's got a little something on their head and a little frustrated right there. That's what that sounds like to me.
I take it. I go back to just what Tyler said about the Broncos two minutes ago. You're trying to talk about a Super Bowl. You're not talking about just getting the playoffs. You got the playoffs last year. That was expanded by a star player. That if you want to do something special, when he says something special, he's talking about winning the whole thing. And if you can't, if you're 15 games in and you don't think you can get better, or you're at the top of your game 15 games in, you probably ain't going to win the whole thing because it becomes a long season. By the way, you've got 77 games left, or not that many, 67 games left still. So I took it as a good challenge, a good reminder. They win that game when it was Saturday. They get a big crucial stop at about 45 seconds or a minute, down 4, get a great stop, and then a guard decides not to block his man out. He goes, gets the ball, puts it back up, and they go down 6. That finished the game right there, in my opinion. I said so on the broadcast. Yeah, that was a tough game. It back in the day, you would call that a scheduled loss. The NBA doesn't care anything about except for the games that are on national television and Cup games. And so they had a big one on Friday. You start that game at 8:30 at night.
Mm-hmm.
We left Houston. We didn't have wheels up till about 10 after 1 on Saturday morning. I got in bed Saturday at 3:30, and I didn't have to play that next day.
Oh,
and I was up at a soccer practice at 8:30.
Okay.
So
right.
I don't think I'm the only parent, coach, and players on that team.
Okay.
So I'm not worried about that loss at all. That was kind of a scheduled loss, and yet you still had a chance. And I agree with him 100%. They got to get better. They're playing without 40% of their starting lineup for at least a month.
How about that?
And you're talking about two of the most consistent guys, right? You're not just losing 40% of an offense where one guy, he's going to get you, 51 night and 0 the next. You're talking two of your most consistent, role guys, and you got to have somebody fill that in and step up and do that. And so, yeah, I thought that was more of a challenge by Joker and a pretty honest assessment. I think they're really good. I still think. Listen, I don't know if you guys watched the game Friday, but dog, I had no idea
Awesome
they'd
game.
be able to go into Houston and win that game.
Awesome
I mean,
game.
That was phenomenal to see. And Saturday just broke down to the end of the game. You had zero energy. You were done.
All right.
If you'd have played a 36-minute game, you'd have been okay.
All right, but Joker wasn't letting them off the hook there
no,
with
but
those comments.
You know what it is. I mean, it doesn't mean the Joker's saying it's a bad basketball team at all. They're clearly a great basketball team or a very good basketball team. But the best coaches, they coach opposite of the moment, right? So
Yep.
when things are terrible, when you're getting your butts whipped, the coach is going to build some confidence and some life into you.
Mm-hmm.
When you're in cruise control and it feels like everything's going easy, they're going to break you down and they're going to remind you of all the warts that are still on the team. And I think that's all that Jokic is doing right now. I don't think it means he thinks there's a bad basketball team. I don't think it means that he thinks they're not capable of winning a championship. But he knows he's the leader of that ship, and he's just trying to, bring some alertness to the team.
And it's funny. Here's what we're missing a little bit of also that just made me think of this. Back-to-backs are a mental thing. I mean, these guys are in their 20s. Joker's 30 now. But for the most part, these guys are playing basketball are usually in their 20s, early 30s, and we all felt pretty great in our 20s and early 30s, right? And so basketball, a back-to-back game like that where you leave one time zone, fly to another time zone, 2.5-hour flight, blah, 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 get back home. By the way, knowing that you don't even have to unpack your bag because you're going to leave the next day at noon to fly to back to that same time zone, which, is kind of crazy. I think it's funny how mentally he's ready, isn't he? He's figured
ready.
out
Yeah.
back-to-back games. He's
no doubt.
And I think that's if I were to, and you never say anything to me about this, but if I were to say his one challenge or one thing that he doesn't get is how guys will use fatigue as an excuse to not play good or at least play hard. And like he said, mistakes are going to happen, but make mistakes doing the right thing. Make mistakes. Like Spencer Jones got a foul the other day. Ball went long. He went chasing the ball and just knocked one of the guys in Sacramento, just knocked him flat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a bad foul, a tough foul at the right time, or wrong time. But you know what? What are you going to do? Dude was chasing after a ball and just happened to run into a dude. Oh, that's a mistake. Okay, good job. Good hustle, though. Let's go. So I think that's what he's talking about. If you're going to screw up playing hard. And I think there's guys on this team that still want to take a deep breath. And if you're going to win a championship, and Tyler, you can go back to your 2015 team, and you guys had some sucky offense in a lot of wins, but didn't it ever seem like you took a deep breath because there was always that play down the stretch that you guys needed to make. You guys would always make. You needed to break a run for a first down, you'd break a run for a first down. You needed to keep Peyton just a little more time to pass it. You gave him a little more time. So, listen, I think they're really good, and I'm still pretty high on them. And I still think I don't take anything from the game Saturday because you played arguably one of the top 5 teams in the league, and they're building and handled them.
All right, real
on
quick,
Friday.
and we'll come back with no dumb questions. But 6 weeks for AG and CB to be out? 5 weeks, something like that? Should I just say end of the year? How about the end of the year? Like, are we good with that?
Yeah, boy. Yeah, I mean, you're good with it. No.
All right, no, but my point is there's 15 games between now and January 2nd, their game against Cleveland. 15, okay, for the end of the year, from now until the end of 2025. What are you hoping without CB and AG for 15 more games? What do you hope the record would be?
I'll ask Tyler, have him give me athletic, be an athlete. One, you can't hardly guess on a pulled groin, can you? I mean, those things. I've seen him 7 days, and I've seen.
Wait, who's got the groin?
I thought that's what AG groin, hamstring, whatever.
Well,
I thought it was groin. Maybe it's hamstring.
Oh, I thought it was hamstring.
Yeah, well, one of the two, same thing.
Okay.
And then when you're watching a guy walk around in a boot, that don't scream next week. I mean, I had a boot for 2 months.
So you think it could go beyond January 1st?
I don't think it will, but I mean, I don't know. Dude, Tyler, when they're saying hamstring and it's 6 weeks, or you're saying an ankle and it's 6 weeks, then to me that seems like that's pretty severe stuff they got going on, doesn't it?
Well, 6 weeks on an ankle is definitely a long time in today's day. Hamstring, I've never had a hammy. I mean, I was an offensive lineman, right? So that didn't pop up all too much for us. But ankles you can recover from. Hamstrings, the concern is, all right, is this going to linger the rest of the season?
All right. Well, I just threw it out there, and you just actually went worse case scenario.
Well, no, but guess what? It is what it is. You can't do nothing about it.
It's the reality of the situation.
Spencer Jones, step up. Tim Hardaway Jr., step up. Bruce Brown, step up. Peyton Watson, step up. You got to have some guys. Let's go.
They called up Duron.
Let's go.
They called up Duron Holmes from Grand Rapids. Is his time?
Well, listen. They said he was playing great in Grand Rapids. I was talking to somebody in the last 24 hours. Don't be surprised if he gets in tonight. From this standpoint,
Okay.
They got to find out if the G League can if his success in the G League is ready to transition into an NBA success.
All right, no dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb question. What shoe size does Scotty wear? How hard is it for him to find shoes that fit? I actually don't know between the two of you who's got bigger feet.
Scotty should.
You think so?
Well, he's a little taller, ain't he?
He is okay. That is true. Scott, what do you go?
16.
16?
Yeah, I'm a 15. 15's kind of like the magic number that you could still find on the shelves every now and then. 14s you can find everywhere. 14s are everywhere. 15.
Yeah, 13 would be great.
15, you got to get lucky. 16, you're screwed.
Yeah,
pretty much. I'm a size 8.
Oh my gosh.
You know, Scott.
But guess what? Them shoes were running after the game on Saturday night, weren't they?
That's
Scott,
right. Buddy.
You'll respect this as a fellow tall guy. My brother was a mutant. Like, he was 6'8". He was my height, but he wore a size 11 shoe. Can you imagine being 6'8" with an 11 shoe? Is that not the weirdest thing you've ever heard of?
He probably fell over a lot.
Well, he was not the best athlete in the world. Yeah.
No dumb question. Did you guys see how the Valor Legend State Playoff high school football game finished?
I did. That was cool, man.
Yep.
That was cool. That's
amazing game.
That's a really tough scenario to have to defend. So Legend goes for 2 to try to win the game right there at the end of the game.
Yep.
And they've got a quarterback that can run like the wind. Legend does. They go with a little sprint right, and they run that dart out of the backfield with their running back. It's a tough play to defend because you got to corral that running back or the quarterback, who's really like a running back also. Valor could not have defended that any better.
If you're Jake,
yeah, because they gave up a touchdown right before that from a little further out, basically the same play.
0's on the clock, 16 yards out. The quarterback from Legend runs it in, hurtling over a safety to get in the end zone just to take it to that point. Like, wow, okay. You like going for 2 or you like going for overtime? Now, high school overtime, by the way, Sanford did not know what the high school overtime
I don't know
rules
what
were.
it is either.
Yeah,
no.
But you're not coaching in the state playoffs. You're not the head coach. He is. He still didn't know. The day after the game, he didn't know. As it turns out, you take it from the 10 and you go from
Why
there.
Why trying to embarrass your guy?
I'm just saying, I thought it was a little embarrassing.
That or him running like a banshee after they won it and the kid knocked the pass down.
So you guys like keeps going for it on 2, like, what the hell? Like, this is our chance. We got 2 yards for glory. Let's go for it.
Well, I like my odds with the running quarterback like that for sure. No dumb question for you guys, and we'll do a little good decision, bad decision at the end here. Most impulsive parenting buy you've ever made in your life?
Oh,
just like your kid was excited about something, and you're like, you know what? Screw it, let's do it. You got any examples? No.
I guess I don't have like an impulsive
one. A video touchscreen board on the refrigerator.
I don't think that was your child.
I thought that's your wife. I thought that was the warden. By the way,
but no, the excuse was, Ellie just loved that one.
Oh, yeah.
It was.
Ellie spending a lot of time just standing in front of the fridge playing on the screen.
Well, you know why? Because she gets her tablet and everything taken away with. So to her, this is one that mom can't hide.
Oh, that's
so wait
true.
a second. You're saying if your daughter's punished and you take away a device, she's just going to play on the refrigerator?
Well, we haven't gotten to that yet. It's only been 3 days, but
the warden is chiming in left and right here. By the way, I'll read the litany of
because she's at home eating bonbons.
Okay, Scott, do not say 6'7" ever again. The warden. Scott can't even buy Jokic shoes. She misspelled it, but I just corrected it for her. Tyler, what happened in your life that you?
Well, my daughter.
I got a pair size 15. Maybe I could give them to Tyler.
I've got a dog already. My daughter has been wanting a puppy, and I'm like,
another dog?
And she's like, every single day she's sending me 100 messages, like please,
another dog.
I'm gonna walk the dog. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I said no to the dog. I said no to the dog.
Okay.
They never do.
I said no to the dog.
Yeah.
However, I did kind of jokingly say, but I'll buy you a hamster.
Oh.
And she's like, and immediately that like flipped the switch. And like she was just excited about a hamster as she was a dog.
Home run.
I was really joking when I said the hamster, but she got so excited about the hamster that I'm like, screw it. Let's go to the store now. She's like, wait, like right now? Normally when you say we're going to get something, we got to wait like 2 weeks or like 2 months. And I'm like, no, let's go now. Let's go get a hamster. Like right this second, let's go get a hamster. Made a last second decision to go buy a hamster. Now, what was the deciding factor for me on the hamster? The girlfriend told me that she's had multiple hamsters in her life, and she never had one live past 6 months.
Oh yeah.
So I'm looking at this as like a 6-month contract.
Exactly.
I'm like I could sign a contract for 6 months.
Dude.
Now I Googled it,
Right.
and it says average lifespan is between 2 to 3 years.
Uh-huh.
But most people's don't live. I don't know how the average could be that long. But anybody I've talked to, they're like 6-8 months.
No, this
like
is
that.
great because your daughter won't take care of it. The hamster will die because of that, but the hamster was going to die anyway.
Well-
so you don't even have to have any guilt about it.
Well, I did warn, and it is like it's self-contained. Like you just put a giant food jar in there, which they can live off of for 2 months. And
where
water.
is the hamster going to live?
In her bedroom.
Well, in the hamster cage.
Now I will say, I looked online at how much a hamster is, and it was like $25, and I was like, "Cool, let's
Perfect.
go." Let's go.
What's a hamster cage go for?
Well, then all of a sudden they're like, "No, you can't buy the plastic cage. They're going to chew out of the plastic cage."
What's it
I'm
go
like, "Well,
for?
why do you sell the plastic cage? It says hamster cage right here. Like, why do you sell the plastic one if you won't sell me the plastic one?" Got in a fight with the people at Petco because they were like, apparently didn't think I was capable of taking care of a hamster. Eventually, like, okay, one lady's like, well, you got to go get the 20-gallon aquarium.
I'm sorry,
like,
what?
A 20-gallon aquarium.
For a hamster?
For a hamster.
Does a
And I'm
hamster
like,
swim?
I'm like, okay, can't I just buy the plastic one? I'm just going to buy a plastic one.
Of course you can.
I told her, I'm like, going to buy a plastic one online.
Right.
Just sell me the hamster. Like, no, we can't sell you the hamster. So now, so now this lady walks away. Other lady comes over. She's like, hey, can I help you with the hamster? I'm like, yeah, we've already got some help. She's like, okay, what aquarium you getting? I'm getting the 20-gallon. She goes, no, sir, I can't sell you that hamster with the 20-gallon. You're going to have to buy the 40-gallon aquarium. So what are you talking about? The last lady said I couldn't buy the 20-gallon, or I couldn't buy the plastic one, but I had to buy the 20-gallon. So I've already got the 20-gallon in my shopping cart. She's like, no, you got to buy
There,
the
boys and girls,
Holy
is
cow.
the example of an upsell.
Yes, I got hustled by some teenagers at Petco, Scott. I absolutely got hustled by the teenagers at Petco. I got upsold twice. I bought the 40-gallon aquarium, and then you got to buy the junk to go in there. Before I know it, I had a $225 hamster.
Yeah, I just tell you, just go
Lord.
out on the side of the road and find a groundhog.
Now, I will say,
They're all just rodents.
they also gave me a bunch of rules. They're like, okay, talking to my daughter, like, you're going to have to bond with the hamster. He's going
What?
to be skittish at the beginning.
Oh, my Lord.
You're going to want to go 3 weeks in the aquarium. Don't pet it. Okay. Then after 3 weeks, you're going to want to take it into the bathtub, and you're going to want to bond with it in the bathtub, and that so they get your scent. So it's going to be about 2 to 3 months before you can really take that hamster out. She had that hamster out the first night. The hamster
of
had
course.
free roam in the house on the first night.
Listen, by night 4, it's going to be a chew toy for Samson, your dog. So,
well,
I mean, best of luck.
shockingly, Samson has not tried to eat the hamster yet.
What time is it?
I know. I did catch him today. I walked out of the house today, and I forgot my keys. 15 seconds had passed.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I hear this dog like rummaging his nose on the top of the aquarium.
What a shock.
Upstairs. I go up there. I'm like, Samson, what are you doing? He was trying to lift the lid off the hamster aquarium so he could get in and get the hamster.
Yeah, because he doesn't care about your $225 investment.
Yeah.
What you really did is you spent $225
you'd be able
on
to go on
dog food.
Craigslist. Get on Craigslist and sell that aquarium now for $15.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
There's an upside. Big question of the day is next. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. Scott, I just want to let you know that Tyler is trying to bait me into losing a bet. And I'll just say, Tyler, you got any questions you want to ask?
What are you talking about?
Was he setting you up during the break?
He was. Yes.
What do you mean?
Yeah. He set me up all right. I'm not going for it. But if you want to ask me a question,
I don't. I
are we ever going to have?
No idea what you're talking about.
Okay, cool.
Wait, are you asking
me
to ask you a question?
No. Are we ever going to have that agent on? What's his name? Peter.
Peter Schaefer?
Oh yeah.
Are we gonna ever have Peter Schaefer on? Why would we have? What? I got no beefs with Peter.
Why would you mention the manager of the Rockies' name?
The Rockies manager's name is not Peter Schaefer.
What is it?
Did you just?
Oh, you're asking me a question. Are you asking me a question?
I'm not asking you anything.
You're not. Wait, you're not asking me a question?
I literally just sent an article.
Okay. If you guys aren't asking me a question, we can, move on.
No, you have officially brought it up right now, by the way.
Baloney.
This is
don't
you,
even know what you're talking about.
This is you
it's
officially bringing it up.
No,
absolutely.
Baloney.
Scott, you got to have my back on this.
Baloney.
This is him. We've talked about it now for at least a minute and 45 seconds.
Talked about what?
He's afraid to mention it, but he's talking about it.
Talked about what? Peter Schaefer, the agent?
Scott, tell me I'm wrong.
No, I think it's a backhanded way of bringing it up by
Baloney.
not bringing it up.
Nobody even knows what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Baloney.
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody who's listened for 3 hours does.
It's a Rally House Football Monday. I just talk about football. That's fine by me. Let's see your.
I just won the bet.
You did not.
I
You're not even
absolutely won the bet.
Close. Not even close.
We've now wasted another 2 minutes on this.
You know what was a waste? You buying a $225 hamster. That's what the waste was.
I can't disagree with that. But my daughter's happy.
What was the most interesting thing over this NFL bye
I also
week?
had to buy a fish, by the way.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention that part.
Okay.
Because I bought my youngest daughter a hamster. Now the middle daughter, she's like, well, I need a fish.
Oh.
I mean, you're buying her a hamster. You got to buy me a fish. You know what you got to buy when you buy a fish?
Yeah.
You got to buy an aquarium. Do you know when you buy a beta fish that they're actually a tropical fish? Well, you know what that means? You got to buy a heater. You got to buy a heater for the aquarium.
Hey, guess what you're going to have to buy me at the end of the show? A coffee. That goes well with a fish and a hamster and a heater and an aquarium.
The most interesting thing from this football bye weekend was the menagerie of animals
that Tyler had to buy.
That Tyler acquired.
I went from a 1-pet family to a 3-pet family.
All right, what was the most interesting thing about the NFL this weekend? Come on, what was it?
Just say what you want to say.
No, I'm going NFL, baby. What was the most interesting thing?
Shedeur Sanders.
By the way, who was named the starter for next week against San Francisco earlier today? Despite Stefanski
hemming and hawing.
How ridiculous was that?
The most interesting part of the entire thing was when Shedeur Sanders does scramble out. He throws the pass for, 50-some yards, something like that. I don't even know the distance on it. And they cut to Miles. What is going on?
Scott, what are you eating?
Seriously.
All right. The show's still going on. You're bad.
I've been wanting to say this for about 2.5 years now. When you crumple your wrappers every single day, 3 to 4 times a day, the rappers make an absurd amount of noise into that microphone.
No, but he actually was eating something crunchy.
It's
whatever
not even
it was.
the eating; it's the rappers that get me.
It's the rappers and the crunching.
It's raining here. Listen, guys. It's raining in Memphis.
Will you tell me what you liked about the NFL this weekend?
Absolutely none. I probably didn't spend 3 minutes watching anything about the NFL this weekend.
Tyler?
I lost my thought.
I like Shedeur Sanders too. Let's revisit.
Oh, I remember what I was saying. I was saying the most interesting part of the game is when Shedeur throws that bomb for 50 yards after he scrambles out to the right-hand side, and they cut to the sideline, and they show Myles Garrett like, I've never seen a pass like this in my entire life. Myles Garrett throws his hands on his head, and he's like, what was that? I've never seen a Browns quarterback do that.
Let's rewind to the preseason game when Myles was mic'd up, right? And he's talking to Shedeur towards the end of a preseason game. He says, "You just stay ready. We're going to need you this year." Remember that caught on a mic moment with Myles?
Yeah.
And Shedeur?
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you guys.
Well, there it was.
Obviously, Stefanski, who thanked everybody, including the cleaning lady before he thanked Shedeur for the win. Which he is being crushed for, by the way, anywhere you look. How much do you think that pressure and the reaction to what he did in the locker room afterwards had on the decision to start Shedeur against San Francisco?
Some. Because all the coaches get all the clips of all the stuff that people are saying, right?
Correct.
Doesn't somebody in PR come in and give you all the stuff? Here's all the tweets. Here's all the comments. Here's all the blah, 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 blah. And if 99.9% of them are, what is Stefanski doing? Why is he still here? Why didn't he just do the? If he doesn't feel if he wants to be the coach next year, which I still think there's a slim chance that he is.
Mm-hmm.
That he had no option but to start Shedeur Sanders, and heck yeah, he's probably listening. And you know what? Who'd you guys say the big hug happened to after the game?
Barry, the GM. GM, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So you know, if you got my boss is hugging you, like, listen, that's what always scares Tyler and I is you know, Kevin walks in and hugs you all the time, and Tyler and I are like, you know, hey.
Yeah.
We got to go along.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
It's raining.
Thank you.
I got some bacon cooking, Tyler, here in the hotel room.
Good.
Sounds like
bad.
that, doesn't
a little bit. Yeah.
All right.
We do a radio show. We got to do for the holidays a Christmas radio show where we do our own sound effects.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Like, here's,
wouldn't it?
Oh, as Tiny Tim just wants a little. He wants some bacon. Oh, Mama, could I have some bacon, please?
It's cooking, Tiny.
I'm going to walk down the stairs and get some bacon.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, I'm going to run now. Oh, I'm going to fall. Oh, I'm injured, Tiny Tim. Oh, where's my cane? Like something like that? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Do a play. Yeah. We should do a play. We should do an old-timey radio play.
Old-timey radio play
Sure.
where we get somebody with a great voice.
Sounds great.
To read, and the three of us act it out. We could do it for a podcast.
We should get Connor McGahey to read A Christmas Story.
That would be good.
And we'll do all the sound effects.
Yes.
All right. Dan, make that happen. Thank you. Just let us know when it's done.
Yeah.
Get weird.
So the bit is Connor McGahey comes into the studio. We have all the sound effects, and then the three of us act out, a night before Christmas.
It's a dramatic reading.
Yeah.
I can't believe you all are still listening.
So make sure that happens and let us know when that's all scheduled, okay, Dan? And if you need a wood block, use Tyler's head. Yeah!
That's what the employees at Petco do.
And we ought to do this like around the 10th or 12th, kind of like a week before Christmas.
Dan,
so,
about a week or so before Christmas when we're barely caring about the show instead of like the week before Christmas when we definitely don't care about the show.
But this will be for a podcast, and then we'll just obviously, Dan, then you could cut it up. Cut up some of the cooler parts, you know.
Yeah, Dan, you do all the work on it.
Oh, we have a brand new studio to make this happen, boys.
By the way, you should see Jesse and Cole's brains exploding.
You should have seen how excited DMac was when he saw somebody in that podcast studio.
Ooh, things are
He walks in, he's like, oh, somebody's in here. Wow, this is so
Who was in there?
Nobody from here, Scott.
Yeah, well, no, Jesse and Cole are in there. They're trying to,
working for TV.
Well, good. TV's good. Scott works for TV. He's working for TV tonight.
Yeah.
So TV's come down to use that studio?
Oh, yeah. Puck around and find out, or pot out, and whatever you're doing with the pucks. Enjoy it. I liked the Chiefs winning, too, by the way. I like the Chiefs winning. And I think everybody who doesn't like the Chiefs winning is like a scaredy cat. And I wonder when we have lowered the bar so much that we're afraid of competing and we're like afraid of the Chiefs. And Mike Sanford is one of those guys. And I think Adam Schefter is one of those guys. And I'm like, why are we so afraid? What are we afraid of here?
Well, I mean, the reality is if you're going to win a Super Bowl, you're going to have to beat good teams. So
what's the difference?
Whether that's going to be the Rams in the Super Bowl or whether that means the Chiefs or the Bills or the Ravens, whatever.
And guess what? The Chiefs win. All it did was mandate if the season started right now, both of those teams have to come into Denver.
Exactly. Like
that's all that win
Oh,
did
my
right
God.
there.
We're going to have to face.
I'm going to give you a quietly good NFL story that I think people are missing.
Mm-hmm.
The Chicago Bears.
How about them? How about the Bears?
Are they that good? I mean, what's going on there?
You are what your record says you are, aren't you? That's what they say. Are the Chicago Bears that good?
They played the Steelers, right?
Yeah.
Without Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, but so what? So what if Aaron Rodgers was there? Who cares? Yeah, they won 31-28. I mean, it's a close game and all. But the Bears are 8-3.
You don't think Aaron Rodgers over Rudolph might make a 3-point difference?
Not anymore. That dude, I think he's toast. I think he's, old. I don't think he moves very well.
I think you let your prejudice on certain people.
Baloney.
Just
BS.
Just inflect your. That's why you hate Dion and CU. That's why you hate Pittsburgh.
I hate Dion because and by the way, I don't hate Dion. But he's the dummy.
Yes, you do.
He's the dummy that put in a guy who had never carried a ball when they needed a.
Hey, just to point out here,
what?
How many touchdowns and interceptions does Bo Nix have right now? Do you know?
I don't know, 25-6 or something like that.
18-8.
18-8. Okay.
Aaron Rodgers, 19-7. The dude that you're saying can't play dead in the Western, he's got the same stats as your boy.
No, stats. How many wins does he have? How many wins does Aaron Rodgers have? Let's start with some stats that matter.
6.
Well, they're 6-5, so he's won every game. So he's 6. How many does Bo have?
Okay, he's got a lot of wins. Cool. I mean, but you're sitting here acting like Aaron Rodgers can't play football.
I mean, they're going nowhere with Aaron Rodgers. There's no future with Aaron Rodgers. He's a weasel turned narcissistic fool.
They're going to 9-win season like they always do.
I don't like him because he does mushrooms. There's Chris Marlowe walking on the ring.
Who's on mushrooms?
Chris Marlowe.
Yeah, who's on Mish? Don't give up.
Like it.
Never give up. Yeah, I don't like Aaron Rodgers. You do? Okay, cool. They're going nowhere.
I mean, I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is freaking godsend anymore, but the dude definitely would have been a difference in a 3-point game.
All right. Well, he's not available. He's got a broken or hurt or damaged pinky left wrist or something. I don't know. He's not available. You guys like Aaron Rodgers? Fine. I don't care. What do I care?
It wasn't even about liking Aaron Rodgers. The conversation was he a difference of 3 points?
Yeah, 3 points.
Well, whatever. They lost. Go Bears. Caleb Williams is doing awesome. Jameis Winston was fun. Did you see him this weekend?
It was a hell of a celebration.
Golly, man. I was rooting for him so hard, but they lost in overtime. Lions aren't that good this year, by the way.
Lions lose 2 coordinators. How are they doing?
They're okay.
By the way, speaking of coordinators, can I just say something that I got a question for my Kansas City fans like DMac out there?
What? Go.
What's their offensive coordinator named? Nagy, right? Is the OC by title, right?
Okay.
But it's like Andy Reid. Oh, Andy Reid, it's his offense. He makes all the call. Look, they got rid of that one OC and they still won 2 Super Bowls and blah 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 blah. It's Andy Reid. But now all of a sudden the offense sputters. Nagy doesn't know what he's doing. He can't call a game. I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Scott, Nagy's.
Well, you're giving everybody the credit for Andy Reid, but now when all of a sudden the offense sputters, it's somebody else's fault?
He's been the coordinator for like 4 years.
But Andy Reid's been making all the calls forever, though, right?
I mean, allegedly. But on your point, they did win a Super Bowl with him as the coordinator.
But you're not hearing what I'm saying.
No, you're not hearing me.
Bieniemy was with them. Bieniemy was there and won 2 Super Bowls. And yet when the point being, everybody gives Andy Reid all the credit for this offense, and he's a genius, he's the mastermind, he's this, until it goes a little bad. Then it becomes, well, Bieniemy didn't know what he was doing. They had to get rid of Bieniemy. He was blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden everything's golden and Nagy's, okay, and Andy Reid. But then all of a sudden now it sputters off. It's a little bit, it's just Nagy. Why doesn't Andy Reid catch any heat? That's my question. I understand who the OC is. But who's the OC here? When this offense crap, are we calling out OC's names in Denver?
I'll give you a nickel if you can even tell us who the OC is for the Broncos. Seriously, I'll give you a nickel if you can.
It's Catarinky.
He's got a really famous last name.
You want to just no? It's Joe Lombardi.
Marty Schottenheimer.
Yeah, it's Marty Schottenheimer. No, dude, Andy Reid gets a pass on everything because he's, I don't know, a dynasty leading coach.
Best coach in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, he's coached a dynasty, literally a dynasty.
Now, see, do you understand what I'm saying, though? Mm-mm. So is the offense sputtering Andy Reid's fault or Nagy's fault?
It's Andy Reid's fault, I guess, but I'd probably say it's more the GM's fault for not giving him the tools in the toolbox. But yeah, I don't know, man. You'd have to listen. Are the Chiefs?
All my boys, all they do is that Nagy's calling a terrible game.
Okay, that's a different question. Your boys are stupid. That's true.
Well, that's what I'm saying because it's
your boys are dumb.
Andy Reid still calls all the plays and everything, just like Sean Payton here.
No, so
Andy Reid and Sean Payton are the same thing, aren't they?
The real question is why can't your boys hold Andy Reid accountable? And it's because
that's kind of the question. Thank you.
Because your boys are idiots, and you know that. But that's why you love
them. That's the entire Kansas City fan base.
They are a whole fan base of morons, Scott. I mean, they have convinced themselves this is a good place to live. Start there. They have a stadium that does get loud. That's true. But they have some of the worst owners in the NFL, according to the players. So, yeah. And by the way, you're about to lose. They're about to cross borders there because they won't build them a new stadium. They're about to go into Missouri.
But they'll be in the same city. They'll be in the same town.
Well, they're about to go to
Kansas City.
Well, whatever. They're flip-flopping. They're going to
nice
the next.
Areas in
they're going to
City,
Kansas. They're in Missouri. They're going to Kansas, right? Yeah. By the way,
Crown Plaza is
what
pretty
stupid
cool place
cities
to be for Christmas.
Split themselves in half with a river and are in two different states?
In two different states? Texarkana.
I think you're proving my point. I mean, you know, these aren't
Florida Georgia line.
These aren't bright places.
Minneapolis.
Your buddies are morons, Scott. You know that.
Yeah.
But that's why you love them. Your buddies, anybody who's complaining about a dynasty team is an idiot.
There's Pibble, by the way.
I know that. I just find it interesting. We don't get on Lombardi's ass here. We go straight to Peyton, and over there they ain't going straight to Andy Reid. It's all Nagy's fault.
I bet most people don't even know Joe Lombardi is a coach on the Broncos. Seriously. You didn't.
I just said his name.
You barely said his name, and you just kind of
because I don't listen.
You mumbled something. I was
going to say David Mills.
Why would you say that?
The quarterback for the Texans?
Yes. He got a big win.
He's trying to say Davis Webb.
Davis Webb. Yeah, there you go. My bad. I did mess that one up. There you go. Davis Webb. I got the Davis part.
Hey.
I got the Davis Webb was the quarterback.
You know what's crazy? I speak Hastings. I actually speak Hastings. I can translate if needed.
Well,
you can bring me to a dinner party.
You're going to get 48 straight hours of it, buddy.
All right. We're going to have Let's Football Go. Dan Buds Quince Tanner with you next. That's a funny quote talking about nothing in particular. All right, let's football go. Scott is all suited and booted. Oh, my gosh. Look at him. Handsome fella. Handsome fella with the tie and the shirt and the this and the that. We'll get to the Nuggets here.
Putting lipstick on a pig there.
I'll tell you what, man. Hey, it ain't the first time, but it's a good time. Dan Buds Quinn Stanner, LFJ.
All right, guys, an update on the Broncos and Washington Commanders Sunday night football game. Shefty tweeted out earlier today that Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels will return to practice this week, but it is considered unlikely that he plays Sunday night versus the Broncos. So it's looking like it's going to be Marcus Mariota starting at quarterback when the Broncos travel to the nation's capital to take on the Commanders. What do you guys think of the Marcus Mariota-led Commanders?
Not much. We'll dig into it starting tomorrow, but not much.
It's amazing he's still in the league after that quarterback documentary.
He didn't even make it through the whole documentary.
I actually think Marcus Mariota at one time was a really good quarterback, and I think he kind of got hosed in his career, to be totally honest. But at this point in time, what's amazing is what we thought this game was going to be at the beginning of the year versus how it feels right now. I mean, the Commanders were the darlings of the NFL. I think they got the most primetime games of any team in the NFL.
Yes.
The NFL is planning on them being a huge draw. They were awesome last year. And this year, it's like, all right, well, you better win this game.
Yeah, and
no
hope.
It's turned so much that you would be disappointed if Denver does not win this weekend.
Oh, God,
I would, yes, absolutely.
But you know what? These are probably the type of games that when you're having a season like this, you got to pay attention to as a coach. Because you know your guys are going to get up for the big ones, but can you get them up for these games? That's the challenge.
Well, it probably helps that it's a national TV game, right? Like, it's hard to ignore that.
I don't think so.
You don't think they get up a little bit more for Sunday Night Football?
I mean, maybe a little bit, yeah, but not to the degree that you're thinking of. I think you can fall asleep on national games just as easily as you can on any others.
All right, well.
You know what is big, though, for this game?
What's that, Sadie?
And I'm sure it's been done before, but I don't remember. I mean, it's probably done before. It's not a big thing like that.
Mm-hmm.
You win this game Sunday, you'll go 2 straight years of beating your NFC conference opponents, sweeping them.
That is funny. Fun point, right? Well, no, hold on a second. They still got to play. Oh, okay. All right, I got you.
No, they beat Philly, the Giants, and Dallas
you're right,
already,
you're right? And, and they have to play the Packers, but you're right. They're not in the same division. Right, that's a fun little fact there, Scott. Hey, that's a fun little fact by Scott Hastings.
Come on now.
Come on, baby. We got
Davis Miles texted that to me.
Next story, Dan.
Davis Mills, texted to me.
Miles Davis?
Davis
Miles Davis.
Webb Davis. Webb feet. Whatever.
Pee in your pants is cool.
Go ahead, Dan.
All right, guys. Let's hear a cut here from Sean Payton. He spoke to the media this morning about the run game versus the Chiefs and what he wants to improve in the run game moving forward.
Yeah, I think, look, the number of touches that we had, the number of runs we had was down. I think looking back at it, Jaleel had a handful of good runs. And I think with the flow of a normal game, he's going to be important for us in this stretch. Obviously, RJ as well. And then Prentice played probably one of his better games. He didn't just play at the fullback position, but he actually went in with some of the pressure stuff that we were getting from Kansas City on third down and was outstanding.
Also, just a quick note, Damian Pierce was the Broncos were interested. He decides to sign with the Chiefs practice squad. Let me ask you guys this question. Is the Broncos running back room the most concerning thing for this team heading into the stretch and into the postseason? And if it's not, what concerns you more than the state of the running back room?
Yeah, probably. When Damian Pierce became available, first off, I was surprised that the Texans just waived him. Second off, I was surprised that nobody claimed him. And then I was thinking, hey, this feels like manna coming out of heaven. Like this is a gift from the good Lord above. You desperately need a running back. Damian Pierce is a very capable running back. I'm not saying he is what he was when he was a rookie, but he's a very capable running back, and I was really hoping the Broncos would have signed him because that would have helped with the biggest concern.
Yeah, I've been interesting to see fly on the wall how those conversations went, or did they go? How far they advanced? Did they advance? Stuff like that.
Sean was talking up Jaleel McLaughlin today. I'm like, oh boy, Like,
what's wrong with that? I thought Jaleel looked
nothing's
good.
wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with Jaleel, but you're hyping up a dude that you didn't think was good enough to play for the vast majority of the year. That's just where you're at.
Well, fair enough, but I've always thought that was a mistake. Jaleel, when he gets his number called,
hey, okay,
he shows up.
I hope that's the case. I'm just pointing out. I mean, Jaleel wasn't dressing for the entire season, and now you're like on the Jaleel train. I hope that works out. I like Jaleel. He's a good dude. I never really understood Tyler Bidet over Jaleel McLaughlin, but we're about to see it all, by the way. We're about to see it all one way or the other. Or, you know what we're going to see? No running whatsoever. We're going to see more screen passes. We'll see just more, safe throws, that sort of thing. We might see a, catalog of that. And then everybody will be screaming about run the ball more. I don't know, man. Whatever gets you to the promised land at this point makes the most sense to me. Go ahead, Dan, next.
Guys, Baker Mayfield suffered a left shoulder sprain in Sunday night's 34-7 loss to the LA Rams. Did not play in the second half. He will undergo an MRI today to determine the severity of the injury, according to Bucs head coach Todd Bowles. So get this, guys. Technically, the Bucs are still in the 4 seed. They're atop of the NFC South. But record-wise, the Carolina Panthers are tied record-wise with the Buccaneers at 6-5. Are the Panthers the most surprising team in the NFL this season? And if they're not, what team has surprised you more, good or bad?
The New England Patriots have surprised me the most.
Could you guys tell me a single moment of the Carolina Panthers season?
No. I mean,
a memory, a play.
No.
Bryce Young had over 400 yards passing a couple weeks ago.
Oh, there you go, Dan. You passed the test.
That's a fun little fact. But isn't it amazing that they're actually having a decent season, and I literally don't even know that they exist?
Yes and no. I mean, I think teams that the Broncos just don't face at all in the NFC just fly under the radar. Like the Rams, frankly, are kind of flying under the radar.
No, they aren't.
They're not to you?
Hell
You've
no.
been studying the Rams? You've been paying
I watch
attention to the Rams?
almost every weekend. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, to me, teams that the Broncos don't play, just, it's not like I don't know they exist, but I don't pay that much attention to them. The Panthers, an East Coast team in the NFC that we don't play, yeah, of course not. Really.
A team that started the season and we thought were a laughingstock.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't. Bryce Young. That team. What else? I couldn't tell you anything else about the Panthers. No, nothing stands out if that's your question. They play tonight, though, so. But I'm watching the Nuggets tonight.
You know what I'll be doing tonight?
Chasing your hamster out of your dog's mouth?
I'll be watching a 3-hour freaking musical. That's what I'll be doing.
I'm sorry, what?
That's right. Not only did I buy a hamster 2 days ago and a fish, tonight I'm going to see stupid Wicked, a 3-hour musical.
Where? Downtown?
Ooh.
No. Oh, are you living in a hole?
No.
It's part 2, and I hear people have walked out of this one.
Are you serious?
I don't know anything about this. What's Wicked Part 2?
The movie.
Oh, the movie? Oh, all right. Is it in movie theaters?
Yeah.
All right. I'll ask a no dumb question.
Yeah.
Didn't it already come out?
It's part 2.
Okay.
The first part came out, yes.
And then we were left with a cliffhanger at the end of part 1?
Yeah.
So the green witch and the skinny witch,
they haven't fought it out yet. No.
It took them 3 hours and they couldn't resolve it?
Well, yeah, it's going to be 6 hours total. Yeah. I already watched the first 3 hours. Now I got to watch the second 3 hours. When I told my daughter I don't want to go to 3-hour musical, she said, "Dad, it's only 2 hours and 58 minutes."
I didn't even know there was a second one. So there's more songs? There's more singing coming out. This is with the Ariana Grande and the girl with the thing through her nose.
Yeah.
The green one.
Yeah.
You're right.
People are walking out of it, Scott?
I read something about it today, yeah.
Really?
Are you going to be dragged to this thing, Scott?
No.
But you have a daughter, a young daughter.
Yeah, she has a mom.
So I'll give you guys the review tomorrow. Well, that felt like a bit of a shot.
Next story, Dan.
Hey, you ain't giving us no review tomorrow, dummy.
Oh, that's right. Unless you call
you're
in.
right. You're right. That's true. That's true. That's a
come
good
on
point.
in,
Yeah.
Tyler. Come on in to give us that review.
Today's actually Friday for me. I forgot that.
Come on in, Tyler.
Yeah.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Kevin Stefanski, Browns head coach, announced that Shedeur will start at quarterback next week against the 49ers, despite Dylan Gabriel clearing the concussion protocol. As we saw yesterday, Shedeur led the Browns to a 24-10 win over the Raiders. He completed 11 of 20 passes, 209 passing yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception in his first NFL start. What would be the scenario where, barring no injury, what would be the scenario where Dillon Gabriel gets back into the starting spot for the Browns over Shedeur Sanders?
Look, man, you gave Dillon Gabriel 6 games. I'm not saying life has to be fair. In the NFL, definitely is not fair. But wouldn't you think, as an organization, you'd want to get 5? How many games are left? 5?
6 for the Broncos.
6 games. Would you want to get about a similar sample size out of Shedeur Sanders?
I think they have 6 games left. I think they're now 3-8. I'm gonna double check that. Yeah, of course. I have no idea. Stefanski obviously can't stand him. We did find out about what's going on here. It's clear the person that drafted Shedeur Sanders was Andrew Berry, the GM. Okay, there were a lot of questions like, who's really responsible for this? But we now know that. And we know Stefanski was against it, and because he's sort of shown his true colors. So it's a tricky spot for any player, guys, when you know your coach doesn't have your back, but you're there anyways. I mean, I don't know how often you guys actually have seen that, so I guess I'd throw that out there. When that has happened, how does it feel? What does it look like? Not to you particular, but
I've had the
general.
opposite. I've had the complete opposite, where the coach loved me and the GM did not. And
I'd rather have it that way, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, and I ended up in free agency going back to a situation out in Washington where I knew that my coach loved me, Mike Shanahan, and I knew that the GM did not. And it ended up being a huge mistake for me because Mike got fired.
Well,
when Mike got fired, guess what? The only dude that's left is the GM.
Well, that happens. That's the way that goes, Scott.
He should start pretty much the rest of the season. The only way he'll get taken out of the game is if, he goes up and just, totally maybe spits the bit. Has 4 interceptions at halftime or something like that. Gabriel, looking up his numbers right now, 7 touchdowns in his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games he played in. 7 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, which isn't horrible, but I think his high passing game. What did Shedeur have? 209.
Yeah, something like that.
How about this? You want to talk about this? So is that on Shedeur or is it on the system? The high game for Gabriel this year was 221 yards on 52 attempts. 29 of 52, and he only threw for 220.
Dude, they got 6 games. They got 6 games left. He should start all 6, and that's that. I mean, this is a stupid conversation, in all honesty. Because why else did you draft this guy? What else do you need to see out of the shrimp Dillon Gabriel, the lefty shrimp?
Yeah, that dude barely belongs in the NFL.
You know what I'm saying? By the way, Oregon's even doing better without him. So, I don't know, whatever, man. Like, I don't understand that whole organization. There are a bunch of dummies there. Stefanski, I don't think he deserves that job. And I'm rooting for Shedeur. I know you guys are too. We are. We're rooting for Shedeur.
Who are the Browns OC? Does Stefanski call offense there?
He does, but I don't know if they have a Joe Lombardi.
He gave up play calling a couple weeks ago, actually.
Yeah, that's right.
Tommy Rees.
Tommy Rees. Who's that?
Don't know. He's a tight ends coach, passing game specialist, and so he's moved up from that.
He looks like he's 12 years old, but he was actually born. Wow. Well, he was born 1992.
Jeez.
So he's not even 40 years old. But I mean, whatever. Who cares about that, right? That's not a big deal. All right, listen, Scott. All right, we got you for the rest of the show. What bus are you on? What are you doing? You sticking around?
I'm good. Yeah,
all right, because let's get into the Nuggets and what they got on tap tonight against Memphis, and another salute there to the Avalanche, who are setting records left and right. It's PhD here on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, men, the holiday season is here. Hustle and bustle and get all that activity going. But when your energy is drained and you're not sleeping well and your sex drive is nowhere to be found, maybe it's tough to feel festive. Well, that could just be signs of low T. If that's what's going on, this is your season to take action and get treated. So if the mistletoe just isn't ringing your bell, get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So what happens is guys start losing testosterone in their 30s and it just kind of drips away. Well, you can get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and take the low T quiz, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions, yes or no. I'll let you know where you fall. And if this is about testosterone, all right, well, fine, let's go. We'll draw your blood, have your result within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will get with you and give you the details. The cost of the appointment is $99. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, it goes away. There you go. Goes right into it. Call them today at 720-440-7900. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Find it at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Things opening up a little bit now.
Yeah, back and forth. Nice little break, though, right off the glass like we've seen in Nashville. Goofy back.
Turnover, Nielsen holds and looks and shoots, saved by Knight. Shot by McCarr, he scores! Cale McCarr! What an incredible shot off the post and in. Well, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. The Avs have a 1-0 lead as McCarr cleans up after the save to rip home his 9th of the season.
What would paint my reindeer and make me a goblin be a euphemism for? Paint my reindeer and make me a goblin.
I can't think of a non-NSFW way to say that.
All right. So do you think it does have another meaning, or do you think it's just
no?
No, I think
foolish?
it's made up. If I was going to apply one.
Let me do a silly video for Instagram and TikTok and see if we can pay it off with Moj.
Basketball guy looking down on hockey guy right there, Tyler. We got some basketball.
Oh no, I'm not above. Hey,
well, you got a little snobbery
you
right
guys
there.
Make a funny. I'm waiting for you two to make a funny video.
Well, you want something funny to say tonight? Should we? I mean, that's the game. John Michael Lyles and Kiefer gave Moser something funny to say, and he said it. We can play that game.
Yeah, but Lyles and Kiefer are creative.
Oh wow! So you're saying because we're not creative enough, there's like if we said geez, I don't know, Tyler. I'm struggling, I suppose.
So if I get a monster dunk tonight, would it not be funny if I went, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin?
Dude,
my.
Actually, Scott, you know what? That would be hysterical if you were to use the same exact phrase as Moser. Dan, seriously, Tyler, would that not be hysterical if Scott figured out how to use the same exact thing? And maybe paint my reindeer and call me a goblin become something? Because if it said one time, well, you're just a weirdo. If it said 2 times, well, maybe you're a weirdo with friends. If it gets 3 times, it's probably a movement.
And then it becomes a 6-7 movement.
You never know.
It's one of those things.
And then you really might get the credit for it because you'd be the second one, and maybe that gets more viral.
I mean, where did boom goes the dynamite? Where did that come from? Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. Maybe that's the thing. And you know what would be great is if you did it, it became a thing, we would take credit for it, and we'd leave Kiefer and John Michael Lyles in the dust.
No question.
That's right. Hey, knowing Kiefer, he's already got the copyright on
it's
that.
Not who did it first, it's who did it best.
I'd say that's the challenge between you and Marlo. You know, it'd be great if you say.
I'm thinking, okay, different scenarios that happened. Like the 3rd bad call in a row by the Nuggets. Oh, come on, man. Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin with that call.
So instead of celebration, you're more of
I can do it in anger.
Anger and indignation.
I like that.
That is fantastic. That's a fantastic idea. All right, so another reason to watch the game on Altitude tonight. Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. What are they doing there?
But you know what? See,
and then Marlo will look at you and go, "Oh, Chris, this is something we used to say in Arkansas. You wouldn't understand, you know, something us Southerners say. Something like that, not like you Beach Boys out there in California, because we're in the South. You're in Memphis, right? You're in the South. Oh, paint my reindeer and call me paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. That was a terrible call."
Well, I tell you what, that food I had last night was finer than frog hair.
I'll tell you what. You get extra credit if you throw in a tell you what before paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
Did he say tell you
what?
Feed
my reindeer barbecue and call.
He did it, but we're trying to make this go viral. You can just make it a Southern thing, you know. Tell you what, paint my reindeer.
Tell you what, paint my reindeer and call it a goblin.
Call me a goblin.
Who are all these new faces around here today?
Oh,
I've seen like 5 new faces.
Be very afraid. You got Kiefer saying it, Dan? What do you got?
Dear Santa, all I want for Christmas is for Mose to say, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin after the next avalanche goal. Thanks, dude.
I tell you what, paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. That was the worst call I have seen in a minute. Chris Marlowe. I don't know why my voice gets all crackly when I do Southern, but
I don't know why I come down to Memphis and start talking like this all of a sudden.
That'd be hysterical. That'd be fantastic. What is this? Is Memphis the South? Is it the South or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's South.
It's got to be the South.
All right.
Yeah, it's South.
Because is there a difference between the South and just like country music? Like, 'cause to me, Memphis is kind of a bigger place, ain't it?
No.
I said ain't
Memphis is smaller than Denver, I think.
I don't know. Other places of Tennessee.
This is the South. Arkansas is the South. Texas is a republic.
All right, what is
hold on.
Who's knocking on your door?
I'll just carry him down. Sorry. All right, thank you.
What the hell is that?
Well, he was getting service
They're coming
for
to
his
get my bags, but my bags can't be packed because I got this hardware.
Who's they?
Wow, they come and get your bag? Now, that is a service I did not have in the NFL.
Wait, who is they?
They did not come get my bag for me.
They because we're nice, the equipment guys get the bellman to get our bags to put on the big truck that gets loaded to the airplane before we get there so that we can get out of there fast.
Look at you.
This is more of a save time for the departure.
Oh, fancy pants. Oh, you guys are flying back tonight? You're not staying over?
Well, no, we are staying over. I will not be home till 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Wait a second. What's going on?
I think he's trying to miss the show.
Yeah, I get that impression right now. I think you were just outed a little bit. So you're okay.
Well, you know what? Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. We'll be heading home tonight.
KKSC FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. No AG and CB. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for a while.
For a while. I was going to ask, what kind of is it just going to be like game-to-game adjustments? Like, who knows? Like impossible to sort of predict? And we'll have Adelman on later this week. We'll ask him the same question, obviously.
Yeah, no, I mean, I said this earlier, it's 40% of your starting lineup and probably 2 of the most consistent guys as far as being able to fill a role and do what they do best. And that's what you miss. That's the big part right there is you just lose some consistency because, I remember talking to Huey Brown one time, and it was when Bickerstaff decided to let Dikembe walk for nothing. They didn't get anything out of him, didn't get a sign and trade or anything. And I said, Coach, why would you do that? He goes, no. I said, Scott, as a head coach, you got 5 things you worry about for every game. If I know that this guy, and it was Dikembe, is going to give me 15 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 blocks every single night, now I've only got to worry about 4 things. So when I say Christian Brown is going to consistently bring you probably 10 or 12 points, 14, he's going to play his rear end off and be your leader out there in transition, that's every single night. Aaron Gordon's going to give you the tough buckets, give you great perimeter defense, and this year been knocking down threes and averaging 19, and he's doing it every single night. It's just when you lose that, now all you've got is okay. I got Murray, I got Joker. We know we can count on those cats. And by the way, do you know the 4 losses this year the Nuggets have had? Joker's had 2 triple doubles.
Yeah.
A Sombor double, which he missed. He had 9 assists, so he missed a triple-double by 1, and a 44-point game. So don't tell me the reason, or tell me the reason it ain't they lost those 4 games without not telling me the reason it ain't.
The reason they lost on Saturday was just the defense.
That's schedule.
Yeah.
That was a pure schedule.
And that's just it. Like, the NBA schedule right now, what are we doing? If you want to build up the NBA Cup, which I'm fine with, I thought Friday night was awesome.
Friday was awesome.
Right. It was a fantastic game. But then you look at this team and you say, okay, now you get in at 3 a.m., you're going to come home, you're going to play a fast-paced team, a hungry team, a desperate team in Sacramento, and you're going to be exhausted. And now go out and play this game. Again, the scheduling right now in the NBA absolutely sucks.
Which was also the 3rd game in 4 nights.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
In a year.
All right,
in
hold
which,
on. Why isn't Oklahoma City losing some of these games? Then?
Well, they're just a wagon. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
They're
different.
They are
because their schedule's got to be the same. Correct?
They're much younger, and they're also better.
Okay.
So they have that going for them.
Awesome.
Yes. That's really what it is.
Do you think that's what Jokic was getting at the other night after the game? Then a little bit.
He was frustrated. Yeah, and also it's just he's not going to whine about the schedule. You know, the players are just gonna ride the ups and the downs. And there's some frustration going on, but like ultimately, guys, 12-4, 61.5 win pace. Right now, like if you would again, like if every 16 games they win 12 of them, and by the way, I don't think they'll win 12 of the next 16 now because that's probably what AG is going to miss. But the other thing we got to remember about this too, guys, is like everybody else is going to have injuries. Everybody else already does have injuries.
Let me throw this out at you. OKC has had 3 back-to-backs, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me find their first one was Monday, Tuesday, at Dallas, and then home to Sacramento. That's a Dallas to OKC is a pretty close flight. They get home.
Those are also 2 really bad teams.
Yeah. Their next double-double was at the Clippers, at Portland, and guess which game they've lost
They
this year?
lost to Portland.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
They lost at Portland on the second night of a back-to-back.
Okay.
A little bit of a flight there, right there. And their last one was a home back-to-back. Here it is. Golden State Lakers, which 2 good wins, right?
Yeah,
but they
that's
beat
really
Golden
good.
State and Lakers, but they didn't have to go anywhere. They played home. Denver won their back-to-back home. Back-to-back this
Are
year
you
also.
saying there's losses coming down the pipe for Oklahoma City?
There's losses on every team
For
up at the top
everybody, yeah.
that will eventually wear you out.
care. I don't even care about Oklahoma City. They're going to be the number 1 seed.
They are. There's no catching them.
The Nuggets could win 62 games and lose by 8, and who knows?
Exactly.
Like I'm not worried about it.
The other thing that I'm kind of wondering about, and it's early, and we don't have a big enough sample size to find out yet. But losing that game against Sacramento the other night, it's just like. Maybe the Nuggets aren't going to be a great back-to-back team this year.
Well, they
were last year.
They're obviously going to lean on Jokic on the back end of the back-to-backs, and
Yeah.
that makes me a little nervous, Scott. Like, I mean, I get it. You know, he's great and all, but not only is he going to play, apparently.
You're going to stress the hell out of him.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Because I was suggesting that he doesn't even play on the back end, but how do you not play him on the back end when he has proven to be unbelievable on the back end of back-to-backs?
Do you guys wonder about too, like and I'm not using this against Nikola Jokic at all, or say this is an issue, but like Aaron Gordon already we knew he was dealing with a hamstring thing, right? Like we knew he was, and then Friday. It's so funny. We had Dan Hyatt on Friday, and Dan was just like, "Don't play him tonight." Like, do not play Aaron Gordon in this game tonight. This is the wrong spot to play him right here. He's dealing with this injury. Don't push it. He just missed a game. Give him extra time off. And then sure enough, 3 minutes into the game, Dan's texting me being like, I told you.
Well, but I'll tell you this. He sat out another game, a home game, with a hamstring, Nate and Scott, and I watched him go through at least a 20-minute, pretty vigorous warm-up to the point I'm like, he's hurt?
Right.
So I don't know if he really knows how hurt he is until he's in really
Until it
true
goes.
game. Yeah, like game. So you can obviously warm up and go through all sorts of other things, but unless you're playing with the stress on your body of a real game, how else do you know?
Scotty, I want you to weigh in on this. Do you think that the presence of Nikola Jokic pushes his teammates to push themselves, and then maybe there's a world where if a guy is not feeling 100%, says, well, Joker's hurt, Joker's sore, he plays every single night, so I'm going?
I don't know, but I know that it's known.
Yeah.
How's that? I know that people know that he plays sore, tired, fatigued, and all that stuff.
He never doesn't
and
play.
I think that messaging he had after the game the other night, that was messaging is, yeah, come on now. We got to get better. We got to do this. By the way, Nuggets have also played 3 back-to-backs, just like OKC, and they have an identical record as OKC. They're both 5-1. So Panic if you want.
So
Panic,
2-1 on
don't
the
panic
second
if you don't.
night of the back-to-backs. Then is
And they're 2-1 on the second night of back-to-backs.
what I take that to mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Memphis tonight. Is anybody going to get in a fight with John Morant while he's on the bench tonight?
Well, let's see. Bruce Brown might. All right, boys, I got to run.
All right, Scott
go,
Hastings.
Scott, go.
He has a game to go and broadcast
And
everybody.
Scott, what are you going to say tonight when something goes wrong?
He disappeared.
Nothing. He's really gone.
That's it.
We're
That's
getting
it.
to the paint my reindeer and call me a goblin.
Call me a goblin.
Yeah.
I wish they hadn't revealed it.
They made a huge deal of it.
I wish
It was a whole thing.
I wish they
It was
would
a
have
whole
just
bit.
let the call be out there and nobody knew the background to it or anything like that.
That's too funny.
Because I think that would have weirded everybody else out even more.
Yeah.
Just let the mystery.
Like, where did it come from?
Exactly. Leave the mystery out there. There's no answers. Just, hey, sometimes I say things.
Well, not only that,
Which he does.
Because when Spit and Chicklets put it out there, like, oh my God, what a great call. Hockey's awesome. Is like everybody was quick to like explain it. I'm like, man, just sort of leave it alone.
Yeah.
Like, let's just let it be its own thing.
Exactly. Urban myth. We don't know what
I don't
really
know
inspired it.
I have no idea what it means.
Was Marilyn Manson the kid from the Wonder Years? We don't know.
Could have been.
We have no idea.
No idea.
DMac, Warren Schaefer is the manager of your baseball team.
I made a deal with Tyler and Scott.
Okay.
Because I'm so pissed off.
Okay.
And I vowed, if you want to talk to me about the Rockies, you can bring it up and I will have something to say. But I am so pissed off about this move that I can't just bring it up myself because I know I can talk to you about it and that might be it.
It's a safe space here with me.
So if I'm glad you brought it up.
Yes. They did it.
I think it's one of the most reprehensible, self-loathing. The bar is so low. We can't have anything nice in our house moves ever. And I'll let you know behind the scenes, we were trying to get Paul DePodesta on from his Thursday presser, and here we are a week and a half later, almost 2 weeks later.
Yeah, how's that going?
Didn't get it done.
Okay.
And then I see the...
Here's the question. Will he be on PhD first, or will he hire a general manager first?
Well, we've already requested him, and they turned us down over 7 days, and we're not going to request it again.
Oh.
So, I don't know.
Wait, they said no?
It's not even like they said no.
Stringing you along.
Yeah, it was like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that the Colorado Rockies didn't realize you got to win some hearts and minds while you do whatever you got to do is unbelievable. And to think that, and I saw the quotes today, like Kyle Freeland, I'm really happy he's coming back. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, you all liked him.
That is the problem.
Yeah.
Things were too comfortable in losing, and he was part of that problem. Why was he part of that problem? Because he was their manager, Nate, in single A, and double A, and triple A. He was the one holding their hands like we've all grown up together. That's the problem. And I just got to imagine DePodesta was forced to hire this.
Yeah.
Why? Because they hired the manager before hiring a general manager.
The first thing that was said, or at least from DePodesta about Schaefer in the process was, I think that's what it was. It was, we know he'll be a part of the process. I think it was put to him, this is who your manager is going to be when you take this thing over.
And this is where I am now a Dodgers fan and a Red Sox fan. I've always been a Red Sox fan, but Nate, if this is what baseball is going to do to me, then I'm jumping on the gravy train, brother. I am going to front run the hell out of it.
I'll tell you this, DMac.
Go Dodgers.
I watch a lot of late West Coast baseball because, like, that's in my life, like, you know, my TV viewing experience evening generally begins like 8:30 or 9 o'clock. I watch most sports on DVR, but I also watch a lot of late sports as a result of just my lifestyle of having 2 little kids and the commitments that go with that and everything else. I watch a ton of Dodgers games.
They're fun to watch.
They're really fun to watch.
I mean, I know we hate them and all.
The ballpark is packed. The energy is tremendous.
They're
the
great
team
players.
is awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not like Yamamoto? How do you not like
Shohei?
How
Pretty
do you,
good. Mookie,
Dave
pretty good.
Roberts, Mookie, Freddie Freeman, Max Muncy.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Will Smith.
Teoscar Hernandez.
I like all of them.
Should we keep going?
They're kind of fun.
Yeah.
They're a pretty good time.
And they win.
Yes.
And
you know what they are? They are an organization that this is what's so funny to me about there's like this weird small market Stockholm syndrome that happens here in Denver of just like, oh, screw those guys and their payroll.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your issue is they're trying? That's your issue?
Right. That's the beef.
They're spending. They're taking their baseball revenue and then they're spending it on their baseball team so that they can win baseball games so that their ballpark will continue to be packed in one of the most expensive cities in America. It kind of makes sense to me, and I think it's cool.
You want to feel like being fleeced. You know, you move on from Bud Black for Warren Schaefer. All right, I mean, whatever at that point. But clearly he's 2.0. Ain't nothing special with this guy. And then the ownership says, and he's, what did Monfort said? I just want to be liked. I'm not such a bad guy. And he even admits, like, I have my finger in the pot a little bit too much. Well, you hired your son. Oh, but no, Sterling Monfort's a great guy, and he's his own dude. And really the president of the team, that guy, he was the problem. And, Bill Schmidt, we like him, but we're going to move on from him for D. Podesta, who thought it was a good idea to bring in Deshaun Watson, by the way. Nice deal there. You bring this guy in. By the way, he tried to bury Stefanski, too. D. Podesta did with the whole, I wasn't calling the plays.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Also, he tried to distance himself from Moneyball. He didn't want to be known as a fat nerd because he played baseball at Harvard and didn't want to be Jonah Hill. Whereas Billy Beane was like, hey, Brad Pitt can play me.
Sure.
Sounds good to me. And the first move this guy makes is to do nothing at all?
Well, it was really telling to me, and it was very revealing when it was said by Dick Monfort that Paul D. Podesta was the first guy I talked to. And it was like, oh, okay.
Right.
Like, Walker gets a nice office. He gets a new business card. That's cool. But this is still what's happening here. And again, when you bring somebody in because they're the outside perspective and their first move is just to keep the guy that's been working in the organization. And look, I'm not as hard on Warren Schaefer as you are. He might be fine.
As what?
Well, to quote, to give an homage to what Dave Roberts said last year, like Casey Stengel wasn't winning with that roster.
I got you, but that's a loser's lament.
It is.
In all honesty.
But,
and I've seen that a lot online today. Like, well, what can he do? This was a Bud Black thing too. Oh, it's not Bud's fault. And I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. But what? All right, listen. It's too comfortable in the clubhouse. And I wanted a guy, by the way, who had some bilingual skills and could communicate with the Hispanic players on the team, too. Something like that.
Yeah.
And
innovation.
Yeah, like somebody who was into something a little bit different and wouldn't make things comfortable.
The more you stay with what it has been over there, and it speaks to their whole, like, well, you have to know baseball at altitude. And if you do that, then you are one of us and you understand the difficulty that we are up against, instead of bringing somebody in to be a disruptor to say the way we are doing business around here sucks.
You know what Warren Schaefer really has a handle on? Losing.
Mm-hmm.
He's great at it.
Yeah.
And they're comfortable with it.
I don't disagree with that part of it.
And this is the most disappointing thing that we have in ownership situation. Only one, thank God. One ownership situation in this market that's comfortable with losing.
Yeah, everybody else is good.
Everybody else has made massive changes when they've needed to be made.
Yep.
Massive.
And that's what you have to have in pro sports. But yeah, we went from Dick and Bill Schmidt and Bud Black to Dick and Walker and Paul D. Podesta and Warren Schaefer. It doesn't feel like a lot of progress has been made here.
And by the way, this isn't coming from somebody who isn't paying attention, all right, dude? There's not many people you're going to run into who watched every Rockies game last year. Well, you're talking to one of them. Watched every game.
Even I didn't watch
every
game.
But, did podcasts. We did. You and Brett actually did a podcast about the Rockies at one point last year.
I will never forget, by the way. So I was in Vegas because I was at Mountain West Media Day, right?
Why did we even do that?
I think we had to fill one of the summer Fridays or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
And so we did it. So I wrapped up my show at 5 Pacific, and then we did an hour talking Rockies.
Yeah.
And John Schaefer hosts Afternoon Drive in San Diego, and he's like 2 tables away from me, but they're the only guys still on the air at that time. Okay, and they're the Padres flagship, and they're a hardcore baseball show.
Yeah,
because they have a good baseball team to talk about.
True,
and so they live and die with it.
True,
and so like they were in break, and I noticed like we were doing this. I was over Zoom with you and Brett, and I kind of noticed in the corner I have like, oh, San Diego dudes are really looking at me right now. And we got done with that hour, and they were just like,
"What?
Did you really just do an hour talking about the Rockies?" And I was like, "Yes, I did." They were like, "How did you even do that?"
Oh, that's so funny.
I was like,
well.
Yeah, you know how you have a good baseball team full of cool players, and you guys try and win and spend money to do all that? Well, we don't have any of that.
We have none of it.
Nope, we got Warren Schaefer.
Yeah, I think it's a terrible, terrible hire. It's more of the same.
It's really disappointing.
It shows that DePodesta actually, everything that we thought he would need, he doesn't have. And I don't know. I guess he just got sick of losing with the Browns and wanted a better place to live. But I don't know. Was he even living in Cleveland, or was he doing his job in like California or something?
Great question. I have no
I don't know
idea
if he was even in Cleveland.
Yeah, great question. I don't even know.
Hey, bummer, man. You could have made the rounds. We could have met you. We could have talked with you. We could have had some good conversations. And instead, you just ignored the local sports media, and you hired Warren Schaefer.
Also, and just
have fun
again,
losing 100 games.
For the record, the two of us actually want to talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah, but listen, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like our ratings are in peril anytime we bring it up. So hopefully this is somewhat humorous, because that's the only thing that's going on with this. So I think it's an abysmal hire, and I've never been more disappointed in the Rockies. And that's coming from somebody who has given them the unbelievable, ridiculous benefit of the doubt, which I feel like a fool that I was doing in the first place. So eggs on my face, Nate. I've learned better. I'm never going to bring up the Rockies unless somebody brings them up to me. And if you bring them up, we talk like this. If not, I'm going to keep my mouth shut and talk about the good teams in town.
You know me. I'll bring it up.
Well, then I'll take it. I'll take the bait. If you bring it up, I'll talk about it.
You're well aware that if there's a car accident, I'm looking at it, okay?
That sounds good to me.
Darren McKee, everybody. PhD every day, noon to 3. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer is with me. We're rolling with you until 6 on Altitude Sports Radio. Yes, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, and it is a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House shop every team in town. We're talking about all the teams. We got Nuggets in Memphis tonight at 6 o'clock. Pregame coverage with Berto at 5:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Springer he's on the other side of the glass, but he will operate as my co-host today. My partner, Andy Lindahl, he doesn't have a voice. He's voiceless.
So Andy texted us, I think it was Saturday, actually.
Saturday morning.
Yeah.
To let us know. Friday, he battled Friday. And we were in.
What a gamer.
We were out at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood. Great remote. We talked to a ton of the listeners. You guys were awesome. Thank you so much for coming out. We really had a great Bud Light Football Friday out there at Fiddlesticks this week. And a ton of listeners came and visited us over there right in my neighborhood. So it was good to see so many of you over there. It was a loud bar. Spring, you heard it. I mean, the place was packed.
It looked nice. It looked like a good old-fashioned bar.
Oh, it was neighborhood place. It was great. But it was loud. And
we like it loud.
When you do the loud remotes, you got to push the voice a little bit. So I think that got Andy. And then he was on the sidelines for Colorado and Arizona State.
You know what's funny about that? Okay, so he texts us Saturday morning.
Saturday morning, he said, "I'm gonna battle through this game tonight."
I came into the studio to studio host Avs Predators on Saturday night because it was a conflict game. Nuggets Kings later in the night. Berto handled those duties, but Berto comes in ahead of his obligations, and we got the CU game up on one of the TVs, and he's telling me like, "Yeah, man, hey man." I was listening to the call on the radio on the way in, and they said like 4 times we're going to go to the sideline and check in on it with Andy Lindahl, and they never did. And I told him, I was like, that's because his voice is dead.
He was starting to sound like John Fox by the end of the show on Friday.
Nate, I got to tell you. Skins on the wall.
Another one of my favorite would be PJ Carlissimo. Another great raspy voice guy.
PJ Carlissimo is, I mean, when you tune into like an NCAA tournament game on Westwood 1 with PJ on, it'll be like Kevin Kugler and PJ Carlissimo on the call. First off, I got to say, Westwood 1's coverage of the NCAA tournament, like, is one of my favorite things in the world. Like, being in the car, driving around on a Thursday and a Friday right at the open of that tournament, and it's, it just, you got like an NC State Sanford game going on, and those guys are on the call, and anytime they go to PJ Carlissimo for his, 4 seconds of analysis, just talks like this.
It's a grind on the ears.
It's
when you listen to he's done some NBA on ESPN
sure
radio.
Has,
and I've tuned into some of those games.
He and Mark Kestisher will do those games. Kesty, friend of the program.
Yes, he's been on the show.
Yeah, we love Kesty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's our dude.
That's 48 plus minutes. But he's got good analysis. He knows his stuff.
Knows his game. He knows the game. Knows the game inside and out. That's really what you're looking for more so than anything else. Andy was living that life a little bit. So Andy is today now like fully voiceless. I actually talked to him on the phone for a minute on my way in, and he didn't sound good.
Oh no,
he needs the roids. That's what he needs. He needs to get some roids. I think if he gets some roids, he'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
I hope he doesn't mind us discussing his current medical dilemma, his maladies today. It's fine. It's
Andy
fine. He's fine. You know what Andy is? He's an open book. Okay.
There it is. Well said.
I've never wondered about literally anything. How does Andy feel about this?
He will tell you.
He will tell you. He will tell you how he feels about things you never wanted to know how he felt about them. You never even considered that anybody had an opinion on them. I promise you, Andy does. So our buddy Andy Lindahl, we wish him the absolute best right now. I got my AFC playoff picture directly in front of me, Mark Springer. There it is. The New England Patriots. New England is 10-2. The Patriots are the first 10-win team.
So they haven't had their bye yet.
They have not. I believe it's like a week 14 bye. I think the Patriots have the latest possible bye that you can get.
That works out given their schedule. It's after this next week. They'll play Monday night.
Yes.
They'll host the Giants.
Yes, which how fun was the Giants-Lions game yesterday?
That trick play. Two
of them. There were two. They
what
ran
was the
two
other
pretty
one? Because
sick
the one
plays.
I was locked into Chiefs Colts.
Yeah.
That was my.
Oh, Kafka was not afraid to just get drunk with the play calling out there. I mean, obviously, yeah, there was the touchdown to Wan'Dale Robinson that Jameis threw, and then the other fun one was when Gunnar Olszewski threw the ball to Jameis.
That one was amazing.
And then Jameis went full old guy, making dudes miss and get into the house.
He looked like Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah, no,
that was athletic actually from Jameis Winston.
So opening drive of the game, it was a throwback play, and yeah, then Jameis threw it to Wan'Dale and got it to him, and they got a touchdown. Wild game. Lions needed a 59-yard field goal at the end of regulation to send it to OT, and then Jahmyr Gibbs 69-yard touchdown run, first possession of OT to win it.
Nice.
Aiden Hutchinson finished it with a sack.
69 yards
On Jameis. Jahmyr Gibbs sprang 264 scrimmage yards and 3 tutties.
He's really good.
In that game yesterday,
Is he the best running back in the league right now? Because I was also watching a good amount of Cowboys Eagles.
Uh-huh.
And
Saquon stinks.
is not on his game right now.
Saquon Barkley ran for over 2,000 yards last year. He's at like 600 something.
Ugh.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Taylor and Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jonathan Taylor for sure.
That's your offensive rookie the offensive player of the year.
But Gibbs is young and he's
awesome.
Yeah.
Even despite some questionable lineup decisions by me yesterday, because I have Jahmyr Gibbs in fantasy, I still beat KJ by like 60. I still destroyed him. Jahmyr Gibbs gave me 49.9 points
That's
yesterday.
incredible.
That was a season high.
That's that old school right there.
Yeah, I kind of enjoyed that a little bit.
That's like Adrian Peterson in his prime.
If we were PPR, he had 11 receptions yesterday. He had 11 catches.
Yeah, that game goes to overtime.
Went to OT.
Something's wrong with the Lions. Something's wrong with a lot of these teams that you would have thought.
The Lions are currently, by the way, not in the playoffs. They're the 8th seed in the NFC as we sit here right now. Okay, so let's flip back to the AFC really quickly. We got kind of off on
sure
that game, which that game was super cool.
The Broncos are in the AFC. It's more pertinent.
Yeah. So the Patriots do get win number 10 yesterday, but they do so on the road against Cincinnati, which
their schedule overall, if you look at that Patriots schedule, pretty friendly.
It is. It has been very much so. Drake May missed some throws yesterday, and then they lost Will Campbell to injury. Have we seen, by the way, an injury update on Will Campbell today?
I'm not sure.
Has Vrabel come out and said what's going on with him? Rookie first round pick, starting left tackle. He's probably done for the year. That sure, when he was getting carted off of
Vrabel said today he will not miss the rest of the season.
He will not.
Whatever that means.
Okay. Well, good for him.
MCL sprain.
Okay. It looked bad.
Okay.
Yeah, looked certainly bad. But the Patriots get a road victory at Cincinnati. That game was a little more snug than I think the Patriots.
T. Higgins got knocked to next Sunday.
Was concussed. His head hit the turf late in that game, and they were already without Jamar Chase. And now they plan to welcome Joe Burrow back.
Looks like, and that's good for Thanksgiving night viewing.
Indianapolis, they lose to the Chiefs. They blow a healthy lead against the Chiefs in that game. They led 14-3. They jumped out to a 14-3 lead.
They led 20-9 late in this game.
Yeah. In OT, they got the ball first, had to punt. Chiefs go down, and Harry Butker kicks the field goal. Right now, by the way, Next Gen Stats say the Broncos have a 78% likelihood to win the AFC West. Chargers at 12%, Chiefs at 9%.
And they should. And so, look, the Thanksgiving games are actually pretty great.
Yes.
Lions, Packers, and then Cowboys, Chiefs is a very interesting one. I tell you what, Dallas, That was some fight that they showed. That's not an easy one for Kansas City. I don't know what's going on with CeeDee Lamb.
Tied for the biggest comeback victory in Cowboys history yesterday to come back and beat the Eagles.
CeeDee Lamb was awful.
He's a mess, but George Pickens is like almost making up for it single-handedly.
Jake Ferguson's great tight end. Javonte, man, he got trucked on one blitz pickup. I think it was Nakobe Dean, but he made up for it later with a good blitz pickup, and Javonte is running at a decent clip. My point overall here is that is a tough matchup for Kansas City, which helps the Broncos' chances, and obviously they already have one win over Kansas City in that head-to-head. But it's going to take a gargantuan effort for Kansas City to win this division, and it does not look like Jaden Daniels is playing on Sunday night.
I mean, they're already down 3 games, and Denver currently has the
and they have the
tiebreaker
Commanders and Raiders next.
Yeah,
that's 11-2 staring you right in the face. That's a 10-game win streak.
I have said, okay, you're going to be 11-2 after you beat the Commanders, after you beat the Raiders, who are just an absolute dumpster fire.
In all likelihood, even though that Raiders Broncos was weird last time around, but still,
dude, Geno got sacked 10 times yesterday.
10.
They lost to a quarterback with an 8.7 QBR yesterday. What's that guy's name again?
Hold on. 8.7?
8.7 QBR.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Shedeur had 10.2 yards per attempt, which was the best in the NFL yesterday, and an 8.7 QBR, which was the worst in the NFL yesterday.
Wow, that's
stats are funny like that.
Hey, you know what that reminds me of? A young Bo Nix.
It does kind of. Yes, it kind of does. Shedeur's day was interesting. He hit 3 big plays. That's big time. Although they graded him out with 18 negative plays to 6 positive plays for Shedeur Sanders.
Okay, and it's the Raiders
in that game yesterday. 18 negatives to 6 positives. So yeah, and Jerry Jeudy's fumble, by the way, did not impact Shedeur's numbers.
Okay, wow, what a weird play by Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah,
what were you thinking there? High stepping at midfield.
Yeah, not a good call.
Jerry
Jeudy.
Jeudy.
Also, I will say, and I was joking about this last week. I did play the Raiders D in fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Perfectly cromulent outcome.
Okay.
They had an interception. They had the fumble recovery thanks to Jerry Jeudy. Like, you forced a couple of turnovers. They only gave up 24 points. It's not that bad.
It's a win-win.
Again, it's not like they didn't hang 30 on KJ or anything like that, but they, in the very least, gave me a respectable outcome, which is all that I can ask for. Just hit the projection. That's all I ask of a DST. Just hit the projection.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's all I ask. I'm not asking for much.
Now, back to the Chiefs, even though they're not going to win the division.
No.
It's almost impossible.
No, it's highly unlikely.
But was that a back to the norm game for them? Are they dangerous in the playoffs? I know you're writing them off, and I completely understand why.
Yeah, can I give you another reason why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, number one, their pass rush stinks.
It does.
Chris Jones is excellent. He's playing, again, he's doing the late season Chris Jones thing. You know, Chris Jones kind of treads water for most of the season.
I will say he wasn't even that dangerous yesterday. He's not as dangerous as he used to be.
He had a key late pressure on Daniel Jones. Okay. He had a few of them late in that game.
I like some of the blitz designs from Spagnuolo late.
Yeah, but they do not have somebody else to be able to win one-on-ones on the edge right now. They don't have that. Sure. The other issue that the Chiefs that is plaguing them, and I'll tell you this, and you already know it, their run game, capital S, stinks.
Yeah.
Listen to this. Kareem Hunt has not averaged more than 4 yards per carry in a season since 2021. That's 4 years now that you're talking about with that guy. He's good in short yardage, but that's it.
He's actually excellent in short yardage.
Excellent in short yardage. What he is, though, is you know what it is, Spring? It's like the fullback adage. Like if you need 1 yard, he'll get you 3.
Sure.
But if you need 5 yards, he'll get you 3. That's Kareem Hunt.
Checks out.
Yeah, that's
now, but
that's what he is as a back.
I'd assume they're getting Pacheco back for the Thanksgiving game.
Even with him, though, their run game is so bad. Mahomes has more explosive runs this year than Hunt and Pacheco do combined.
Wow.
That team needs to draft a real live running back, not Brashard Smith, who they took in the 7th round last year. That team needs somebody that can make a play on the ground. And the Chiefs, I assume, Spring, what the Chiefs are going to do is they're going to somehow carve out 10 victories, stumble their way into the playoffs, and then not have any kind of honest assessment about the deficiencies in their roster that their quarterback has elevated for them for so long.
Yeah, they need to invest a draft. And it's tough. It's tough when they've been drafting back end, the end of the first round.
It gets tough.
Yeah, Worthy was like the best offensive player they could have taken in recent years, and he's good. He's not great.
Right.
Rashee Rice did have
a good game
very
yesterday.
good. Second, he was incredible in the second half
He had
and
a very
overtime.
good game yesterday.
He hurt his hamstring.
Yeah.
And he fought through it. He was great. Travis Kelce was like a non-factor down the stretch. Yeah, I think it's more to say about Indy. Indianapolis is, and it's funny that they beat the Broncos in week 2.
They you know what, where they went wrong yesterday, they stopped giving the ball to Jonathan Taylor.
I was asking, I was like, why are you not running the ball right now? You have a lead.
They fully got away from what is their strength. And I don't think that Steichen completely trusts Daniel Jones right now. I think he just ends up playing really conservative football. That last slant that he threw to Pittman, it was just like, what, on a 3rd and 8? Like, what the hell are you doing right now? The Colts went 3 and out on their last 4 possessions.
They were throwing it on 1st and 2nd down
of that game. Jonathan Taylor touched the ball 3 times in those 4 drives. That's, again, like we were having the debate, is this guy the best offensive player in football right now? We were having that debate not more than 4 minutes ago, and he's on your team, and they're not giving him the football. That's a mistake on the part of Steichen. Now, I will tell you this. My guy, Laiatu Latu, if you recall, I was pounding the table for Denver to draft him instead of
you said his name multiple times.
Bo Nix. I liked him. He was the best pass rusher in that draft coming out of UCLA, or at least where Denver would be selecting, and he's turning into one of the best pass rushers in the league. Now, that said, the Broncos pass rush is pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't an area of need. Granted, corner wasn't necessarily an area of need.
You know what's funny about it, though? At the time, it was an area of need. Like, Benito was like, he hadn't popped. He was going into the 24 season, going into last year.
Okay.
Benito was a guy that you looked at like his pass rush win rate metrics and you were like, oh, it's pretty good. His pressure rate is pretty good. He's just not getting home. Like, there's a nice pass rusher in there. And then you looked over at Jonathan Cooper and you're like, 7th rounder. Like, how good is this guy going to be? Well, as it turns out, they're both freaking monsters. And Vance Joseph has the best pass rush in the entire NFL that doesn't have Myles Garrett on it. So it turns out he was actually right. But at the time, I still posit the pass rush still needed talent.
But not anymore. And
I'd say it's pretty good.
Okay, Indy, don't believe in them. I just don't. The Patriots.
I think there's a ceiling there.
I think the Patriots have benefited from a very favorable schedule. The Jets led the Ravens through the first half of that game. No, they got the first score of that game. Baltimore did have to come back and beat the Jets at home. We saw what the Bills did last Thursday night. You look at this AFC.
Flawed team, Spring.
Everywhere. And the best unit. And I know that Texans defense is really good.
Really good.
Broncos defense is better.
I agree.
So
I agree. I think it's the best. It's the best individual unit in the NFL is the Denver defense.
Yeah.
Rams offense, I'm sure, wants a word, and they might not be wrong because Stafford is clearly on his way to an MVP award. But
that's in another conference.
Yeah, that's a problem in the Super Bowl. That's what
if the Broncos get to the Super Bowl, and if a product of that is just that the AFC is weird and down right now, that's just a massive win.
I don't think you can have an honest conversation about the Broncos when you look around the rest of the AFC right now and not reach the conclusion the AFC Championship game and thus just for playing in that game the Super Bowl are eminently reachable for this team right now.
Absolutely.
It can be done. I'm not saying it will be done because guess what?
Sure.
Broncos got flaws too. Broncos got problems too. They're not a perfect football team, but if I'm betting on anything in a given week, I'm going to bet on the Denver defense. So Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, you shop every team in town. Sean Payton, his message to the team coming out of the bye. Plus, he excitedly and generously provides insight on the injury status of Patrick Surtain and Alex Singleton while talking to our friend Jeff Legwold. There is absolutely no sarcasm in my voice at all right now. You'll want to hear that next. Hey, tomorrow, Avs Ticket Tuesday. And it's special this week. Keywords on the 20s, your chance to win tickets to not just one game. We're talking 2 games, Sean Payton. It is a number 2. All 5 winners will have the best Saturday ever with 2 tickets to the Avalanche game against Montreal and 2 tickets to the DU game against Minnesota that night. Double the puck. Tune in all day tomorrow. By the way, shout out DU Buckets. Big road victory up at Moby this weekend.
I've always been a big DU basketball supporter, even though they have traditionally not been great.
I go back to the Joe Scott era
of course.
Of DU hoops. That's where I go. By the way, my buddy Joe Scott now coaching over at Air Force. It's not going great, but Joe Scott, great dude, really good basketball coach. Just nobody can win at that job. The only guy ever that did was Joe. And that was over 20 years ago. But yeah, DU Buckets,
Are they joining the WCC? I think I saw.
Yes.
Which that's fun. They'll be in a.
The WAC or the WCC? Well, everyone's leaving Gonzaga's leaving the WCC.
Oh crap! Because I was gonna say you get to play with Gonzaga.
No, Zags are going to the they're going to the new Pac-12.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about St. Mary's? St. Mary's basketball staying there.
As far as I know.
Probably.
As far as I know.
Okay, that's because DU when they get into conference season in the Sun Belt.
They are currently in the Summit League.
Summit League. Okay, you're North Dakota, whatever. You're South Dakota, whatever.
South Dakota States, your Jackrabbits, your whatnot.
Okay.
By the way, shout out Montana State winning the Brawl of the Wild this week. Spring, I did track it, by the way. The Great Divide Trophy that weighs 306 pounds. The pics that I saw on Twitter of the Montana State players that were hoofing that thing around, 7 different dudes were holding that trophy. 7. It's really, the trophy's really cool too. It's got this giant iron sort of circle. It's almost like a big iron wagon wheel thing that it sort of sits on. And so they have handles to grab the thing, and then they all kind of hoof it this way. It looks very cool. It's a cool trophy. So anyway, shout out to Montana State. I know I gave the Brawl of the Wild a lot of airtime last week. I want to just follow up on
they
that.
were paying $200 to get into that thing.
Yeah.
Come on now.
So I swear to God, I'm not saying this to dunk on anybody because I'm sure your message boards, your Northern Colorado sports radio, everybody's acknowledging it. I can't imagine a worse weekend than what Colorado State just had. Okay? So your basketball team suffers your first home loss to DU despite a career-high 29 points from my guy Kyle Air Jorgensen.
And CSU were 18.5-point favorites.
18.5-point faves.
Ugh.
Lost at home.
And DU has not been good.
That's a good CSU team, too.
Yeah.
I legitimately think Nico's got Nico's long gone. Ali Farouk-Manesh has a good team right now. Nico, on the other hand, he's got his own problems at Minnesota. Your football team got blown out at Boise State.
No surprise.
49-21, 5th loss in a row. The 21 points, by the way, that they scored was the most they have scored in this 5-game skid. The game got weird and chippy, and then we find out yesterday they had to suspend freshman quarterback Darius Curry, and there was video out there who spit on Boise State pass rusher Jaden Virgin Morgan. Spit on him.
Yeah, I saw the video on Twitter.
Full Jalen Carter / Jamar Chase.
That was a full healthy loogie.
He hocked one on him. Also, offensive lineman Liam Wertman also suspended.
I did not realize there was a second spitter.
There was a second spitter.
My gosh.
To quote Seinfeld. That one I did not see video of, but guys, what's with the spitting? What is happening?
It's such a punk move. Throw hands. I would rather you throw hands.
Punch a face mask. Hurt your hand. I don't know. It's so weird. By the way, both players are suspended for the Air Force game on Friday. So
Air Force are road favorites at CSU.
And Air Force got blown out by New Mexico this week.
Yeah.
Air Force has probably the worst defense in the FBS. Probably do. Okay. So then in the midst of all of that, okay, did you guys see what happened in Laramie? All right? Our buddy Josh Allen is at Wyoming to have his number 17 retired. And did everybody hear what he said during the halftime ceremony, during the jersey retirement? Josh Allen decided to throw a dig in at his old rivals down there in Fort Collins.
Love you guys. Thank you. God bless. Go Pokes. And it will always suck to be a CSU Ram.
But listen to that pop.
Listen to that crowd. If there is one thing the people in Laramie can all agree on, it's that they really, really hate CSU. Like that. So you have one of the most famous athletes in the world going viral for taking a shot at you. Your football team got blown out and you're spitting on everybody, and your basketball team lost at home to DU. Now, it's not as though the Wyoming fans had a lot to celebrate because they scored a single touchdown against a really below average Nevada team and lost at home, but still, that's a tough weekend for CSU.
Yeah, okay. I think the basketball program will be okay.
You guys will be all right.
Ali Farouk-Manesh is a good coach.
Yeah,
it's the natural and perfect replacement for Nico Medved. Mm-hmm. The football program, though,
is in trouble.
Yeah, it really is.
Rough weekend in Fort Collins.
What about Brian Kelly? Let's go, Brian Kelly. What's a Fort Collins accent sound like?
I think it just sounds stoned. So Sean Payton was asked by Jeff Legwold about the latest on the injuries for Patrick Surtain. I say injuries. Patrick Surtain is coming back from an injury, a pectoral injury. Alex Singleton is trying to come back from having surgery to remove cancerous tumor. So Sean Payton getting questions from Jeff Legwold today about, hey, what's the status of those two guys? Let's enjoy.
Sean, I was just curious if you'd be able to say if Pat and or Alex would practice this week.
Yeah, I would never get into that on a Monday. I appreciate the question, though.
Do you like their progress and their recovery?
Yeah, again, I wouldn't get into anything injury related, but I appreciate the question.
Attaboy, Leggy.
That's Jeff Legwold, everybody. He's going to join us coming up here on the other side of this break.
Let me just say this, Nate.
Do you like their progress?
They don't need Patrick Surtain or even Alex Singleton in this matchup. I'd love to have them. It would sure things up.
I don't want to play too many games without Surtain.
I agree.
Because
but 3-0 without him, and this Commanders team is poo.
Yeah, but Spring, like the danger of another stupid late PI against Riley Moss and a sack fumble and goofy things happen in that league. You don't want to play. You want to have to play as little football without Surtain as you possibly can. He is the best player on your team, and you consider the fact of, yes, you were 3-0 without him. It was also they were all 3 field goal games, and I would assume a road game in Washington against the Manders will be a close game. I am assuming close game, and close games can flip on stupid things. I don't want to play this game without Patrick Surtain.
If he's 100%,
and they're counting on him being back, that's why they didn't put him on IR.
Yeah, no, it's funny. If he were to miss this game, you may as well have put him on IR. Well.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but is this a situation where he would have some sort of brace, or
I'm assuming he'll play with a brace the rest of the season. That would be my guess.
Okay.
And on Alex Singleton, like in the very least, Justin Sternad's pretty good. He's really gotten better at a lot of things. Let's talk to Jeff Legwold about this coming up on the other side, because we're going to be closely monitoring the health of Patrick Surtain this week. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nate Kreckman, Mark Springer on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and a Rally House Football Monday. Jeff Legwold time here on a Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job and you end with a career. Leggy, let's dive into it. Your first conversations with Sean Payton of the week, and he was eager to give you the status of Patrick Surtain and Alex Singleton going into the week. Okay, Sean's, we'll call it reticence to answer aside, what do we know about the status of those two players, particularly Surtain, because, like, if they weren't going to put him on IR, it has to be because he's going to play this game, right?
You would think that's the case. And, again, the information that's been conveyed to me, the last couple of weeks is that they were shooting for Wednesday when they're out there, that both of those guys are out there in some fashion. Now, what's that mean? Is it limited? Is it stretching only? And then they jog off to the side field to work with the trainers. We don't know any of that yet, but I'm still working off the information that both guys should be on the field in some fashion Wednesday when we see them all. But as you know, Nate, until I see it with my own eyes, I will stand on that, I guess.
Jeff, as you charted these games, what did you see as the greatest impact on the secondary without Surtain out there?
It limits. They have to be sort of more creative how they get in and out of some of their man-to-man looks that aren't always man-to-man defense. They play a lot of man defense more than anybody else, but they also show a lot of man defense. It's man-to-man on only one side of the leverage sometimes, and then it's, a lot of combinations, others. They've had to be more judicious and creative about how they use everybody. When Surtain's not you just handle the best receiver guy, this many snaps. And it has put Riley Moss on the hot seat a little bit, and we've seen that with the flags and some of the other things. But, they've done really well without him, but I don't think you'd really want to be in the biggest games you'll play this season without him back there. He's the best at what he does.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And, this road game in Washington, I know the Manders are a mess, and it doesn't seem like Jaden Daniels is going to be able to come back and play in this game. And the receiving core has been banged up, and they've lost 6 in a row, all of those things. But, Jeff, and I was making this point before the spring, is the Broncos play pretty much every game down to the wire. It's a field goal game pretty much every time out right now with this football team. And, what has to worry them is, it only takes one stupid flag on Riley Moss late in a game, in a one-score game in the fourth quarter, and that's where things can get flipped a little bit. Like the necessity to have Surtain out there against an opposing number one is so important, and the Riley Moss proclivity for penalty does remain one of the biggest weaknesses on this defense that really, Jeff, doesn't have many other weaknesses.
Yeah, but if you give quarterbacks with any sort of accuracy the idea that the underthrown ball to Moss's side is going to be a money play because he's not, even Riley has said this, he's got to play the proverbial top down in more situations. That way, if the guy downshifts on purpose, you don't slam into him. You have some kind of buffer zone there to deal with it. Yeah, they might make a catch or two, but it's going to keep you out of more trouble in those cases. But if you give any quarterback who knows what they're doing that kind of thought, they're going to wait until they think it's a good spot, and they're going to do it. And, we saw that in the Chiefs game. I mean, we've seen it in other games. Quarterbacks are going to take that shot, and they know the ball doesn't even have to be particularly well thrown to get the flag in that case. And, officiating is a human thing too. And if officials get the idea you do certain things more than other guys, there may be a time when that flag comes out on you, then it may not have been thrown at another player.
Yep, and Riley Moss has been living that life all season long, and yeah, I do think the reputation is a thing. Jeff Legwald with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff, we always, I think, like from the outside, view the bye week as an opportunity for reflection, for an internal audit, so to speak, for the Broncos to go in and look under the hood and say, okay, this is what's going on. This is what we're doing well. This is where we need to improve. Sean, he talked about the penalties yet again today. But in terms of looking for substantive changes, particularly on the offensive side of the football, to game plans, what do you think that the Broncos came up with this week?
Well, Nate, I hate to, pop the proverbial balloon, but
you love to. That's a lie. You love to do it.
I will say that some of that thinking we all do, including me, is antiquated because the collection of data is so much easier now than it used to be. Teams are doing what they used to do on the bye week every week.
Yeah.
No, and it used to be a real thing that the bye week was the only way a small coaching staff that didn't have all these analysts and, entry-level coaches and, quality
data
control
farmers,
people.
Yeah.
They didn't have all these people. So the bye week was really, honestly, the only chance they could go through all the games with the fine-tooth comb they needed to. They do that week to week now. So there's a lot less of the let's go discover some data during the bye week we don't already have. That really doesn't happen, but coaches can make the, let me go back and look at this series of plays, in this section of the run game. And, do I like how we're doing that? And it's more those things. And I would expect to see some things in the run game that they like. I would think we would see more of it. But, I'm always skeptical on the run game because they just don't want to seem to dive in with the vigor, I think they should sometimes. But I think that's really where the bye week goes now. And it really is about, especially this late in the year, you're just trying to be as healthy as possible for the last stretch run here to get the best seeding possible if you're the Broncos. So I think they gave most of their attention to getting the injured people healthy and keeping the healthy people healthy for the rest of the way, and did a little of the fine tuning, but I wouldn't expect major things.
Yeah, it's to your point that again, I can go digging through next-gen stats, and God knows that I do every single week, and start finding things because I love that stuff. But you're absolutely right about, and by the way, they what they have in terms of proprietary information is far greater than anything that a dork like me gets out on the outside. So Jeff, you've had an opportunity now to again, like, take a look at R.J. Harvey. R.J. Harvey, who has had a very good season catching the football. He has developed into the piece that the Broncos needed him to be in that way. As a ball carrier, where are we at right now with R.J. Harvey, and how can they get the best out of him the rest of the way, presuming he's the number one back, which is what I presume?
I think sometimes, and I thought this watching him as a draft project, a prospect rather. And I said this to a couple scouts leading up to it. I think sometimes he still thinks the game like a quarterback, and that's going to slow you down as a running back. But he is a smart guy and knows what he's looking at in coverages and blocking schemes. He's got a quarterback eye because that's what he was, when he went to college. And I still think he thinks the game that way sometimes. And I would liken it to the hockey team that doesn't shoot on the power play. They want it to be the prettiest play possible. Like the goal won't count if the goalie touches the puck. I think sometimes he's just got to get it up in there for the 4-yard gain.
Yeah.
And that 4-yard gain may become a 22-yard gain if he breaks a tackle. And I think we saw more of that in their last game. I thought he was better at choosing, when to say when on the runs. And I think as that improves, his production will improve. But, a lot of times you see a player who may not understand what's happening in front of him. That is not R.J. Harvey's issue. He knows his assignments. He knows what the defense is doing. He knows maybe too much, in some things. But I think as he improves that sort of decision of when to hit the gas on the run and take it up into the hole, I think it will be a better, they'll get better results and it will be good for the offense because they're going to need them. They're going to need a good stretch run from him to go where they want to go.
I tell you what, Leggy, I needed him to think like a smarter quarterback on that trick play the other day. But outside of that,
yeah, that's not the. I loved Bo Nix's comment on that it was a lot more open in practice. I thought that was pretty good delivery from the young quarterback. A nice little pause and then the delivery.
He's savvy at the podium. Jeff Legwold. Jeff, let's go around the NFL really quick for the next couple of minutes of some other things. First off, Chip Kelly got fired yesterday after...
That's expensive right there.
Yeah, no kidding. Geno Smith was sacked 10 times yesterday by the Cleveland Browns, whose pass rush is outstanding, and Myles Garrett is going to win Defensive Player of the Year on a terrible team, and he has absolutely earned his way into that. This current Raiders mess, and Pete Carroll's comments today sort of alluding to issues on the offense and kind of making it sound like, well, I sure would like to be back, but have a greater voice in hiring the offensive staff. This Raiders thing, from afar, it just looks like a disjointed mess. When you talk to people around the league, what have they said about where the Raiders have gone so wrong?
Well, look at the drafts, and look at their coaching decisions. You can't just keep making constant U-turns. We're hiring this guy. We're going to pay him $6 million. We're going to make him the highest paid offensive coordinator in the league. And he doesn't even make a season. That's impactful decision making and not in a good way. It's just, and they seem still, in a lot of ways, very reactionary to public opinion. Let's do this if everybody's fired up about it.
Yeah,
well, that's it's an element to have if you're running a team, but it can't be why you're making decisions. And they have a very passionate fan base that speaks up and is heard, has always been heard by the ownership, even when Al was running the team. So it's just that Al was like this old school scout. He could find players, and they at a time when, before free agency, they made a lot of football hay by signing players other people were done with and get a little more out of them. You don't really do that anymore. It's really hard to live on that side of the street now. You gotta draft and develop it well over half your roster if you're going to succeed. And like the Broncos here, if you don't figure out the quarterback along the way too, it's going to make it all difficult. So I think their biggest problems when you talk to personnel people is that their talent level isn't spectacular, and they're not great at making those decisions right now.
It's also, I look at them and I say, okay, I think Brock Bowers is a hell of a player. I love Genty coming out of college, but like that organization has so many issues right now, and it's, somebody equated it to like having like a shiny hood ornament on a car that doesn't run. Like that's what Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty essentially are on that roster right now. I want to
and some of it, Nate, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's how much is ownership involved in those decisions? I think John Spytek, in my dealings with John, he is a good scout.
Yeah,
he has an eye for talent. He has worked for teams and found players, but are they letting him do that with the complete freedom he needs to do that with. Are he and the coach working together? Was Pete Carroll his idea, John Spytek's idea?
No.
And that's the thing. You got to have
alignment.
Here with the Broncos, George Payton has to go in the draft room and know beyond a shadow of a doubt the kind of player Sean Payton wants.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you go from there. And then you find the highest graded players of that type, and you build your team. And I don't get a sense that they're doing that, but I think Spytek is a really good football guy, again, in my dealings with him. And I think if they gave him the reign to do it, he could get them a roster that could compete.
Yeah, but again, it comes down to organizational alignment and having people in place that you believe in, and I don't think that's what the Raiders have right now, and they just continue to be a weird mess. Jeff Legwold, everybody, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff's stuff is right there at ESPN.com. Like a great piece on Bo Nix last week. Excellent work on that. Keep up the good work, man.
I'll do my best. See you guys later.
All right. Jeff Legwold with us there on a Monday afternoon. We're taking you up to the Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies, and we got to talk about a world where the Nuggets will not have Aaron Gordon for the next 4 to 6 weeks. How do they survive? How do they survive tonight against the Grizz? How do they survive going forward? Plus, you got to hear Nikola Jokic's comments. We'll do that next. Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. Another big night on Altitude. 6 o'clock tip-off. Tune in for pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law at 5:30. Monday Night Football with Carolina and the Niners. Be over on AM 950 coverage at 5 o'clock. Kickoff at 6:15. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the Denver Nuggets and the NFL on Westwood One. It is a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Coming up here in just a moment, we believe we're going to be talking to LA Rams team president Kevin Demoff here on the show. Yes, the top team in the NFC, the LA Rams, who, my God, did they look impressive yesterday. Knocked out Baker Mayfield and then blew out the Bucs 34-7. Our old buddy Nate Landman got paid. 3-year contract extension.
That's a good addition.
It is a very good addition.
What was he, like a 7th-round pick of the Falcons or something like? But he was such a good player at CU.
He's a really good player.
And it had the knee injuries.
For the Rams.
Had the knee injuries, but, just keep an eye on him, Take a flyer on a player like that.
I think the Rams signed him at on a 1-year vet minimum contract this year.
Yeah.
Like on a 1-year deal.
That's the type of guy you take a chance on.
Yeah, and on Saturday, he agreed to a new 3-year contract extension.
And those are the type of low-key, low-value signings with high reward.
Yeah.
Or low-risk, high reward.
By the way, Spring, he was a UDFA with Atlanta.
He was a UDFA.
Made the
Okay,
team.
wow. Because of the knee injuries at CU, or else he would have been drafted.
Yep, and he became the starting linebacker on this Rams team, and yeah, he's one of the best players really in the entire NFL on a defense that has turned out to be really, really good. So we'll talk to Demoff here in just a moment about that, but also about a Rams team that,
Are they not just...
That's the best team in the NFL.
Yeah, the de facto best team in the league.
That's the best team in the NFL.
Very good defense, even post Aaron Donald. Drafting Jared Verse in the first round.
Who's a stud.
Was huge.
Yes.
Stafford,
30 touchdowns, 2 picks.
Yeah.
Remember coming into this season, it was like, is Stafford going to make it? What's going on with the back injury? Is he going to be able to battle his way through?
A single game.
He's been marvelous. Kyron Williams is a very good back. They
bringing in Devontae Adams. And moving on from Cooper Kupp.
2 more touchdowns from Devontae yesterday. He's up to 12 on the year. Puka Nakua's battled some injuries, but he's one of the best receivers in the game today.
If you're just going on paper with the results and what the roster looks like, that's the best team in the league.
Yep. Most complete.
Yeah.
Team in the entire NFL right now. We're going to do power rankings tomorrow, and everyone's going to have number 1.
Yeah.
Number 1 with a bullet, as well they should. And right on cue, we're very pleased to be joined right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl show by KSC President of Team and Media Operations and, Team President for the LA Rams. It is also our boss, Kevin Demoff. Kevin, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm fired up. I feel like I finally got called up to the big leagues
to
get a chance to do this show. I usually just get stuck in the mornings.
No, I know. You get promoted from just team president of the Rams to president of team and media operations. By the way, did you get a new office when you did that? What kind of upgrades did Mr. Kroenke give you?
No upgrades. Like the upgrades go to the teams. Executives, look, nobody cares about executives. So focus goes to the teams. When we build the new practice facilities, both in Denver and LA, maybe then. But until then, until these teams win more titles, nobody gets an upgrade.
Okay, so speaking of winning titles, how are you guys feeling in Ramland right now? Because you guys look like the best and most complete team in the entire NFL. Blasted the Bucs yesterday. Another great Stafford game. And Kevin, you've been doing this for a long time, and you've been a part of teams that have won championships. You have been a part of teams that have gotten right there and fallen right at the edge of the whole thing. Where are you guys at as an organization right now? Because you guys know how good your team is.
Yeah, I think when this team in training camp and even in the offseason, they had a unique vibe and connection amongst the players. The culture is outstanding, and that's what gives you the best shot, and that's translated in the field. But, I think Sean said on the podium last night, nobody remembers who was the most complete team last November. with 6 games left. And, in our 2021 Super Bowl season, we went winless in the month of November. We had 3 losses and a bye. So how you're playing November 23rd is meaningless for who's going to wind up in Santa Clara. And even, the past 2 years when we started out slow, nobody was talking about us as a playoff team. So who's that team that's lurking, right? And I think when you look at the league this year, I think it's one of the most exciting NFL seasons for fans just because the parity that exists. And there are 7 or 8 teams, I think, that can make credible claims that they are among the top of the league right now. And some of them are new faces. It's great to see the Broncos, up there on the AFC side, and the Colts and some others. And then there's some that have been there for a while. Obviously excited about the way we're playing. Excited that we're hopefully getting some guys back and getting healthier and getting contributions, but this is just a moment in time, and we've got a long way to go until people start caring about what these games mean beyond just today.
Yeah, but Stafford, Matthew Stafford right now, 30 touchdowns to 2 picks. You can make an argument he's having the best season of his career, and it's a Hall of Fame career that he has already put up. Kevin, coming into the season, it was the back situation and it was pitch counts. And from the outside, people are looking at it and going, is Stafford going to make it? And not only is he making it, he's having, again, just the best season of his career. Did you guys see this coming at this stage of his football life, that he could somehow still play at this level?
Well, look, I think where we ended last year in the playoffs, he was playing in an unbelievable clip. And so I think you get to the point where nothing Matthew does surprises us on the field, and he's played an extraordinary level. And I think he's gone 27 touchdowns without interception in the past, 6-7 weeks. I mean, he's playing an unbelievable clip. And last night I happened to look up at the TV, and I think he was 12 for 12, or and 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns. I mean, he is seeing the field. He is confident we're protecting him, but did we expect this? I don't know. When he was in the cryogenic chamber in August, I think we all thought he'd be fine for the season, but nobody knew for sure. But he's playing with a confidence and a joy that I think I don't want to undersell watching him play this year, watching him go through practice, watching him just be around, the joy he's playing with. And he looks like he's the loosest and having the most fun I've seen of him, at least in his time in Los Angeles. I can't speak to Detroit. And I think our team as well as embodying that. You go as your quarterback goes, and right now he's instilling with them a lot of confidence.
I heard somebody make the comment yesterday, like, to love football is to love Matthew Stafford. He embodies kind of what this game is about, and he's done it for bad teams. He's done it for excellent teams like you guys have with the Rams. You get a chance to spend time around Matthew Stafford. What is his process like? Tell us what it's like to watch that guy get himself prepared and go out and play every Sunday.
Well, I think he's consummate professional, whether it's watching film, leading his teammates. He's been more engaged, it seems, this year with the whole locker room in a positive way. Again, I just think there's a joy that's going with him, but he competes in practice. He competes on the field. He's methodical, and, Jordan Rodriguez, who used to cover us for The Athletic and now writes nationally, who's amazing. Always is like, he has a dark place he goes during games, and I think she refers to him as a soul snatcher, and I think that's what he loves. And when actually you can kind of see when we mic him up for games, we have to edit out 90% because he's swearing and just angry the whole time, and that's not his demeanor throughout the whole week. So I think he does go to a different place, on game day, and the rapport he's built with Devontae, he already had with Puka, you're seeing with our tight ends. It's just been fun. It's been a fun year. But I would say you're 1 week away from, you're getting praise. You lose next week in Carolina, and you're the team that can't handle success. So I think we've seen both sides of those cards.
We are previewing an eventual Broncos-Rams Super Bowl right now with Kevin Demoff, the LA Rams team president right now, also the president of team and media operations here for Kroenke Sports. You mentioned Puka Nacua right there, 5th-round pick, just another gem of a find by Snead and McVay and what you guys have been able to do. Tell me about Puka Nacua. Because that's another dude that just, you see nothing but toughness out of him. He is a consummate playmaker, another consummate professional, but just one of those football players that you're just like, that guy was a 5th-round pick. How did everybody miss on Puka Nacua?
Yeah, I mean, maybe people don't watch the Mountain West enough, right? Like that was, maybe if BYU had been in the Big 12 when Puka was there, it'd be a different story.
Well, they
But
were
I think,
independent when Puka was there. They weren't even in the Mountain West.
yeah, it was, but and it's funny you talk about the joy he plays with. He is one of the happiest human beings, and he has not changed a lick from when we drafted him in the 5th round to today. But to play with his joy and excitement, but also his toughness. I mean, he takes 2 or 3 defenders every time down with him. And you don't see many receivers do that. Block, go in between a guard and a tackle and block. And even, there are clips last night of him doing that. And then he releases out and catches the 30-yard ball going that way. And, but I thought the highlight of last night, and I always say, if you want to talk about Puka Nacua, it is just watch him when someone else scores the touchdown on a team and his joy for them. Right? Like when we walked off the Colts with a 2-2 well touchdown, he was the first person in the end zone celebrating 2-2. Last night he's celebrating with Colby Parkinson. He is among the most unselfish players I've ever seen. And that's what this team really epitomizes. Whether it's Matthew, it's Puka, whether it's Devontae, who's racking up touchdowns right now at an unbelievable level. They all come together with a common goal of winning and having fun and being themselves. And I think that's what makes this team uniquely authentic and a real joy to be a part of.
Okay, so another one of those guys is Nate Landman. And we talked to Nate on our show a couple of months back, and this is a guy that comes in on a 1-year prove-it deal. I think you guys gave him like $1 million to sign with the Rams this past off season, and you didn't know he was going to make the team. He not only does he make the team, he's your starting middle linebacker. He's the leading tackler on this team. And now, 12 weeks into the year, the LA Rams give CU's own Nate Landman a 3-year contract extension and give him a healthy bump in pay. Like, what does a guy have to show you where, you go from in the spring, it's like, yeah, we'll give you a shot, to you are now a cornerstone player on our franchise, and that was 5 months of time? What has he shown you?
Well, look, I think you have to go back to great find by our pro personnel department. Our assistant GM, John McKay, had circled Nate Landman as, I think this guy could be a real addition to our defense. And if you know anything about the Rams, we don't pay linebackers. That has been, consistently we've developed them. We traded Ernest Jones. Like that has been one of the mantras. And even I was joking with some of our media last night. They're like, we now know you truly spend more time in Denver than LA when the Rams sign a linebacker to a large extension, right? But that was the telltale sign of that. But, I think Nate came in and, give him credit, became a team captain, right? Wears the green dot, calls the defense, and, toughness, leadership, communication, making plays on the ball. But, we have a really young defense, and and I think Nate epitomized that defense, right? You can see the graphics. I believe it's the 2nd lowest paid defense in the NFL. And it's a bunch of guys who, most of them are undrafted, like Nate. He's lined up next to Omar Spates, who's undrafted. You've got Poona Ford at defensive tackle, undrafted. Tyler Davis, 6th-round pick. Jared Verse gets a lot of headlines as a 1st-round pick. He and Emmanuel Forbes, the only 1st-round picks on the defense. Emmanuel Forbes was cut by the Commanders a year ago. Undrafted guys playing at safety. And I think they rally around him as he's one of them. And, he's come in, made an impact first game, peanut punch to preserve the win against the Texans. He's got 4 forced fumbles, 3 of them we've recovered. But it's just the way he leads this team. And, it was a no-brainer to give him the extension, to make him the first linebacker we paid. I think he represents everything that's good about our team in the NFL, CU. And I think we talked about it, whether it's Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, and Nate Landman. The first words you'd use to describe all of them are football players. And I think that is what makes our team special. And, I was so happy for Nate last night. We introduced the defense pregame, and he got a huge ovation. And for him, I think to go through what he's been at CU, and always remember a story, Chris Peterson, the former coach at UW, who's around our program a bunch and, works with Sean and some of our coaches, said he recruited Nate out of high school mainly because he went to go see the quarterback, and Nate Landman made plays everywhere. And he kept asking people like, why do we not like this guy as a football player? And I think that speaks everything you want to know about Nate Landman.
Kevin Demoff, everybody, team president, LA Rams president of team and media operations for KSE. Kevin, what's the best KSE team right now? Who has the highest likelihood to win a championship this season in the KSE Empire?
I mean, that's like asking me to pick between my kids, right? I mean, this is a golden age of KSE. I mean, the Avalanche are doing things that haven't been done in decades. Arsenal is doing things that haven't been done in a century. The Nuggets are 12-4, and I think you saw against Houston, what they can be. Unfortunately, we got some injuries, but get those guys back, and then the Rams are having a good year. I think we tried to calculate it. Our 4 teams that are playing currently, Arsenal, the Rams, the Avalanche, the Nuggets, are 48-7-7 since the start of their seasons. 3 of them lead the league, and the Nuggets are, pretty darn good at 12-4. So, I think all the teams have a chance to be in the conversation. I think it's a great credit to each individual organization about what they've built. And, you add that to the Broncos. I know most people sitting in Denver don't really care about the Rams and what we're doing as much as KSE. I was well aware of the chatter when the Avalanche showed up at our game and how that played out. But when you look at what's going on with the Broncos, the Nuggets, the Avalanche, it's a pretty good time to be a Denver fan. And, I'm excited. May get talked about less, but as we go through this manager selection process for the Rapids and now getting to host Messi next year, it's a great time for all of our teams, and it's fun to be part of it. And maybe someday we'll get the radio station to, not be the caboose of KSE.
We're happy to drag everybody down, Kevin. Let's be honest. There's always got to be one problem. It should be us. Kevin, last thing, because that's the fun question. I want to ask you a little bit of a nuanced, trickier question, because how often you get to talk to somebody that is at the executive level in pro sports the way that you are. Steve Kerr's recent comments about the current pace of play, the stress on the bodies of NBA players, and the scheduling and the challenges that these players are facing right now. And I'm not necessarily asking you specifically about what Steve said, but he did kind of make the suggestion of, hey, what if there was a world where there was 72 games? And, Kevin, You've read enough, and I'm sure you've heard all of this research before about overuse injuries and stress injuries that these athletes are dealing with. And yet at the same time, and Steve Kerr acknowledged this part of it, there's the revenue thing that kind of goes into it. The model is built upon 17 games in the NFL, 82 in the NBA, 84 in the NHL. We know, that the gates work a certain way. When you guys are together at owners' meetings, at executives' meetings, and you get to talking about your games, like, how far do those conversations go? The idea of, well, should we play fewer games? Or is that a complete non-starter at your level?
It's not a non-starter, right? You're always looking for what's best for the good of the game, what's best for your players, what's best for organization, what's best for the fans. And, and I think any conversations around player usage, player health, length of the seasons, whether it's the NFL going from 16 to 17 to possibly 18, whether it's the NHL adding 2 games to go from 82 to 84, whether it's the MLS changing their calendar, and certainly the NBA, it always has to start with what's the best product and how do you we all know that the best product is having your best players on the court, on the ice, on the field for as many games as you can have, right? And we all work towards that, in an immense way. And look, I think what's so hard is there's no unique formula. We could look at, we've had 2 players for the Nuggets get hurt. We had a couple of guys from the Rams go on IR. At the same time, Nikola Jokic is playing 82 games
all the time, yeah,
plus playoffs and 40 minutes, and would probably has logged more minutes and is putting up historic numbers as the MVP. Every player is different. And I think it's trying to understand what is the actual data that we can rely upon that says, is this too many games? Is this pace? Is it not scheduling and right? And I know David Adelman talked about it, playing an 8:30 tip-off in Houston and having to turn around, fly home and playing the next day.
Yeah.
Even though you're at home against Sacramento in less than 24 hours. And I think one of the things we all have to look at, especially in the NFL, the conversation comes up around, look, the Broncos Thursday night game against the Raiders revived all of the conversations around, oh, this is what Thursday night football looks like, right? Just a brutal game in which not a lot of scoring, not playing. And should we play on Thursdays? And once we get into the holiday season, you're playing on Christmas, like, what is the cadence for the NFL? I think when you look at the NBA now with Amazon, with Peacock, with NBC, how do you find ESPN? How do you find the right cadence for those games and that scheduling? The NHL is going through that. People want to watch more games. They want to see their players more. The players want to make more. The leagues want to make more.
Right.
How we balance all of that is ultimately the question. And you do hope, whether it's through AI, through sports science, we can start to delve into these questions. Because what Steve Kerr says is the hypothesis. Could be true, might not be true.
Yeah.
And for every Steve Kerr point, there's probably something else. I think the reality is, if the data says to us that these players are being overextended, how do we pull back on their minutes, right? But I thought, and it's unfortunate what's happened to the Nuggets. The best way we were able to do that, build a strong bench. All of a sudden you saw these, Jamal's minutes come down and Nicole's minutes come down, and hopefully, that helps. But at the end of the day, I don't know that there's a right number of games. I don't know that there's an answer. And, one of my favorite memes of the entire offseason is the NBA one where they show LeBron working out and Steph working out, and then they show Nikola drinking in Serbia, and then they show all these, players doing insane things and him riding a horse and at a concert. All these players have different ways about their bodies. I mean, Nathan McKinnon is one of the most, dialed in athletes I've ever seen. Puka Nacua is the same. Does that mean they get hurt? No, Puka Nacua got hurt last year in the best shape of his life. And these guys play a game. There's a propensity to get hurt. And certainly the more we put them out there, the greater propensity that is. Is that better or worse for the game? That's not for me to decide. That's someone well above my pay grade. But to answer your question, it's something we talk about a lot.
Okay.
Something we talk about a lot, in order to meet something we talk a lot about, at KSE. How do we get our players to be the best they can so that our fans can see them the most? Because we're in the golden age right now of Denver sports when you look at these players and when you look at what the Broncos are doing as well. And you want to see them as many times as you can.
Yeah, I want to watch, and I want to watch those games. That's the funny part about it. I can acknowledge, hey, overuse, and also I want to watch them play, and we'll watch the Nuggets on the road in Memphis tonight. You got to admit, though, Kevin, this current Nuggets schedule is ridiculous. What do we do? We're in, we're out, we're in, we're out, we're in, we're out. Even Marlo called it out the other night on the telecast. It's just like, what is the NBA doing to us right now, man?
No, Vic Lombardi had the graphic that I think he screwed up of where the team's going. I mean, this is the tough stretch, certainly. And I think that's, when you look at these, right, it's how do you make the schedules better? Do you start earlier? Do you play later? Something to give these guys more time. And I mean, the Avs had explain to me why you play Sunday, Thursday, and then 2 back-to-back
Saturday,
road games.
Sunday, yeah.
Saturday, like that makes no conceptual sense. Somewhere, in the scheduling formula it did, but that's where I think we can get smarter about how we schedule these games.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to email you. Maybe you can let me go to one of these scheduling meetings one of these years. I would appreciate that. He's Kevin Demoff, everybody, president of Team and Media Ops here for KSE. He is the team president of the LA Rams. Kevin, thank you for joining us to preview an eventual Broncos-Rams Super Bowl.
All right, we'll take it right now. Love it. Thank you.
All right. Kevin Demoff, everybody. Kreckman and Lindahl rolling with you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on a Rally House Football Monday. There was a lot of good stuff in there. Wow.
Hey, let me give you a prediction, all right?
Okay.
Broncos-Rams Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't know who it's going to be. I can't get this deep. My crystal ball only goes so far.
Okay.
All right. It could be Nick Bonito. Could be Jonathan Cooper, Zach Allen. Maybe an edge blitz from Jaquan McMillan. Stafford's going out. And who's coming in? Who's coming in?
Jimmy.
That's your Super Bowl, folks.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Bo Nix versus Jimmy Garoppolo when Stafford gets his back broken.
Is Garoppolo going to hit the deep ball this time around, or is he going to wasn't it Emmanuel Sanders, too?
You know who's getting the pick? Riley Moss.
There you go. Riley Moss needs to be able to make that play. Really good stuff there with Kevin Demoff right there, and I love talking to him about Stafford, about Landman. Like the culture of the Rams is so friggin' good right now. One of the things about the Rams, and I thought it was interesting, was the Demoff was talking about the Rams, and he kind of joked about it, like the rule we don't pay linebackers, which. Those kind of rules exist, but also this was a Rams team that, if you remember ago, like when they won the Super Bowl in, what was that, 21, it was F them picks. It was the F them picks Rams. And that was how they went and won a Super Bowl. It was unload, go get Von Miller, go get Jalen Ramsey, go get whoever we need to get in order to be able to load this thing up right now and absolutely take a shot. And I think that some people from afar said, well, what chance do you have at any kind of sustained success? Well, then they swung trades and they added draft picks. And then they loaded up through the draft to the point where, like, again, he talks about how young their defense is right now. Most defenses, you lose an Aaron Donald, one of the great defensive players of all time, you fall off a cliff.
It's a very quick rebuild.
They have rebuilt that thing very, very quickly.
You hit in the draft, you know?
And some of it is that thing of,
and you hit with the signing like a Nate Landman.
Hit with a Nate Landman is the perfect example of that, of a 5th round pick to get Puka Nacua. Of okay, the evidence would suggest that a wide receiver in his 30s is falling off the cliff. Snatch up Devontae Adams, and look at that, he's got 12 touchdowns. He doesn't have Puka's numbers, like his raw production per se, but when you need to go to the red zone, you've got one of the great receivers of his generation and a future Hall of Famer in Devontae Adams that you can then go to, and look at how good that he has been. Kyron Williams in that run game and everything that they have built offensively, plus one of the great minds in the game who has continued to evolve himself as a football coach, in Sean McVay. Like, that's what I see the Broncos like being on the precipice of. I think that the Broncos right now are an organization that are in that kind of place, an organization where you hit on a 7th rounder for Jonathan Cooper, you hit on a 3rd rounder for Quinn Miners. Like, these are some of the best, most important football players on your entire team. You know, you kind of buy low on a Talanoa Hufanga, who's coming off of a major injury, and give him an opportunity to sort of recoup his career here in Denver, and look at the kind of season that guy is having, and then hit on the premium ones too. That part's kind of important. And looks like Patrick Surtain is a dude, and it looks as though Bo Nix and Sean Payton, they've got something cooking right now. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here in just a moment. Thanks again to Kevin Demoff for joining us on the show on a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. It starts in 2 days, your December 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid and check out this auction. It's going to open up on the 26th. That's on Wednesday, and will be available for you to be able to bid for 8 days, we're talking about here with this auction. Guys, this government fleet vehicles and equipment auction has a phenomenal selection of well-maintained used vehicles, SUVs, sedans, work trucks, plow trucks, utility trucks, or if you're just looking for a pickup, you can get one of those as well. The used car market is brutal out there. This is a great opportunity for you to get a well-maintained used vehicle at an outstanding price at public auction with Roller Auction. And make sure that you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Again, write this down, guys. Roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right there. You are entered in to win catered suite tickets for the Avalanche and the Montreal Canadiens coming up on the 29th. Go to roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid and get yourself all set for that government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. R.I.P. to the great Jimmy Cliff. You know, we do Ska Friday every week here on this show. Have to acknowledge one of the legends, one of the pioneers of the genre, reggae and ska superhero, Jimmy Cliff. If you don't own the record, The Harder They Come, well, then your record collection is not complete. Fantastic film as well. But Jimmy Cliff passed away at the age of 88. Sad, sad news. A pioneer and a legend. So a shout out to the great Jimmy Cliff. And now it's time for football news here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Let's do it, Mark Springer.
All right, it is time for the high five. And in fact, let me reach over here so that I can properly tell you about the Broncos injury report. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. So Sean Payton talked to the media today coming off of the Broncos bye week. Pat Surtain has been out the last 3 games with his pec injury, and Alex Singleton had testicular cancer surgery. But what are their status? What are both those players' statuses for Sunday night? Status-I?
Yeah.
Cacti?
Yeah.
Against the Commanders on Sunday Night Football. Jeff Legwald did the yeoman's work and asked Sean Payton this today.
Sean, I was just curious if you'd be able to say if Pat and or Alex would practice this week.
Yeah, I would never get into that on a Monday. I appreciate the question, though.
Do you like their progress and their recovery?
Yeah, again, I wouldn't get into anything injury related, but I appreciate the question.
I like how confident Legwald was in that follow-up question, and he knew exactly what he was doing.
He knew what he was going to get, but the question must be asked, do you like their progress as they return from their current maladies? I will never get into that, but I appreciate the question. No, I don't think you do. I don't think you actually do appreciate that question in the slightest bit, Sean. I want to play some other Sean Payton here really quickly. Sean Payton, his message to the team coming out of the bye week, where is the focus at for this football team going into the Sunday night matchup against the Manders?
Well, I think the easy illustration for us coming out off the bye. It's not like we're at the halfway point, but nonetheless, here we are in a position to compete for seeding, and there are 2 things that stand out. The penalties stand out. If you said what's the low-hanging fruit that you have to clean up to improve your chances of getting the best possible seed, and then secondly, is harping on the plus minus turnover, giveaway, takeaway. We ended up 1 last week, and it meant a lot. We were close to being up 2, but in important games, that one possession can be the difference. So that was 2 of the main topics this morning before we broke up.
I would say on that, the penalties are something you can absolutely do something about, and you can absolutely clean up. Turnovers are weird, okay? Take the Bears, for instance. Have you seen what their turnover margin is? That Bears defense is not good. It is not good. Mason Rudolph went up and down the field on those guys yesterday. And yet look at where they're at in turnovers. Basically, they're living off of them right now. I'm not saying turnovers are just like they're pure noise, but also it's just like sometimes the ball gets fumbled and it doesn't bounce to you. Sometimes the interception is there and it bounces off the hands of Talanoa Hufanga. Like, there's only so much control you have over that versus being assignment sound, being lane disciplined, all of those things that a defensive player has to do, and then hope the ball is going to find you every now and then. Like, I don't get that worked up over the Broncos' lack of takeaways, especially when I see that the defense does everything else extremely well. And as long as you do that, you put yourself in position to have those opportunities. And when it comes to forcing turnovers, that's kind of really all you can do.
You know what struck me when I listened to that answer, because Sean, unprompted, brings up at least in his mind, there are 2 issues. There are 2 main issues: penalties and turnovers / takeaways. Okay. It's funny, though, because he doesn't want to talk about the injuries, and he doesn't want to talk about their actual main issue, which is tempo. And if you mention tempo, he will lose his freaking mind. The main issue with this team, with this offense, is the play calls are too long, and you are taking too long to get to the line of scrimmage.
Well,
so I like how Sean... that's not an issue in his mind because his word salad of play calls are football genius.
Also, the issues that he's really talking about right there, I mean, where are penalties hurting this team the most on the defensive side of the ball? And then it comes to takeaways. So, because honestly, his offense does not give the ball away. Like Bo Nix doesn't throw interceptions.
I was going to say.
This is not a turnover-prone team. Both the issues that he brought up are and it's not as though the offense isn't immune. Like the offense, there has been procedure penalties and men downfield, things like all of that, although that's kind of cleaned up of late, but mostly defensive criticism is kind of what he got into right there. Yeah, when it comes
for the best defense in the NFL.
When it comes to an actual self-assessment of what's going on with the play calling right now, Spring, Sean Payton will not be offering that up to you.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, will not be offering that up to you in the slightest bit. Go ahead.
High five.
They are 9-2.
They are.
So,
they're really, really good.
Yeah, they are very good. And they are at the Commanders Sunday Night Football. 6.5-point road favorites. Jaden Daniels coming off of the left elbow sprain that he sustained a few Sunday nights ago in the loss, they got crushed at home by the Seattle Seahawks on November 2nd. Jaden Daniels will return to practice this week, but he is unlikely to play on Sunday.
Yeah, this is a team that just lost overseas to the Dolphins. This team is in a bad way right now. They're very banged up. Terry McLaurin, I guess there's an outside chance that he could play in this game, I suppose. But Jaden Daniels doesn't sound as though he is going to be back and playing, so the Broncos will be up against Marcus Mariota. So there's not a ton to necessarily worry about right there. Krosky Merritt, Bill Krosky Merritt, by the way.
Yeah, what is he, a Jacory?
Jacory originally, but also known as
Bill.
Bill.
That's a thing.
Played at New Mexico for a minute right there.
Okay.
Good player. He and Chris Rodriguez toting the rock for this team, but yeah, there's not a ton to be scared of on this Commanders team.
If you're the Commanders, and what they come into the season with the oldest defense in the NFL,
yeah, Bobby
Wagner's
75, and he's their best player.
Von Miller's out there.
Yeah.
We'll have to keep our eye on Von Miller Broncos quotes this week.
Definitely.
Aren't you just playing? Isn't this the perfect opportunity, actually, to just try to get a higher draft pick and therefore a better, younger defensive player?
Interesting quotes from Dan Quinn today. When talking about Jaden Daniels, he just said, no, like he's a second-year player, and I need him to play football. So I need this guy back, and I need to get him out there as quickly as I possibly can, which,
okay,
I get it.
Here's a question for you, though, and I know that Drake Mays looked very good.
Yep.
Weak schedule, though. Bo Nix has had his moments and then his not great moments.
11 good quarters.
Is Jaden Daniels still the best year 2 quarterback?
No. Drake May is. Drake May is the best quarterback in this class. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's still Jaden.
I would take Drake May number 1. I would take Jaden number 2. I would take Caleb Williams number 3, and I would take Bo Nix number 4. Right now, if I'm redrafting that class with Penix and J.J. McCarthy not even on the board. J.J. McCarthy,
you mean 9?
By the way.
You mean 9? That's J.J. McCarthy. He's 9.
J.J. McCarthy, some of his numbers are
he's look at some of the throws he's made the last couple weeks.
He's like Josh Rosenbad.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Like when you start delving into some of the numbers and what this guy is putting up, it's pretty painful. What he has been there so far. Yeah.
Okay, I think that with Jaden, though, I think that the Commanders were exposed a little bit this year. The oldest defense in the NFL.
They had insane 4th down luck last year. They went for it on 4th down more than anybody and converted more. So, naturally, that's one of those metrics that you knew was going to regress to the mean. And it did. And like you said, aging defense.
And, Terry's their only real, you're bringing in a Deebo Samuel who has, his knees are turning to dust.
Yeah.
I think it's more of what's around Jaden than Jaden. I think Jaden is excellent.
Yeah. No, I think he's a very good player. I think he's a very, very good player. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, and maybe it's my recency bias of just
sure.
Every week
I
Drake
think there's some of that.
makes throws where I'm just like, good God. Yeah, that guy is.
He's very good.
He's.
I don't know, but Jaden got them. Jaden got them to the NFC Championship.
Got him
That's
to the
crazy,
NFC Championship,
and he was great
as a rookie. That's pretty damn good. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Thanksgiving night, the Ravens host the Bengals. T. Higgins is out; he got concussed, but Jamar Chase is back from the loogie that he spat. His one-game suspension is over. No Trey Hendrickson, and it appears that Joe Burrow is going to start for the 3-9 Bengals.
He sure is. Yeah. Sounds like Joe Burrow is going to get back in there, which it sounds like that organization desperately needs to happen right now. Yeah, T. Higgins smacked his head on the turf, had to leave the game yesterday against New England. They lost at home 26-20. Flacco, by the way, in that game, Spring, threw a pick six, the 16th pick six of Joe Flacco's career. 16 now.
Well, when you play into your 40s,
yeah, well,
you're gonna rack them up.
You're gonna load them up over time. Marcus Jones had that pick six yesterday. But yeah, sounds like Burrow is going to be able to jump in there. And I tell you what, this AFC North race is. It's fun. It's going to be fun to the very end, and Joe Burrow has the opportunity to step onto the field and be the disruptor in this whole thing, which I'm very much looking forward to. This should be a fun one on Thursday night.
High five. All right, I actually skipped over this one. How dare I?
How dare you?
Yes. Shedeur Sanders is 1-0 as an NFL starting quarterback, and it was announced today.
Dion was having a lot more fun on Sunday in Vegas than he was in Boulder on Saturday.
That game was close until it wasn't.
Until it wasn't. That is one where the final score looks a hell of a lot worse than, if you watch the first three quarters.
Yeah, see, you took a lead in that game, and I was like, all right. I was early second half.
And then an 88-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, that CU defense. Yikes. But Shedeur Sanders has been named the starting quarterback for the Browns, even if when Dylan Gabriel comes out of the concussion protocol, the 3-8 Browns host the 7-4 Niners on Sunday. Niners will play the Panthers tonight on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, I think if you're Stefanski, you just got to read the room and say, okay, Shedeur brought some juice. He excited guys. Miles Garrett's in a good mood. And I got to push this thing as far as I possibly can. So we'll see what they get out of Shedeur. First Browns rookie since 95 to win his debut start. Nice job on that one, Shedeur. Some interesting numbers on Shedeur. Led week 12 in yards per attempt at 10.4. And then had the lowest QBR at 8.7. I mean,
interesting numbers.
It
Fascinating,
really is.
really.
Really, he had three big plays. That was,
and one of them was a little flat route screen type
to Dylan
pass.
Sampson. Yeah. So,
but look, the opening throw to Isaiah Bond.
That was fun.
That's a great rollout. Yep. Good arm strength.
Yep. On the move. He didn't think twice. Got a guy behind the defense. That was absolutely good to see. 10.4 yards per attempt. That's great out of Shedeur Sanders. And here's the thing, a lot to work on. A lot to work on in his first NFL start, and it's good that the Browns are going to give him a crack and see if he can't turn into something. It's good to see, because he absolutely earned it. He absolutely earned it. He won a football game for that dog butt franchise and gave them an opportunity to get it going. So good on Shedeur.
Okay. He's going to make mistakes.
Of course.
Like any young quarterback will. There will be growing pains. This isn't going to be a rocket ship to the moon, okay? It's very rare that you see that.
You're telling me they're not going to rattle off 6 straight wins and finish 9-8?
No.
Okay.
But you asked Andy and you asked Sanford last week, why was his first start intriguing? It's because, and I understand why he fell. I understand how some of what he does and the Sanders family does off-puts some people, certainly NFL franchises who want to keep things very
buttoned up.
Tight-knit, okay? he was a better prospect than where he was drafted.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah, he fell because of off-field stuff. I think it put a magnifying glass on his on-field flaws, and we know what those flaws are.
Sure.
Yeah,
look at what Tyler Shuck just did against the Falcons. Nothing.
I think he actually he had a really good completion rate, but it didn't do him any good.
No. Shedeur is man, watching him at CU, there were a lot of traits that I really liked. And I know for an NFL quarterback, his attitude is different. It is very different. But you know what? I appreciate his authenticity. I appreciate how he is himself, and he cares. He very much
Oh, there's no doubt
cares.
about that. What I would say with Shedeur is NFL teams, the off-script stuff, they just assume you can do that because you're an NFL player. Can you do the on-script?
Sure.
Can you take a game plan and execute it and get the football out and keep everything on time the way an NFL offense needs to? And I think that was the biggest football question that went into it. And
that's fair.
And honestly, he showed it at times on Sunday. He showed it at times the week prior against Baltimore, and at other times it was like, hey, stop running backwards with the football, dude.
Mm-hmm.
But he did look better on Sunday against the Raiders. He gets a very banged-up Niners defense coming into Cleveland here this week. By the way, Niners will be in action on Monday Night Football against Carolina, which you can listen to over on AM 950. Spring.
High five. And finally, the Raiders, who lost to the Browns, fall to 2-9. They have fired their offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly.
Sure did.
He's the highest paid OC in the league, $6 million per year. Weird that they decided to do that in the first place. Now, quarterbacks coach and longtime former offensive coordinator of the Raiders, Greg Olsen, with the slick back hair, he'll take over.
Gino got sacked 10 times. 10 times. Myles Garrett, 3 more sacks yesterday. He's now at 18 on the year. He's got 14 in his last 5 games. He is on pace for 28 sacks this season, which would obliterate the single season record. So, yeah, Myles Garrett, I don't care how bad their record is, he has to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Yes, he does.
He does.
I tell you what, though, and I don't know if he's quite on Myles' level, but Nick Bonito.
Special.
Nick Bonito, to me, and the way that this defense has gone. Now, like I said, Myles is going to win the award.
Yep.
But Nick is, he's right there with Myles Garrett.
You kicking Aiden Hutchinson out of bed right now?
Dude's
pretty good.
And maybe it's just
Finished
the Lions.
That game with a sack yesterday.
The Lions kind of just petering a little bit is what is putting me off on him.
Mm-hmm.
He's great.
Yeah.
And I watch every snap that Nick Bonito takes, and it's a very, very high level.
The pure speed with which the guy plays is absolutely insane. I want to get to the Nikola Jokic clip really quickly here as we take you into pregame between Denver and Memphis. Berto's got your pregame coverage here coming up in just a moment. They lose Saturday night at home to Sacramento on the second night of a back-to-back after an emotional red court victory over the Rockets in the group of death on Friday night. Nikola Jokic gave a brutally honest assessment of where his team is at after they lost to the Kings.
I think the 12-4 are just it's not the real picture. I think we are not that good. I think we need to be much better if we want to do something big. Yes, we play better, we look better, but I think we need to do consistently every night, every possession. Even if you make a mistake, but do correctly mistake
Gonna have to cut it off there, but yeah, you get the sense of Jokic.
Nikola Jokic is letting it be known, hey, pucker up, Buttercup. We're going to be without Aaron Gordon for 4 to 6. We're going to be without Christian Brown for some time. Was he laying it on a little thick? Yes. But also, it's time to go, guys. Going to Memphis and beat the Grizzlies tonight. Berto's got your pregame coverage coming up next. Thanks again to Kevin Demoff and Jeff Legwald. I'm Nate Kreckman. That's Mark Springer. Good night, everybody.